係咁啊，繼續啊！呢啲 blog 算啦，幫 Capcom 賺下錢。反正即係佢多數都係啲。即係呢個時候先有嘅，即係正賽就會唔會有啲咁嘅嘢
？They doubted us. They said there is no such thing as a pro Street Fighter player. But now we've got to ask, do you stand on that? Because we've got 2 million reasons. You're wrong. We are in the city of angels for Capcom Cup 10.
咁啊 Day2 啦，睇下會點啦。
Are fighting for the biggest prize in FGC history. They called us crazy. They said we wouldn't eat. They said we were wasting our time. You'll never make a living playing fighting games, they said. Imagine. But we stayed down. We piled in the cars and drove the locals for years. We flew all the way to majors, sometimes packed 10 to a room. Even if you did make a profit, it was only enough for you to make it to your next event. We all have our origin stories. These players all have different backgrounds, but they also all have the same goal. This is Capcom Cup 10.
This is Capcom Cup.
The first FGC millionaire.
咁啊，4點正式開始啦，應該都差唔多噶啦。
Day2, and I couldn't be more excited. What a beautiful shot of my homeland as well. The electricity running through me, and a lot of things are going to be decided today. I am Rich, of course, joined by my big brother. This is going back over a decade.
應該都係嗰班人噶啦 ，TC 接James 跟住同埋馬利咁樣。
Man, I'm feeling amazing, man. Day1 went off without a hitch. Well, not a hitch for me, but a lot of the players looking.
因為之前拉咗個 Black Kill 未 down 落嚟。
Crazy right now, and we got more of this group play for you guys because it's a lot of money on the line and a lot of pride on the line. This is the tournament, Capcom Cup 10. For Street Fighter 6.
哇！嗰個
But let's talk about the money that is
新嗰個
for a lot of these players here, but only one's gonna get to the big payoff. As you can see right here, the main thing up at the top is that million, but let's break it down.
新嗰個格 game 有啲資訊喎。
10,000 in the bag. 7th place tied, that's gonna be 7,000.
第51萬蚊，第6、4有10萬。唉，真係。第5同第4係講緊，第5同第3係講緊係揸場。如果 winner 出線嘅話，係揸20倍獎金。喺度唱歌啊嘛話，唱歌。正常嘅。早晨啦，亦真係早晨。我準備，同埋最大嘅資訊就係Project L 嘅嘢，有 beta 版本。應該手掣玩嘅，如果我玩嘅，同埋個新手掣接過嚟嘅。
people coming to play. If you ain't know, now you know. And man, it's been a beautiful, beautiful sight already.
Look, we already talked about.
咁啊，呢個就
Let's take a look at the standings so far. You can see in Group A, Phenom, Kawano at the top of the pack. You can see that.
我諗下有咩睇先，都冇咩特別嘅啦，講真。
Group B, you can see we got Chris Wrong.
唔知就係最後就邊個第一就 winner 出線，邊個第二就 loser 出線，剩翻嗰啲就分錢。
Group D, we got Mike X and Gachikun. Talk to me about that bottom half, Range.
Indeed, Group E, we had Chien and Fluto, right? I would say the two titans of the bracket coming out 2-0, both with a 3-game differential, literally all tied. And then look at Group F, bro. The Bandit Brothers, 2-0, both of them. Kaba not even dropping a single.
嗰支咪唔同聲，誒支咪又轉啦。
I think Lashar was the other opponent.
我支咪都係嗰支咪嚟嘅啫，冇理由㗎。聽下先，啲聲得唔得先最緊要，唔同聲唔緊要啊。支咪唔好，即係支咪唔好電聲或者奇怪嘢，都係嗰啲啊。 又可以唔好搞支咪，即係支咪變咗做啲即係冇咗嗰啲降噪嗰啲效果，咁就變咗好嘈。
So you know, even if you get eliminated, you get 2K. But I'm trying to get the 3. I want 6 digits.
Absolutely.
At least. I mean, actually, I want them all. But you know how it goes.
You already know. But today, man, there's some fates that are going to be decided for the most part.
Day1 完咗之後咧，超攰，應該都頂得住啩。
early established lead, and who's going to have to really show up today, right? People like Joe Umarogan.
Yes.
Joe Umarogan here in our Group A. We went down 0-2, but at least
Day3 先至係最重要。但係今日都頂得住嘅。
But if he can do that, he knows that he's got to run these 3 games remaining straight. And a lot of players are in that position now. So back against the wall, no safety net. We're going to see new animals.
But like you said
咁就 Group A 就2強大戰，夏娃奴、菲林。 剩翻嗰啲就即係陪襯過嚟參與下。
Kawano 1-0 right now, has not played another game, but that leaves him at +2. Joe Umarogan, I'm glad that you said that. He's actually one of the players that I feel like a lot of people kind of slept on, especially in a group like this. Hollabell as well. They had a very strong showing. Unfortunately, didn't get that first game under his belt. And Crossover, man, I'm so proud to see my man actually participate in the Capcom Cup and get to show his skill. 1-1, -1. That still puts him in the running. And of course, we got Shadowkin at 0-2. That is -4. But obviously, one of the things that can happen, you can play like the big mess up there. You can mess up a lot of people's chances for going further in this group. But as we get into it, just like Range promised me before we came on the
喂，最強大戰喎，呢個好緊要。贏就 winner 㗎啦，講真呢個。
But these are the guys leading the group. We already seen Phenom with the Ken. Of course, we seen the Luke from Kawano. Well, I saw him down there getting warmed up a little earlier, and just as still in tip-top shape, especially going forward. One of the things I touched on yesterday when I was talking to Vicious is the fact Phenom is really one of these players that kind of found his route when it comes to Street Fighter 6. I saw him playing all these different characters, figuring out how to deal with a lot of it. Much like your breakdowns you've been doing, man, which have been amazing. By the way, please check the bad boys out if you got a chance. Range has been doing an amazing job of kind of highlighting these minuscule points that really make a difference in the game. And I feel like Phenom has done the same.
好啦，咁就開始啦。
You're gonna need all that intel.
The thing that struck me most about yesterday was the fact when Phenom and Joe Umarogan played each other, Phenom boiled it down to basic fighting games, right? He was like, bro, I'm going to sit there, I'm going to whip punish you, and I'm going to watch how you feel when the...
好啦，咁啊 Ken 對 Luke 呢個好傳統嘅解嚟講就呢個對決基本上大家有喺呢個比賽入邊有排見，咁就卡瓦羅又用個中腳可以拉遠咧，跟住同埋 Perry 個波，我話擋咗下就升。 靚 perfect parry 之後向我下輕拳啦，就打 TC， 跟住就買邊件啦。因為呢個就得分100半嘅氣。喂，夠姜用呢個初 U 鏡咁出翻嚟。咁呢個位就基本上夾硬令到你 burn out 㗎啦。咁啊臨尾嗰格用升攞翻傷害都好，翻睇係咪有 burn out 啦，不如升咗佢先。咁啊順雷吉，台灣路唔知道個順雷吉的秘密。哦，打中仲大鑊，打中就可以再嚟多次 trip。 唔需要啊，咁啊玩邊一個打成功 Q 咗佢。咁啊如果你暈咗咧，就對手要俾資源先至殺得死。咁啊如果你冇你俾人直接邊平打爆咧，就唔會俾人打死。 咁啊打拳腳，再 level 2打埋場先。咁得 level 2可以補氣。咁啊一個下中腳之後就 watch 就即係 impact 啦。不過其實升好啲嘅，我自己覺得。RTC 換邊 level 3啦，咦唔 level 3喎，慳氣位。咁啊有啲遠啦，搏唔到，個輕腳確翻唔到。點啊？咁啊拉遠少少距離啦，等 burn out 完啦，當然要。咁啊死都唔喐。喂靚 jab 到嗰個 rush， 咁啊後跳得唔得？哦靚後跳，用一步後跳。咁啊 loop 先有嘅嘢啊，呢個幾屈機。咁啊而家最近啲人都唔會後跳啦，啲人行後等你打空氣。有冇壓死㗎啦？兩邊都呢個一個下中拳掂到，一個就下中腳掂到。做個 take throw， 咁啊係咪 parry 㗎啦 ？parry 完之後咧就可以 rush 過去睇下可唔可以。咁啊做唔到。嗱而家下中腳啦，嗱我先做個 take throw，kill 咗。咁啊基本上呢個都係屈機嘅呢個。咁啊密着下中腳，咩即係下中腳密着加 fin 咁樣。咁你升唔升啊？咁啊做個 take throw， 再防波。咁啊 rush 去睇下有冇計。喂，咁啊你照中過俾人 rush 再搭，咁啊，哇打中咁點啊？入到啊，入唔入呢啲？入唔入放3啊？呢啲位唔入放3，繼續流氣，升落去。咁啊放波吹咗對面個攻擊，但係如果又俾人執到個波，哎呦 bell 咗，呢個好大鑊 bell， 喂跳到，咁啊呢放3啦，唔使諗啊。咁啊到球又差唔多 burn out 啊，不過未 burn out 啊就。咁啊但係當然又想打佢 burn out 啦，但係球都唔會俾你 burn out 啦，因為你行埋就俾人。咁啊始終都係 burn out，自己 burn out 就，喂打到輕拳，其實可以 rush 過去，再攞少少先。咁啊一下死，兩面都又係。但係球 burn out 咗就冇得要 confirm 就比較難。咁啊見到佢立中拳啦，立中拳又好易，立中拳 confirm level 3又未去到好難啊係。哦，犀利！你比賽嘅程度下，突然間要出依下幾難，咁啊但係未死嘅。咁啊仲可以勾咗個下中腳，再打頭2扎，但係升唔升嘅都係睇翻。一下中腳又升嘅。菲林有啲遠呢個，喂擋到。呢個，喂呀你 whip 咗個下中腳，做得咁好，我咁勁一 hit confirm， 都係食呢個下中腳，就係打咁好都係輸。咁啊如果唔係下中腳咧就死啦，下中腳就因為下中腳起到夠 scale， 所以就啲傷害就未夠。喂有冇打到個 counter hit 同埋白招？有個後頭將對手打去板邊，喂後重拳摸到對手搏招啦，哎呀大咧 combo， 哎呀咁啊 loot 先有嘅嘢又係 level 1可以打後跳、打放波同埋打起上勾。咁啊兩邊又鬥6衝戰士啦，邊個6衝到有邊個贏？棒！咁啊因為唔喺板邊嘅關係啦，佢又唔可以做到個下重拳打爆嗰個飛腳。唔係呢個就屈機嘅呢個，喂有人攞 combo。傳説話個 set up 係同平時唔同，嗰個比較窒，所以今日見到好多，即係琴日見到好多業選手都甩 combo， 尤其咪 out 啲啦。今日而家 Day2 Kawano 嗰啲 combo 都甩得頂。啊！又係重拳再 rush， 基本上 look 過段卡就係等三格氣，跟住之後就無謂撳啲嘢 rush 過去，之後就睇下再打套2扎，打中咧就無眼功，頭都攞傷害啦可以。但係又呢個，咁啊死咗啦呢個位，佢唔俾 level 2喎，level 2又 咁啊唔俾你可以就要 back 狀態之下諗下點就算啦。咁俾人打入去，咁我係可以平佢啦，寧願食 level 1、2啊。咁啊下到腳就安全，我新咗，但係要諗下點打，因為最緊一下，偷到雞，咁啊 level 2啊，level 1都得我諗應該。咁啊特攻上嚟㗎，成功攞2個 impact 偷到1 round 啊！咁啊菲林就依家去咗 match point， 好 carry 到，但係唔 rush 過去就始終都係咁 carry 就即係 carry 到都唔係有好大優勢，好過普通 carry 嘅啫。好波靚 jab 啊！我啱啱將後重拳打停佢啦，但係疏咗嘅咁啊死硬㗎啦！呢個10年到火力，放上嚟㗎咁啊！升都冇乜，升嘅話啲士鬥啊，交自己 burn out， 呢個確反咗原冇力。咁啊懟埋場可以用 level 2嘅其實，不過算啦。好想對面 burn out， 爭啲接到，一下死㗎啦呢個位。嗱依家慢慢邊，一下。不過我菲林冇得下中腳，爭少少，爭少少俾人咁樣打翻場level 3啦，唔使諗啦。咁啊要補一補氣，見到個腳趾尖，爭啲掂到對手啦。好啦，一下。咁啊，但係我諗啊 ，Kawano 掂到對手都唔係一下，一下啦。但係如果菲林會俾佢打咯，我唔會咁滯，捱多一下可以。爭啲死，咁啊，大嗰個都係下咗，掂到啦，下中腳遊戲 ，Kawano 就俾人篤死咗啦。Hello。會窒咋？其實見到佢哋啲 set up 咧，有時佢因為佢要直播啊嘛，可能嗰啲嗰啲直播嗰啲嗰個出卡啊，或者嗰啲啲機器嗰啲唔一定咁，唔一定係個 mon 優先嘅，可能佢又係去咗 take 卡先，之後先去到個 mon， 跟住之後就係要。
Phenom successfully negated that a lot of the match and really kind of kept Kawano on the ropes most of the time.
Yeah, that's I think what was so impressive about this matchup because when I play it from the Ken perspective, that's what I find annoying, right? Trying to walk in on Luke when he has the ability to do stand fierce, stand medium punch, these things that move him forward. The way Phenom played though, he was just able to kind of toy in that space where Kawano wanted to move forward and press the button, and at that exact timing, Phenom would just walk back and get a whiff punish perfectly.
我都覺得係，佢寧願撳立中腳同下中腳。佢衰就唔同啦，佢衰好相信自己嗰個拳頭係正義。一款都改咗啦，不過喺下個版本。
Right off the top, let you know just how prepared he was even to deal with this. Phenom still had the upper leg most of the time and really kind of leaned on the fact that he knows he wants to play that range. Low forward was the tool that caused his demise. Kawano goes down, Phenom goes up.
And I love the fact that he was always playing just outside that range and making Kawano come to him. And at the last thing, he moved forward and hit the crouch medium kick, right?
Oh,
he
so
laid the plan for Kawano to feel comfortable moving forward. At the end. Beautiful stuff from Phenom, staying atop the group, but we are not nearly done with Group A today. Of course, we got another match coming up, and I'm looking forward to it very much. All these players in this group, definitely dope to see. And we're Ken fans.
I'm happily a Ken player. Man, you a Ken player, yeah, and what?
That's right.
Sounds like a personal problem for you not playing Ken. Let's get to the next match. As we go to this Group A.
Group A 嘅第二場
versus Hollowbell coming up. Joe was playing amazing yesterday, and I feel like every round that he played actually could have went either way. Hollowbell just as well, man. The pacing that he has as a Ken player really is impressive to me because I feel like you never know his approach because he's playing that calm the entire time. Joe, on the other other hand is like, yo, let me get in there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's what makes the Ken players dangerous. That's what we saw from Phenom, right? A willingness to be patient, kind of play it slow and play that footsies game. You have strong tools on the ground, right? The stand fierce, the crouch medium kick is 7 frames. So it's a lot of, you don't have to just get in there and rush the opponent down, even though as Ken players, including myself, want to do that. So when you can strike that balance, that's when you can find real success with the character. And Joe, I mean, he has just been one of the premier players, up-and-comers in Street Fighter, right? Obviously made Capcom Cup in the last year of Street Fighter 5. Going back-to-back qualifying here for the first year of Street Fighter 6 as well. Lots of respect for Joe.
Yeah, it says a lot about his skill, especially to adapt to 2 different games, right? A lot of people are familiar with Joe's game. I bet they are now. 2 Capcom Cups in the bag. But I love Hollowbell being here, part of that World Warrior program, which is probably one of the most defining things, man. So many regions on display here. Being introduced to Hollowbell's gameplay through Street Fighter 6 has been amazing, and just like a great person to talk to overall, man. So it's been really honestly, it's been amazing. And he's got one of his longtime friends here that have kind of met through Street Fighter that travel with him here, and he's kind of I was talking to him earlier. He's like, man, it's like a big brother relationship, and I'm telling you right now, that's one of the best things about fighting games. The friends you make along the way while actually fighting them. It's actually dope.
Absolutely right. You see the SML at the front of his name. That does stand for Salt Mine League, one of the premier weeklies and just online events that we have in the FGC run by Ritas. As you said, both of them from Germany. So yeah, long time friends, and it's dope to have the contingent here, right? We saw the Bandits boys here from NRD. These international travelers that are
咁啊，第二場，因為Group A 咧，我就係覺得啱啱嗰場我自己睇嘅，後面嗰啲開始咧就。即係真係得個睇字，咁啊應該都係碌贏㗎啦。呢個係租係呢個谷入邊第3勁嘅。哇升 rush 過去，跟住俾下中拳打中，嗱呢個就係雙下中拳，哇咁都用氣嘅，好嘥喎。咁啊打個 combo 波升，咁啊 bail 咗自己啦，哇擋埋個升，始終呢個呢啲叫做申請死亡。安樂死啊！咁我臨尾升埋佢咁就快啲完咁樣就冇俾。如果依彎你冇乜絕望咧，其實你依彎快啲完，不如冇俾地方儲氣。但係其實但係 Play Hunter 之後嘅達係都加幾多氣嘅，都唔知係咪好事。咁啊兩個下英完再 TC 再打落，哎呀我覺得 combo 曳啊！咁啊太近啦呢個合法，咁啊多頭。繼續追，台灣來又用叻佢一追個後跳，咁啊，不過得佢先做到，哎呀，咁啊解答死咗。波波疏 U 鏡對控啊，然後點啊？做個 take fall。我繼續壓制，一 watch 一下中佢就升，咁就俾人有呢個升截停咗。哇 ，Jimmy 成功，咁啊打個 TC 再條風腳再搏，哇零距離食呢個，咁咪叻口3埋未啊？哇！竟然係隻 can 嘅，因為咧頭1、2先至有錢，先至進級先有多啲錢。所以其實第3開始咧，後邊嗰啲對決就即係真係表演賽，尤其而家你 Day3 咧真係表演賽。
Joe Rogan definitely had the lead in these games at the beginning. The crouch strong really is doing his job. However, though, GG Hollowbell keeping his wits about him, not overextending too much, and actually got Joe Ume.
哇！咁俾4架氣做一個，哎有叻 combo set up 啊！咁啊食個 T， 我相信呢啲人咧每日即係基本上由開 game 開始，由8月開始，每日都喺度播呢個 combo， 冇理由會叻嘅。Parry， 哎呀！你咁樣撳翻轉頭。I don't get， 搞佢再拔招。然後避一避先，就係解答，咁啊俾人大挑入去，哇有咁樣咧 combo， 但係咁樣 reset， 但係因為 rush 嘅關係咧，咁啊一個係連防啊，哎呀瀨嘢。
Jim right kick it to the heavy kick follow up, gets the knockdown. Once again, Hollowbell getting the lead in these games.
Yeah, you can tell in this type of atmosphere with this type of pressure, things slip through the cracks, right? Hollowbell went with the drive.
佢成功，但係有啲近啊，咁就嗰對面會即刻撳翻轉頭，所以即刻放撳嗰個Heavy 一定一定，但係對面冇反擊，咁我食一下，又俾人確反啊！有冇見到？都冇得扭擊。中完咁啊，後跳咁啊避一避，再避一避。波令佢哋放波，咁啊唯一可以對抗下中拳嘅屈指之處。哎呀，想到托基度，你手擋到，咁啊好一套簡單 combo 咗呢個3，將佢推入板邊，我將佢用嗰呢個3先，同埋推入板邊啦可以。話都冇推到2度嘅，咁啊 parry 啫，咁就唔使俾人 burn out 啊，但係都應該避免唔到 burn out 嘅話，呢個問題。喂，咁啊出現咗。下中佢打中，但係唔搏埋佢，咁話啲氣回翻越嚟越多啦。哎呀，攝到下中腳，但係就波頭，都係自己包自己啊！搞咁耐都係好意思。出嚟㗎，咁啊打對面 burn out，疏 U 鏡呢啲位有對眼㗎，兩個波拳，咁啊第二下接到對面個跑步，就 kill 咗對手啦。係狂撳下中腳，兩下 whip 咗，呢又唔破招咧。賺啲，哦靚啊呢個，咁啊 Punish Thunder 之後再用重腳去做一個 Punish， 咁啊 Punish 咗對面個單跳，繼續破招，後避咗攻擊，咁啊俾晒所有資源嘅話應該死㗎啦。呢否意疾風順雷腳，咁啊握手啦可以。2-0，雖然我都竟然阿 Jo 竟然輸。咁啊係啊，之後嗰啲有晒心水，都係睇佢數嘅。其實其他 group 度都有心水嘅，我都貼咗出嚟㗎啦。不過有一半 high 咗啦已經。Joe had a couple of opportunities where he could have just kept that momentum. And I think he got a little bit overzealous and overreached. The throws, just going for his own crouching medium, kicking some of these ranges, and Hollowbell was waiting for it. Gets the snipe, gets the big closeout. We're going to take a look back at the replay real quick. Yeah, 其實係即係都 feel 到㗎啦，個個職業選手都咁樣，應該就唔係人嘅問題。唔記得影住自己添，個個 V 皮唔可以唔喐噶嘛，係咪？變得咁辛苦。佢依家部電腦90幾度，我成日個 CPU 過熱，真係風扇都冇用，係咪真係要開冷氣啦？真係而家。誒，哥聽講自己換好難。Hollowbell goes up, popping off, and that's exactly what you're supposed to do. He's doing good in the group, and another score on the board.
And I'm so glad that we saw the tide turner at the end of that round again, being the perfect parry on the Sandblast, right? That has been a tale of Capcom.
Yes.
The players are not letting Sandblast come out for free, whether it's in neutral, and especially in block strings, it's getting perfect parried and punished heavily. So it's interesting.
而家我摸落去嗰個 laptop 面嗰個電，即係大個 CPU 個位係。可以煎蛋啊！我覺得嗰嚿嘢辣手。laptop 嚟㗎。
It's going to be game 3 of Group A. Joken versus Crossover.
熱到辣手嗰隻喎， 唉，訂便嘢啫，很累。
One of I think everybody's favorite tales of Capcom Cup X Ren obviously has qualified multiple times out of that Central American East region, hailing from the Dominican Republic. Visa issues has prevented him from gracing the Capcom Cup stage multiple times, but he has finally made it, got it all figured out. Shouts to E5 Pass and Cherry Genix for doing major.
依家我撳嗰個
as he's deserved for a long time.
全一填表，好似以前街霸咁樣咧，喺度填嗰個填嗰個問卷，睇下有冇機會可以抽到個 beta 玩下。好啦，跟住就下一場啦。crossover 都等成，唔知係咪抽咧
？To still qualify for the cup just to free up another spot for somebody from that country to make it. That is incredible.
嗰隻 Raw 嗰隻。
Yesterday, I was like, man, do you know how ridiculous that is?
That is
like
so
Mina moves up, and then now you see just how good.
Well, it's less to play.
Yes. But look at what he's done so far, and now even more so, that makes a space for crossover to get up and truly shine, highlighting the region like no one else can. Man, just shout out to the whole DR region in this spot, bro. And they got mad love here in the crowd, man. Every time one of them on the stage, you literally can hear the crowd.
I love it. It's just true fandom, right? They're rocking Kaba jerseys. They're rocking Mena RD jerseys. I'm like, that's the electricity. That's the love I love to see.
And I'm sure you can get those jerseys here.
Yes, yeah.
And you said mad people in the crowd actually just rocking them because they're just big fans. But we're gonna get started, man. Crossover.
清咗一下㗎啦，不過我都佢都。
Did you say Shadoken? Yeah, he said, yeah, all right, I saw that from Vision.
都係咁熱。
Either way, Shadowken, Shadoken, however you want to play it. He's playing.
到時會有㗎啦，不過我唔會買。始終我都唔係好想跌，唔想再玩街死。放波，中腳，跟住之後中個 counter hit 就可以搏輕拳，再炸地。咁啊兩個中門嘅話咧，咁就基本上你中咗一下就等於中3下，之後中埋個插地4下5下。咁啊拉遠距離之後咧再放波，咁啊重吉攞個交 film 打對手搶，一個前搭。 咁啊 Perry 避咗個海膽，但係就俾第二下打中，炸地，再炸地，對空，哎呀爭啲啊！咁啊喺度用呢個拳腳喺度，呢次擋到都好啦，見到啲必殺技都係喺度，即係會食呢個，即係會出到對手啲血。咁啊一完咗個 burnout 咧，咁啊下中腳就即刻攝到對手，用 rush 再搏招，但係俾阿蘇。 殺多嘅人又推翻出嚟，放波埋去，咁啊對面 Perry 咁就俾人打下2000喺度就 Perry， 呢位又要小心啲啦，咁啊喂，咁啊中國 TC 踢送晒埋場啦，光之戰士出動啦，光之戰士，哎呀冇光之戰士就俾人篤死咗啦。 一開波 watch 佢啦。 再俾多個 rush， 同埋出啲傳統嘅 combo， 唔俾 level 3。喂，咁啊空對空成功，然後就一個前搭，對手屈佢嘅時候，下中腳截停咗。咁啊下中腳有屈機喺度，咁啊換咗邊，但係俾到壓力啊 GP 啦，點啊？哇搶後中拳係有計嘅，飛過去，咁啊再搭，咁啊傳送門就擊唔到你啦。咁啊 full look， 光之戰士。 佢完全唔記得有光之戰士喎，4連打，4未？7億啦，咁啊確反啦，boom boom boom boom， 咁啊呢個就未來會俾人削嘅攻擊，應該會即係見到個 scale 好大，即係如果係 S2 嘅話就呢個 combo 殺唔死。傳說話。 改少 active 同埋，希望每一 film 頭無敵啦，希望就咁啊！哇 ，Mitty 嘅中段，然後再俾人懟埋場，重拳再撻落去，再懟埋去，撻手指，夠 level 3，有冇撳掣？冇撳掣，咁啊死咗咯！咁啊打呢個JP。 臨尾啲位除咗鳩，我都唔知佢做點啊！有一堆嘢喺你頭頂啊！
Okay, this is what I was talking about earlier. We saw yesterday where he actually started with the DJ and then went to
DJ 都唔 Ken 應該好少少，我覺得 DJ 仲難打。不過都係嗰句啦，咁啊依家係表演賽，因為頭已經決定咗㗎啦，我覺得。咁翻嗰啲係表演賽，即使06都好咧，05、06都好，我都覺得都係冇乜分別嘅。因為踢中下段再搏下下上。咁啊，始終都係 JP， 始終都係 Clean Counter 啦，夠 film 可以搏呢個下上嘅。對空係啊，爭啲。放波咁啊，截咗條 rush， 咁啊 rush 輕拳同呢個下中腳 trade， 咁啊做個 take throw， 哎呀，我跳咗入去瀨嘢。咁啊，下中拳打對手，不過下中係打對手，但係因為始終都下中腳會嚟搏。成功打到光之戰士，然後就 Q 咗對手啦。一嘢 rush 過去，再搏招，有個 take fall。咁啊 ，DJ 嗰個大黐線嘅，呢個全 game 前打卡最多嘅角色。下中拳截到對面嗰個 rush， 咁啊到 JP 回合啦。咁啊閃過去，但係做唔到攻勢啊，有啲遠，因為對手距離有傳送門。咁啊跑過去波腳，咁就可以打對面嗰個下中拳截。點翻出嚟先？咁你放3啊，你放3啦。咁啊，每一回氣都好。如果唔出嘅話，就留氣俾科龍啦。咁啊 ，Mitty 嘅下段，咁啊打中，我呢幾中意下 Mitty 中，因為 Mitty 中段，因為 Mitty 下段。放波，但係始終都係2下波啦，係咪？有啲時代好似飛第一下都要減埋第2下。咁啊，搶咗下中腳，近下 hit 就可以獲招。對空，哎呀，冇對空，再衝過嚟，屈出嚟，前打2個輕拳，再波拳啊！喂，咁啊，成功後閃到後邊，跟住之後再搏下上，做個 take fall，但係裏面咁啊做個假鬼，睇穿咗個假鬼，然後就 level 3打翻出去。如果佢俾晒所有輕，應該死啊！咁啊，始終不過突然之間嚟，我諗佢又冇反應。咁啊 ，rush 過去成功打中對手，咁就1-1追翻啦。咁啊，啱打多鏡應該唔會轉角噶啦。crossover 就都冇得轉啦，轉咗你。慢飛 ，game 飛啊！放波之後即刻射個波腳，再輕拳 cancel rush 再前打，咁啊爭少少俾人 pair 到啊！咁啊 rush 嘅時候，對手放波，咁啊截到對面嗰個rush。重拳狂飛，跟住空對，跟住跳輕腳就嗰個 active 勁，哇！包啲戰士俾人睇穿咗啦，咁啊令佢哋咪再壓擠，咁啊再光啲戰士俾人一個後，俾人用個 OD 波拳打到對面，打到你打爆咗你嗰個4，咁啊始終4係輸 OD 輸氣功嘅，咁就同埋 DJ 嗰個氣功係加點，啊所以都幾。即係而家用波壓制係基本上都贏晒所有嘢，呢學一都贏。做個頭攻擊，放波，踢一腳，攞一次啊，死咗啦，啊，隨意機啦可以。咁啊，俾晒所有資源，再 KO 對手。呢個3都唔使出，動畫都唔使睇。
and that's what's gonna get them to set in this Group A. Man, that was a really good set between these two, man. And just the adjustments by Crossover, man, to go from the Ken, knows that it was not working out, and really kind of traverse the screen a lot better, right?
The confidence on the DJ to bust that out here at Capcom cutbacks, and he was 1-1.
係啊，無限攻啊，好似唔知5000、6000，
So he needs
都大力佢㗎。
He can't even afford a loss. So the fact that he had that confidence, he knew he put the work in. And yeah, I think it was a great character switch. As you mentioned, he was able to drive rush in a little bit more freely. He was playing around that stand fierce range so good. And the air slasher is a prominent projectile. So it's something that definitely can combat JP way better from screens away.
And that's what we pointed out, right? We was like, look, this round might not work out just the same, but this is when we saw like that last second amnesia that actually helped him out, saved him something crazy. And this is one of my favorite things about Shuriken's like applies it. But Crossover actually caught wind of it. It's like, you know what? I know
crossover 好似都唔係嘅，crossover 好似可以有啲機會，冇記錯。好似係2-0，好似2-0，我記得佢而家係，可能佢贏到咧之後。
started testing a lot more with the crouch jab and whether to crouch medium at times, and that's the call out about crossover that we was talking about.
有時驚失憶，驚失憶你就俾唔到攻擊壓力對手㗎啦，你要當冇對手冇依招，你要估佢你要估佢估你驚失憶，你先至夠姜去壓制，跟住你就會失憶大眾。搶2又唔係好奇嘅。打贏一個職業選手，你夠咪得咯。
We actually saw him start in reverse, man. I think it was versus Hollowbell where he actually started with the Ken and then, he actually started with the DJ, then went to the Ken. And like you said, I was thinking it was for the mirror match.
Straight up.
But obviously, I guess it's just for the control. I mean, he's making adaptations versus the players that he's fighting. And I was worried about how he's going to get across the screen. We pointed out the drive.
咪話咯，其實只要係輸一鋪嘅話，都幾大機，只要你鳩就得㗎。1啦，係啦，1-2-1，有得打㗎。咁咪好咯，呢啲先正常。不過 PPP 都係戇鳩嘅，PPP 唔係好實力嘅啫。你只要有 super 嘅話，就都係啱晒傷害。
Probably the other favorite besides Phenom himself to make it out of the group. So he is sitting pretty to say the least.
And I'm looking at crossover. He's
都話呢個打係。
So that means he's trying to overtake Hollowbell at this point and Kawano, who is at 1-1. We got to see how Kawano is going to fare. But Joe Ume Rogan goes to 1-2. He's at -2. I mean, if he does get one more game.
呢個打係呢個打得個1000幾，俾人冰咁啊！你又扣幾千，你唔使起都扣4000啦！我覺得嗰個2粒海膽跟住之後又係咩波腳升、波腳插地、波腳插地。
Kawano versus Joe Umerogan, battle of the poster boys. This is going to be an interesting one for sure because Kawano, I definitely think he's more willing to slow it down a little bit, just try to play that traditional ground game. Wow, as you highlighted, Joe likes to get in your face, close quarters.
呢個都輸咁大鑊，呢個都輸就真係你翻日本見到啊！
SFL as well. Already a tremendously strong player, but the fact that he does have like his teammates behind him in a lot of these situations, obviously not here now, but the fact that he's had him in his ear the entire year for SFL.
呢啲人一定有㗎啦，呢招唔會成㗎嘛，你唔會冇一招失憶㗎。
Dude, one of the reasons I'm a big fan of SFL is because it feels like a boot camp for the players that are in there, right? And they usually come out leveled up so heavily from that time spent in SFL.
咁啊嚟啦，咁啊有 skin 嗰個就係Kawano，咁啊 default 嗰個就係阿 Jo。咁啊前跳，跟住俾阿Kawano，俾阿Jo一嘢升翻轉頭。咁啊 PPP 成功之後咧就挨長嘅就播一套 Card Combo 啦。咁啊 Meet 打俾人搞一打，升落去啊！咁啊見到你 watch 咗嚟嘅話。 咁啊中腳推翻開對手先，放波，行過去咁啊對手想 parry 你個 rush 咁就達到啦。哎呀，以為你 rush 啊，咁我飛到上天，會唔會 level 1啊？索一索對面嗰個 drive 機都唔錯，咁啊死咗啦呢個。咁我 level 2咁就確保收頭啊。 我一都收頭，成日都覺得一都收頭，呢個血量。我覺得我自己冇計錯喎，一都應該收頭。咁啊，一就30%嘅傷害啦，1000左右。4就好似唔知咩1800啦，好似1700 1800。唔係好似會1800，好似睇下先。好似1500左右啦，我記得。你學3出咗先，咁始終 burn out 咗，同埋打到對面 burn out， 一定要出嘅。如果唔係你又即係你攞住3架氣，但係對面冇 burn out， 你又 burn out 咗，仲要灰境內。啲拳腳 burn out 咗之後咧，就基本上狂撳拳腳得㗎啦，因為咩都加嘅。特別去用啲向前行嘅拳腳咧，咁啊做個的方咁啊俾面搞得。咁啊用生命 rush 下段，再繼續 rush 落去，成功收打。升落去有計啊！因為搣鐵下中拳係撳到咗。有冇解答？咁啊瀨嘢啦，有報應。咁啊下中拳，跟住之後打對佢落單，跳翻出嚟，都食個星，呢個都係揾笨嘅，我覺得。跳出去食個星，我估中你個 full loop， 我都要食個星。哎呀，你起上後重拳，唔係 counter hit 咧就冇嘢啩。咁啊爭啲瀨嘢，下中拳搶到，咁啊但係冇level 3，對手都係推埋牆算嘅。咁啊要諗辦法。burn out 咗自己，即刻升落去。咁啊始終自己 burn out 咗啦，你都唔係好想擋攻擊，一定會壓落去，壓落去就俾人升。會唔會卡灣奴？如果輸佢就大 Q 我啦。輕升落去有計，咁啊打到個 rush。零高 stream 到對手，播一個反波輕拳，再反波重拳收尾，加下 TC， 再攞單 Mitty 嘅立重腳，跟住之後就都係嗰啲 combo 啦。咁啊俾埋啦，咁啊始終唔死都好咧，都要俾嘅。咁啊對手安樂死，先攞一燈。He could kind of sense that urgency in Joe Rogan. I mean, he's been pretty successful with it, so why not start looking for it now? Smart move by Kawano. 咁啊 ，Watch 嘅波就可以播下中拳截擊。搶諗唔到個下中拳，咁啊 classic combo 啦。對空有啦，呢個就下都有。咁啊加啦，始終都係咁啊升落去，贏對方嘅下仔。中腳打爆對方放波。繼續睇到對幕成功，打到對面個對面嘅話就即刻1-1落去。哇！我相信對手都唔會擋噶啦。咁啊就嚟 bell， 即係雖然少血，但係對手 bell 咗，升落去啊！呢啲實有一個頭前頭，咁啊你覺得翻黃血啦，會唔會鳩呢個3？係唔會嘅，一個解頭。要俾卡灣奴打到個 Shimmy， 然後就卡灣奴追翻鋪啦。又喺度諗，又喺度出邊嘥時間喺度，有呢個畫面。咁睇佢嚟成日講下中腳又可以學法，不過好多人會咁做。咁啊，呢個 combo 就20輪場啲 combo， 咁啊就安跳，咁啊叫咗解答，咁就下中拳打落去啦。咁啊應該其實可以打大啲，不過做到冇諗過會解答，飛成功，咁啊又係呢個畫面啦。大家數下呢個咁嘅反波中反波輕可以出咗幾多次呢隻 game， 每一場都見到。咁啊 follow 啦，咁啊好靚啊，打對面個下中拳嗰個 whiff， 用下一拳打個 whiff 啦。之後就繼續玩柔道，咁啊行後上先，對面唔撳，咁啊一擋一下之後就升，咁啊見到對面冇乜血啦，咁啊射埋個界身，今次到卡灣奴 match point 啦，升落去啊，加分就升啦，唔好諗，升落去啊，咁啊2次，再升，放咗波之後放波嘅同時咧，確定個升啊嘛，如果對面跳嘅話就升埋。 咁啊中距離，但係太遠啦呢個，咁啊都幾傷呢個位，可以投降㗎其實。咁啊放波，一係等死，又可以 watch 又可以勾煙皮一次，咁啊有對面用呢個有對面煙皮啦。卡瓦奴2比1追翻晒啊！好似係好短，係真係好短嘅，唔係好似。如果你係 combo 嘅，除咗係 combo 同埋咪着鳩之外，都打唔中。誒爭啲啫，其實佢依家除咗要贏之外咧，得失球都要高啊，因為大家都係輸一鋪嘅話咧，計得失球，有機會係因為嗰個得失球輸都唔奇。即係佢要佢一定要死登直落啦，最一定要贏嘅話都要。依家都唔係一個好嘅結果，雖然贏都，但係即係但係都仲仍然係出線嗰個位度。如果佢輸，直情係出線嘅機會都。But to give Kawano some major credit, we saw some
miss all. Crouch medium punch, and in the last game, last rounds, he stopped that. He didn't get hit by that crouch medium punch delay. We saw Joe Umaroga try to switch it up and bait some things out from him. Kawano didn't take any of that as well. He was just so clean, and that whiff punish, you could tell he really locked in from that point.
Crouch jab, counter hit confirmed to the crouch strong, and this is really when you see Kawano's like, oh, I got it now. And this right here, the big level 2 whiff right there. Kawano says, you know what, I'll take it, spins the level 3, and you can really kind of see the strands unraveling right now for Joe Umaroga. And once again, it was close, a well-played game, but once again, once an opponent picks up on your habits, they start to exploit them. And I'm going to tell you right now, Kawano's no spring chicken, bro. You got to wake up earlier than that to get a player like him. But we move on. Group A, the slobber knocker that you expected, especially considering that a few things can be shaken up. You saw the scores, and we still got more Group A action, though.
Indeed, man. I'm looking forward to this next match as well. We got Gigi Halibel
Gigi Halibel
following the Luke mirror.
咁啊 Camera 啊，一開波兩個下中腳噶啦，因為波應該係兩個一齊 rush， 所以兩個一齊下中腳，然後再 rush。
Incredible can play coming from Germany, as you mentioned earlier, qualified through that World Warrior tournament. And this man, he's a veteran of fighting games as well, and he's been bringing his talent to Street Fighter 6 in a very notable way.
No, that's very much true. And I mean, I'm going to talk about like
都冇 Kimberly 啊。
We've been seeing a bunch of like the mirror matches. Of course, we've seen the Lukes, we've seen the Kens, we've seen the JPs, quite a few across the board. But the Ken versus Ken, I really want to see what Phenom does in this situation. Halibel is very much
Cammy 唔係喎 Bravery 喎，有 Bravery 咪 Cammy 咯。嗱 ，Kimberly 就真係冇啦，我好公道嘅。
Especially in some of these situations where he gets the field advantage, be it in the corner on either one of the corners, he can really make some strides here. However,
你唔好理，有啦，總之就你係俾人執都好過連執嘅影子都沒有啊！
Yeah, that's the thing that struck me about Phenom so far is that, as you mentioned, the slow pace. Right? So I wonder if Gigi Halibel, if he could force something fast, if he could sneak a couple of dragon lashes in there, a couple of drive rush jabs, something to force that close quarters decision making where you got to start rolling the dice.
唉，真係。
Gets in his head a little bit. He can start snowballing downhill. Halibel gets momentum. I think that's a big way for him to.
應該會嘅。加油真係為有啲揾笨。Cammy 都揾揾你笨嘅啦，但係加油係再揾笨啲。呢年冇啊，有紮 loser group 㗎嘛，有一紮角色係。可能鏟咗咯，懷疑。懷疑鏟咗隻 game 呢個。
But I will say this, you talked about the drive rush, right? One of the things I noticed from day one that Phenom really did do a lot, he will dash rush. If you dash rush at him or drive rush at him, he'll jab you out of that drive rush just to like keep the momentum. And we've seen him really put buttons in that range where you really want to be like, oh, I'm a drive rush here, I'm a low forward here. he'll check that and he'll wait for your low four. But the minute he sees drive rush, he'll literally just stop you or just make sure you can't get that started and go back to this crawl space to make sure that you don't get
太難得，太難得都係嗰邊啲人嚟嘅咩？
clash of styles between these two. But I will like to say this though, Hollowbell's like touch and go, as in, you know, I will slow down and then go in. He makes some very smart decisions, especially when it's in the corner. Mid-screen, we saw what he was doing earlier. He will wait for that whip just the same that we've seen from Phenom as well.
That's why I want to see who's going to like make that first gambit, right? Like who is actually going to try, whether it be a jump hit, a drive rush, a dragon lash. That's the thing with Ken too, is that he's got so many cool options from that range, right? Like that dragon lash range. It's very difficult to just guess when he's going to come out.
以前賭波嗰陣時就聽嗰啲地方名，好啦。LCK 輸咗啊 ，LCK 都有 Kimber， 冇多啲都唔係好過 Kimber。
Hey, if he throws an OD fireball back, it gets slowed down by a regular fireball, giving him more time to drive rush behind and confirm the combo. So there's just very dangerous from that neutral space, man.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see the least. And one of my favorite things, and you know I'm not even a fan of mirror matches. I'm not. I don't want to play them. But I love to see how these different players with the same characters approach, man. I feel like they have very different regimens, like you said before, man. Phenom is willing to wait for that. I mean, and of course, Hollowbell is just looking for that instance to get in and try.
嗰邊有個睇落好肥啊，咁影，我影個 camera 問題，咁影到佢好肥。
He's been trying to be cheeky with the overhead gym ride, just try to find stuff.
加長個冇你要啦。
But we've also seen when he's able to find these big spots.
依家俾人有重拳搏翻落嚟，黐線。頭先個星真係升嚟㗎嘛？以前個星，即係依個版本個星係，即係都未發光，打到對手已經俾人拍翻落嚟，都唔知 set 嗰條點 set。
They're like, I'll whiff punish you all day and whatnot. And as we mentioned, Fireball becomes a very popular option, especially when you know the other person is willing to ground game you out as well. You don't have to worry about the jumps as much. So if Phenom tends to go for that, we've already seen Hollowbell, especially after those tech throws, he'll take to the sky. He's not afraid.
Like, you know what? We're catching a flight. You know,
like, he's like, bro, you don't want to do this. I'll do it all day. And Ken is definitely a character. All characters really net huge damage from jumping.
全角色都要有升啊！呢隻 game 真係，你升先打到 rush 㗎嘛。你冇升，rush 對面夾 rush 出嚟出去，基本上冇拉，呢阿姐冇拉嘅，骨離機。印度都啲有升啊，我都覺。
That can easily tilt any player, no matter how good you are, no matter how bad you are, you really can get tilted. But here we go. We're going to go into the first game. Phenom, GG Hollowbell. This is Group A. These guys are trying to make it out. Phenom at the top of the pack. Hollowbell down there in the midst of it, but he can still make.
好啦，咁啊兩隻 Ken 喺度屈機，其中 Ken 係一隻 Ken 嘅代名詞就屈機，係嘛
？When it comes to this, looking to continue the mission right now. 3-0 up until this point. 6 game difference.
咁啊兩邊又摁喺度扮下回，呢個下中腳打中對手之後就搏超，咁啊一個前帶將對手打到去板邊，咁啊 pick up parry 啊見到，咁啊始終都係減2嘅。咁啊順雷腳開始喺度，大家都知一樣你上順雷腳啲痛苦。咁啊菲林係 default 嗰隻角色，嗰個角色。咁啊做個下中腳阿仔 parry 成功，咁啊打翻咗轉頭啦。咁啊因為知道對面就係 burn out， 所以就撳埋啦，撳用 impact 做 ending， 咁就對手 burn out， 咁啊擋波都扣唔少佢㗎。咁啊但係咁啊呢個就0嘅，冇去㗎，我係搶啫。parry 成功，再嚟多次。啊！遊戲最好玩嘅、最戇鳩嘅系統有之一 ，Perfect Parry。咁啊，將佢推返去另一邊啦，飛流。咁啊，行埋去打疏 U 鏡，睇住你啦。Parry 劈個波，呢個位就可能如果再拖落去，對面就回翻晒啲氣，都唔係好着數。咁啊，下中腳 rush 就基本上呢個遊戲呢兩個對決就係，見到對面 whiff 俾晒所有資源，再用啲必殺技埋尾。下中腳咁啊，我都分即係傾嘅，我覺得呢個對決唯一嘅起攻方法就係下中腳，邊個多對手邊個贏。 同埋依家都唔係好敢用。喂，靚 Perry 咁啊，見到 Perry 嘅功力嚟講咧，阿 GG 哈靈就即係都係深好多嘅，但係辣回又菲林勁啲啦。咁啊唔 level 3，level 3咪 burn out 咯對面。咁啊用重拳夾硬打到對面，搏埋落去，咁啊 burn out 咗，但係唔搏，咁啊又可以 chip 死佢啦，差唔多，踢多幾腳就可以 chip 死。咁啊唔知啊摁啲乜啦，即係播緊啲乜？誒冇完咗就揀嚟啦！哎哇起上迅雷腳，揾到咁大。即係俾佢踢中喎，不過最後佢自己都唔信自己踢中，所以就冇 cancel 必殺技，然後就到我的回合死咗啦。Been able to outclutch his opponent. He just looks so composed, so used to the environment that he's like, bro, I'm not gonna be the one that cracks, and his opponents continue to do so. 佢劈完咗之後再衝佢壓制。哦，係咪死咗啦？同死咗冇分別㗎啦，其實。嘣買槍 ，BT 嘅重拳，一遊戲劈成功，咁易劈嘅。I love the way both of these players are perfect pairing each other's block strings, though, right? They're not letting you have these easy light strings. 咁啊，扣反，聽個下重腳又係無限遠嘅，再升 BT 嘅中段。咁啊，行前成功打到對面個 parry， 重拳搏中對手之後就嚟啦，多 U 鏡。咁啊，對手就起上鳩升，破對面個窒，因為一下死㗎啦，兩面都係，邊個下中腳撩對手邊個贏。咁啊 parry 唔到，啊無啦啦撳下，見到無啦啦撳下咧，即係即使見到對面撳都好啦，你行過去，即係你見到之後反應，然之後再埋去打佢咧，對手收得錢。所以其實行下突然間撳一撳抽獎咧，都即係啲 game 就變咗就行下叮，即係抽獎叮唔叮呢啲位，有冇？你可以點？咁啊 cut 到對面嘅下中腳，呢個街四嘢嚟喎，下中腳，你上鳩冇啊？咦唔係喎，打中喎。咁啊見到左上個 cam 話，睇下舉手慶祝，未贏咯，鳩到啊我，仲活着。下中腳，有呢個迅雷腳，聽到啦今次，可以見到菲林係被 parry 過咁滯，吹咗 combo， 推埋牆，點啊？一下死，咁啊想 BT 嘅迅雷腳，但係好似set 早咗啊，特別菲林。即刻搶掣，然後就打翻轉頭。咁啊，迅雷腳再做個打，咁啊，始終 burn out 咗啦。哇，起上搶呢個位小心啲處理啦。嗱，見到想跑升啊，佢想跑升啊，見到。爭始終 set 錯唔到個升，因為第二個 OD 波動拳就快咗少，你錯唔到個升。咁啊，起上周你可生成功都冇用。其實所有嘢都係 favor 去呢個 GG 哈連，特別 parry 又好，起上周咯。但係菲林真係好似平無奇咁樣，但係最後都係贏。即係好多突出嘅表現咧，就反而係唔夠啲拳腳打得密、拳腳紮實嘅人打。咁啊，繼續打啦。咁啊，起上鳩唔到啦，冇計。菲林應該全勝。係嘛？菲林依家4-0啊，咁啊基本上都同贏都冇分別。勒回嘅功力緊要過呢個拳腳嘅呢個系統嘅應用。He got a little bit aggressive. I love that withstand fears into immediate crouch medium punch, right? And we don't see a lot of crouch medium punch use from Ken, but it's a good button. 6 frames, it's got a disjointed hitbox, especially good for moments like that, right? Where you're trying to take advantage of the opponent, maybe pressing something back. So I love that from Phenom. And just in general, both of the way these players played, I was very impressed. Their ground games, their whiff punishing, where they took the risk, when they took the risk. So smart. And another great recognition for Phenom towards the end of the game, right? He knew that when Halibel's back was against the wall, he popped off last time with the level 3. We saw it connect, so he didn't give him another chance at the end, right? He was like, this is where he popped off last time.
GG Hollowbill finally getting like his game started. The low forward really started like the descent into like, yo, you're in my world now. Wakes up, gets the level 3 and the CA on top of that, but both. Well, excuse me, Hollowbill in burnout, and this really was one of those situations where you see Phenom kind of press on the gas in the scenario. I love him taking the knockdown, but it put him so far away, and he committed to this enhanced uppercut to get through Fireball, and I love that that's when Phenom actually pulled out the Fireball. It's like, you know what? At first, we're going to slug it out mid-screen, lots of trades, and that crazy trade combo from Hollowbill to be prepared with the low forward, but once again, it's one of those things where you're fighting a player like Phenom. He really does feel like he's kind of like swamping you with the attacks.
不如問翻你，知唔知佢係邊個啊？我係打啊 Display 啊 King 同埋 Rainpro 咪打啊 CFF 同埋啊 Luma。
We need to see what's going to happen. I'm not sure if everybody's played everybody just yet, but this is looking like Kawano is on that loser side, still pretty close to crossover Phenom.
講得切，講得切，講得切。你唔好太慢啦，當然你見到嗰陣時個波已經掂到你另計啦，你嚟到地就得㗎啦。
Incredibly dominant showing in Group A, right? Not having dropped the game to anyone, and I mean he's played damn near everybody.
我都係覺得咧，街霸個比賽部同埋宣傳部係兩個部門嚟嘅，真係完全係唔會，佢哋係完全零溝通，即係佢哋唔會去夾下比賽完之後播啊，或者比賽嘅時候播，咁啊多數都係突然之間你瞓醒有一日，平無其得一天，唔下又播 HA 啦，唔下又播呢個，即係唔下又播呢個嗰啲可能街霸下一年嗰啲比賽項目，即係你唔會 This Friday 啊，但係好似佢哋好似而家係星期四。
But he's going to have to win his next game.
And
he's going to have to hope that Kawano loses his next game. And I don't know if that's even possible considering where it's at. And I ain't going to say it's not possible.
咁啊，菲林係直情係全部都2-0。
Absolutely not right. As crossover, you just gotta control what you can control, and that's your own games, right?
咁犀利嘅咩？咁啊，卡瓦羅啊爭 crossover 同埋 GG 哈利。咁啊，即係 crossover 同哈利即係 crossover 同埋卡瓦羅邊個贏就邊個出線，邊個輸就2000美金。
The inaugural Capcom Cup with Street Fighter 6, man. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the action. It has been amazing so far.
係㗎，完全係冇溝通㗎，你哋一路級都唔打你哋。你唔止啊，連嗰個咩咁啊，第 Group 1打完㗎啦，打埋依家 Group B 就睇逼都係點樣追咯。咁啊 ，Quickson 就都係 Group B。
Huge fan of that. Thank you, Pagoda, for holding us down, and they provided the analyst couch as well during the LCQ.
睇下 Twister 咯，冇嘢做。我都係等呢個 Project L， 呢個叫 Project L。
And if you guys know anything about me, you know I'm all about collectible figures. Shoutouts to Maskaway. Storm Collectibles has brought classic and iconic gaming characters back to life with their high-quality collectible action figures. Check out the Street Fighter figures on their website.
真係正 FF7。
Because of the articulation alone, you can make them do all your favorite moves. On top of that, a lot of characters that might not be in 6 from across the world. You got Street Fighter 5 Ken.
有啊，成日見到吹拿呢阿 A 仲喺度。A 係咪真係仲係？係咪真係會仲喺度咧？
So you get a lot of opportunities to get some of your favorite characters. Make sure you check them out on the website. Let them know that I sent you. It won't get you a discount, but it puts me in good faith. With that being said, we are going to take a quick break. We got more groups. We got more Street Fighter 6. Capcom Cup 10 continues right after this break. 呢個 Rage 大會喎 ，Chaka 咪即係啱啱即係但係呢個比賽搞笑比賽，然後 Cycle 都喺度，三個 VTuber 天鬼都喺度，即係又係即係類似即係類似嗰個 CR 級啦，即係。
失憶三個蛋。諗住睇下有冇啲人係咪先試晒成個，即係成個Capcom現場嗰個 App 版本嗰個更新啊，真係乜柒都冇。呢個咩 game 嚟？佢啲畫面咧，中間呢兩個係真係主角啦，即係好明顯就隻色係唔同。Grind 係永遠都係 free edition， 即係如果你話 main grind 嘅話咧，你係唔需要買 game。呢套衫淨係可以用，一定要用 OD 轉住先可以搏。真係正！呢隻 game 咧整4年咧，我覺得呢個整咗3年呢個模組即係模組嘅調整。睇下先，新 trailer 雖然睇完都冇乜分別㗎啦，我覺得。但呢隻 game 我覺得都係，因為 tag game 咧一定係好新人勸退，嗰啲 mix up 係傻嘅一定係。除非佢個擋嘅系統好似街霸咁樣 parry 啦，如果唔係擋唔啲招係擋唔到，龍珠咁樣點擋啫呢啲？又嚟？咪食咗啦咩？咁咩懲罰遊戲啊？依家每日食一次係咪？好似一樣嘅啫，都係同一樣嘢，我嚟嘅。XKO 係咪即係 KO 2次咁解
？Minna RD, two-time Capcom Cup champion. I actually want to start things in a little unconventional place. Street Fighter League this year, you was talking a whole lot of trash. You backed it up. 4 years to you guys finally winning Street Fighter League. Tell me what that meant to you. Take me through that season for you.
That season was crazy because these teams, like, I really tried to like put up a team of people I trusted because the game is new, and it worked out.
Nah.
It worked out, and
your eyes now.
It worked out, man, and it was beautiful to see. You know, it was beautiful to see, and it was.
不如佢唔喺個 Capcom 級現場講，喺個 IGN Fan Fest 嗰度講，真係奇怪。
A young kid from the Dominican Republic, and you from the struggle. You ain't grew up with a silver spoon. What has Street Fighter done for you?
it's beyond what Street Fighter has done for me. It's not what it has done for my country, for my community.
你睇咯
A lot of money brought me out of you
係
know.
得啊
I was
Wolfgang 喺
broke,
度
but now it's giving
喺度
opportunity
試呢
to
個
everyone that's
試呢
interested in this
個
country.
喺現場
And that
試
means
呢
a lot, you
個
know,
patch，
having a positive
其
impact
他人都
in
係
where
身體
you
比
were
賽
raised in the environment that you were raised at. And
呢個咪傳説中嘅街頭霸王四，呢
meaning to my life. It's
個插
beyond
腳棋啊，
money.
呢個插腳係咪
So yeah, man.
下個版本有㗎啦？
It's all good.
呢個插腳真係當年地獄啊！真係，因為做乜鳩喺度望住，望住佢，望住幾個嘈氣。呢個又係贏大贏先面。
Good though, you know.
It is.
Okay.
You ready?
1, 2,
呢
3.
個街霸四真係好玩。當年 Super 版嗰陣時就喺度望住佢喺度插。
And people really are they're really enjoying it. You know, it's not only they have a Dominican guy there, let me watch it. But there's a lot of people that actually are starting
應該仲有啲好多
to
鳩
watch
嘢
games,
望聽
they're
到
watching
呢
videos and they're watching everybody, not only me.
You crying?
個又係呢個卡拉夫以前。卡拉夫嗰算喺相比呢啲咁嘅戇鳩招嚟講咧，呢個算正常。
You gonna call me out? Yeah, I love crying. I know you seen that.
打係咪啊？
Minna RD, you are a Batman. Ah! We don't need no water.
All right, man.
You the two-time.
佢要宣傳呢個薯片咧，我諗
Yes,
佢
sir.
That's it, bro.
即係
Thanks for, you know, having
但係菲林食薯片嗰個反而冇咗喎，又係未拉 out 啲。
nothing but
菲林之前都錄咗片㗎，
representing bandits and the
冇啦喎，搞錯啊！
The champ, Minna RD.
我最中意睇街四嘅，你竟然唔 show 多啲街四俾我睇。
And even more fire as we take a look over Hollywood, California, as we get ready for the rest
Over
of
the
the
bed.
stage. My name is Vicious here with Jammers, and take a look towards the Avalon as well.
Okay.
Oh, bang, there it is. It's been a very big pleasure to rewatch the
Button.
VOD and listen to all the hype that's been going down. Now I get to do it with you. We haven't done this since, what, Gamers 8? We haven't really been able to commentate together in 2023 or 2024.
拳腳
New co-commentators.
I noticed.
New
拳
partners.
球不嬲都係集大成遊戲嚟㗎啦。
That's it. But
What's
hey, we're
gonna be-
reunited now.
自走棋
The time where we really get to talk about the highlights of it. We have Luke's, we have
Roland
Lisa, Dalsim,
LR
Rashid.
都係咁上下。
Rashid as well.
That's true. That's actually true.
We got a nice variety in this group, which is why I extremely enjoyed it doing it with rings yesterday. But you know what? It's going to be even more hectic today because some people haven't quite been performing as much as we'd expect them to. But this is the day to do it. Sometimes
係 tag game 係玩，
即
即係以前 MVCI 嗰個啦。
Right now and check what the
不過都係揾笨。
standings are. What you thinking of this one,
呢
Vicious?
個係 tag game 全部都係揾
Out
笨
of。his mind, in my opinion. I think he's had some of the strongest reads, which actually led him to this big 2-0, and I totally understand that. But Chris Wong, man, I feel like he
冇人
has
喎，
been
冇人因為冇乜人，
to look
唔夠人咧。
for in this
咁我職業
group.
選手
Paid off nephew, very, very strong
業餘喺度
journey as well
互相互
throughout the
片，
entirety of, Group B.
咁
Big
啊
Bird, I feel like has been
即係俾
somewhat
錢
of a pickle, right? I feel like
俾
most of
錢
his
搞都
offensive
冇乜用，
pressure
乜
hasn't
用冇
really
搞。
been paying off the way that he'd like to, and he was kind of stressed out. I was talking to him about it before. I still like the way that Destroy Gods has been playing as well, and Shaka being able to represent that Dawson has been very, very strong. But I do kind of want to talk about Destroy Gods. He does have like the right ways to play his guile
Yes.
overall, and I'm actually very curious to see what changes he's made going in from day 1 into day 2.
That's going to be pretty interesting as well. Just going back on Big Bird real quick, he actually got his only game out of the way yesterday. So now from this day onwards and tomorrow, it's going to be 2 games.
希望啦，因為其實頭第四有100萬啦，已經有即10萬美金差唔多，4.5入就300萬。如果你邊度出鋪就第4就2攞，就即係好快到嘅第4、第3、第3、第4。但係下面出鋪就4000、8000萬幾咁樣，即係個獎金差好遠。
Could this be the turnaround? Now we see Marisa on there as a character, but this group, I was speaking with Big Bird before the whole tournament
Big
started,
Bird
and he did mention
輸得個原因啫，因為佢扭。
played in the vast majority. Statistically speaking, there's only one game where he'd use the Marisa, but he could use Marisa here.
輸係冇其他原
Because he
因。
might need to actually strike fear his opponents instead of going by paper.
Yeah, you talk
不過
about
始終呢個遊戲得2個人出線，一個 winner 一個 loser。你輸1鋪都，你輸1鋪已經係 loser 出線個邊緣，輸2鋪直成係歐啫。
But what happens? Oh, it's going to
所以佢唔可以再輸
Yeah,。and if
that makes
anything,
sense.
he could have seen what happened yesterday with Dookie and Mr. Crimson to get a good
Yes.
idea, and he's
即係佢
exceptional.
咁啊，差啲鏟到個波啊嘛，差少少。咁啊 watch 佢，咁啊見到對面浮空咧就可以搏招。咁啊呢個打 parry 嘅呢個，嘣嘣，誒咁啊吹啊！
Well shot there.
so tricky. Shaka
誒印度佬，
this is going to be great now. He gets
點知後邊撞 放拳嘅壓制 ，Yoga Flame， 咁啊踢風再捲過去，咁啊呢個重轉啦，咁啊可以加一嘅，咁啊 TC 踢風，跟住之後再搏招，咁啊 Mitty 嘅中段啦，咁啊但係都俾人擋到，咁就俾人擋翻轉頭啦，得。 用到中腳截咗個 flush 2次添，都幾傷。哎呀，爭啲可以搏到。咁啊，後中腳打到個 rush， 然後就印度佬就一個 combo， 咁懟入咗 Big Bird 啦。跳咁啊，唔俾跳，所以 parry 成功，咁就我輕橋截到對面個 tennis 啊。咁啊，今次用個反翻轉頭啦。如果唔係，咁啊個風又 cover 咗個。 咁啊加 film 啊，但係呢個位其實 V 反都冇乜意思，夠咁啊用個 level 2燒對面 level 2，但係嗰個即係其實都係俾人打翻轉頭。咁啊打個，喂咗錯 combo， 咁啊用中啊要唔好用錯。 咁啊做個 reset 添，咁陰濕嘅。話 parry 唔 parry 喎，就等咗個波之後再行。咁啊再 parry 嘅時候俾人用個頭攻擊去壓擠，包閃1-0啊！咁啊會唔會轉埋 Lisa？
That's going to be tough, all right? We were talking about that. We prefaced the matchup with that. We were thinking he was going to go with the Marisa pick, but even him starting with the Rashid was a little bit dicey. And that's the kind of matchup I feel like he would much rather play. And now he's
你諗轉唔轉？嚟傾電話啦喺度，唔知係咪有個 headphone 喺度講嘢？收到密令，用定唔用？堅持定留低？用啊！
That Rashid has to approach. Shaka actually shut them all down pretty comfortably, right? And he practices with Dookie, so he was kind of prepared for this matchup with Rashid.
Now imagine
if he's going to catch him, if he's going to have to catch him by surprise, I think he's going to have to pick Marisa. But this is a different challenge, another tall order.
I feel like, yeah, for
呢種 Rashid 都好打嘅，其實你唔即係轉唔轉都，即係其實 Rashid 好打啲，但係買啲手可能會熟啲，咁啊搞唔得，買 Rashid 算，相信。
So he's got to be careful charging whirlwind shots because he doesn't want to. You don't want to allow Dowson free teleports into free pressure and into Oki. He might need to be a bit more militant around.
我有 OD 火，咁啊對手離咗地啦，咁啊嗰個 Yoga Film 就 Wash 嘅 Yoga Film 就 Wash 嘅後中期就 Jungle， 因為 Yoga Film 就搏到招，一開波冇咗勁痛，其實幾多 Yoga Film 勁痛嚟啊嘛，因為個燒好似冇咗1/3血㗎，勁大力嗰個 Yoga Film， 因為爭啲，因為最強 Shimi 啊，打空氣跟住對面就跟住簡單，又中，再 level 1，哇9角啦呢度，咁啊再繼續 Yoga Fire 阿仔。 後閃咁啊，避一避先，唔理啦，搏走佢。但係呢個係 burn 到自己啊，要呢位有啲難捱呢個。哦，捱得到咁啊，對手接近你之前打，因為如果你 burn out 咗咧，你只要唔好俾對手掂到咧，其實對手嗰個 burn out 嗰個不利係，即係其實同冇分別嘅。咁啊後閃，但係因為對手夾硬攞吉，哦又起下，咁啊埋牆啦。 Mitty 嘅因為打頭2集啦，下中拳 Mitty 定係，因為 parry 成功，但係2 hit 嘅呢個，咁就搏呢個靚嘅 set up 波拳前中拳再踢腹，呢個中下段2、3集成功執到，咁啊後搭咁啊 reset 我都會啊，咁啊呢個鏟就因為 burn out 就加嘅應該，哦咁啊唔係 jungle 啊，所以就搏冇招，因為俾阿印度佬追翻佢，會唔會 impact 咧？咁就唔會俾佢出翻嚟啊！ 爭啲鏟到佢，但係都係爭啲即係唔得。咁啊，應該有機會截到啊！哎呀，如果你用中拳有機會截到，我覺得呢個起動10幾添，機會得咯。係我覺得啦，如果唔得即刻飛上天。不過一定係好過順移之後俾人打仆街。咁啊，火後，呢個jungle啦，就嚟咗一次呢個下面 ，stream 到。 我踢埋，再 OD 升，咪有啲咁啊，再嚟一次，咁啊隻手壞咗啦，夠咁啊偷 impact， 咁就但係佢冇俾資源，應該有機會殺到我覺得，咁啊行後 Shimi， 跟住之後俾維斯一個下重拳 Q 咗。
multiple throw baits back to back. We're starting to see a slight weakness from Shaka.
The tricky thing but interesting about this matchup is everything's mostly decided in the corner.
有呢個風又可以加強個前跳個距離，但係最後都係俾印度一個中拳打翻落嚟。獨個剔夫，咁啊加添。呢個踢風就輸贏打前跳嘅呢個。咁啊，仲有一個前打 Mitty 嘅中段，但係 Mitty 過龍啦，擋一下之後再升。咁啊，做個打，但係失敗咗啊！咁啊，勾閃，咁啊，對面用個波拳，唔知係咪想截你個 turn？ 鏟到對面個放波，然後就 match point 啦。呢個確反喎叫。咁啊，最強 Shimmy。咁啊 level 2啊，咁啊又呢個 C 都係踩住揾食，咁啊有啲早喎，又覺得你企到個風應該唔會掂到你，掂咗對面，但係個風係個判定係打到傻嘅，咁啊應該 impact 噶啦，始終係 level 1係等死嘅呢個位，嘣前中拳再做個3擲，打到下段，咁啊死咗啦，哦甩 combo， 咁啊大鑊啦，咪變咗。係咪變咗琴日嗰個阿 Day2 Kelvin 嗰個悲劇出現？哦唔使，咁啊最後都係俾人一個 combo 打死咗。逼不2-1追翻。加入燈火，加入一課好勁，加入都係燈火嘅，不過要比氣嘅，好似都係密着加2，佢都係加2嘅，都唔係密着。睇空食煙平 ，Day2 都係 super parry 啊，唔好意思。Cam 嗰個印度佬應該 S 個就係因為佢嗰個你插嘅 Day2，跟住同埋呢個，跟住同埋嗰個同埋嗰個頭嗰個壓制。印度佬個大係之後鏟係 Mitty 鏟嚟啊嘛，又係加 feel。Dawson and whatever he wants to do with really oppressive offense, right? You want to make sure that you don't even give them a chance to play and keep all your strings tight. 印度嗰仲多過 Kimberly， as ambiguous as possible. So I think you see that as a testament to Big Bird and his layered offense. You're trying to look at what Shaka is forced to do on defense more often than not. And I think that's the only way to really prevail over Dawson.
Well, I think the perfect parries were super successful for Shaka.
都唔係嘅。依家啲人印度佬，印度佬越講越勁。以前一開波覺得 Impact Parry 係打到印度佬呱呱聲 ，Impact 到個長手或者嗰啲咁嘅長 Parry 個長手就俾人冰，跟住即係俾人確翻。但係依家啲人就唔用重攻擊，用重攻擊。你 Parry 我睇。之後發現啦，原來即係原來係即係睇嚟講就你空機會用大過你車速，即係啲人就開始覺得印度佬好似有越嚟評價越嚟越高。如果下季改版勁咧，有改版再改強咧，印度佬其實可以去翻中上。依家喺底啊嘛，但係又即係即使冇改都好似越嚟越勁。冇以前講到咁差，一開頭就差。開頭係啊，唔好用啲太長嘅手，用啲中地嘅得。你勁啊，印度佬！你見啲印度佬，即係你見啲印度佬即係喺標級都幾多印度佬嘅，即係都即係一定多過，可能再上都。即係高，即係去到滑雪個 T 啊！冇升，呢隻 game 冇升係撚死嘅。佢缺點咪就係冇升咯。印度佬下個俾個Yoga up 得級俾佢。咁啊 ，Destroy 哥對 Lanvy 啦。
Damn confident with this guy, I feel like. He got shook up in the game 1 when I was watching the VODs, but in game 2 he was really starting to get comfortable with what he wanted to do, especially with someone like Chris Wong, who's very comfortable in that CQC range or the mid-range game. But Nephew, I feel like he can be a offensive.
近打現代有冇反應啊？見到個長手星啊？即係我覺得係得嘅，但係你基本上你除咗你全神貫注咁報住咧， 其實你咩都做唔到啦，其實有冇輕人都升咗出嚟。
You're talking about in the lot, like the character select.
Yeah, character select. That's just me personally. But the interesting thing is here, Destroy God to me is the.
咦，非要乜意思喎？有啲人嚟升嗰啲升長手，咁個重腳就成磅，哇！一開波前跳，哇！阿 Lampy 都幾 friend 嘅，三拳咁樣就打一個跳入打三拳。哦，咁啊放個 Berry 俾人打，咁啊解得。放波，印度都可以即係軍都可以用個前重腳避 Julie 個波，一個後打。再跳咁啊，喂！但係夾硬打爆軍我哋好，咁啊 Julie 嗰個踩頭係又係弱智，升都升唔係好升到嘅。而家頭頂嘢踩落去咧，嗰個角度喺隻頭頂好難做。後跳啊行後食咗個波，但係冇事。咁啊講唔切個 Sonic Break。咁啊繼續喺度放波喺度啊，跟住之後就食咗腳刀，我啊升翻嚟啊 Lampy， 踢咁啊再用下段，哎呀哇咁樣跌向升有計啊，咁啊不過識呢個道服玩家100年功力，咁啊 Lampy 好似上一季用冰女嘅，都唔係好錯升，呢季又有升又坐得幾好嘅。咁啊，下中腳下中腳之後升又腳分到限定㗎啦。好少角色係可以下中腳打完對手之後再分，唔係 cancel 嘅情況下升。將軍隊都冇得 cancel。咁啊，俾晒所有資源咗level 3啦，都幾一面倒。但係呢個 Destroy God 打 Chris 就打得幾好。打 Lampy 又好似冇打機咁。
I think having that initial risk-taking read of jumping in really sets the pace a lot. Then you're stuck in
This is it. He has a very domineering presence, and I think his fundamentals at the highest level, Nephew, is something that a lot of people don't admire as much as I'd like them to. But what people have done against Destroy Gods, and Nephew actually exhibited that well in that match, is they constantly get him to move and use normals where they'll trade, and he's kind of second-guessing, doing certain things in trepidation. Again, I want him to be a little bit more aggro, a little bit more confident in his offensive gameplay. The patience is.
一開波今次又唔會俾你一開波跳啦 ，Lampy 都係唔會你一開波跳，因為其實咧軍佬，因為一開波咧喺度 ready 揮嘅中間咧，其實軍佬可以儲氣 ，DJ 軍佬都係，所以啲人好中意咧一揮就識得 Sonic Boom，因為儲氣啦嘛。咁啊啲人所以調翻轉對手就一開波跳，因為呢個係二炸嚟嘅，如果你一冇儲氣咧。就係一個，即係佢要拳腳對空，就會輸呢個飛腳，呢個可以同你賭呢個跳人。當然啦，傷我擋咗個飛腳之後就俾人扣反啦，但係中咗就可以攞個 lockdown 同埋攞個咁樣嘅壓制，即係對喺 Julie 角度嚟講係好吸引嘅。咁啊 ，Lampy 賭中嗰兩個飛腳之後就 match point 啦。perfect 咁啊，成功掃到對面個Sonic Break，再一個前搭推埋牆 ，rush 之後就 rush 過去，盡量埋身啦。如果唔係嘅話，喂呢個哎呀冇地波，我應該可以升添。我嘅佢就嚟咧，反波佢之後就 carry 嘅啦，我相信。因為次次都撳下中腳，見到佢分啦。咁啊地波，始終有地波就唔會同人吹嗰個Sonic Boom。咁就放完波之後要擋啦，要擋即係代表 Julie 可以買佢啦。呢個咁嘅死人，呢個咁嘅神腳，你見到啊咁啊中段死咗啦應該，boom 咁啊握手。見到。咁啊，基本上擋唔識擋中段，因為死咗啦。我見到死得直落。
Either way, Destroy Gods, he's still got a couple more games to play. I'm still looking forward to seeing how he's going to adapt even further because he has the potential in him. We've seen that in a very close set against Chris Wong.
Well, his other match.
Julie 我覺得街6係一直，即係由街5開始嘅搞笑角色。街4就好似街5、街6開始搞笑角色嘅，得閒出嚟鳩下，但係又好似同主線冇乜關係。 好啊，呢啲咁嘅呢啲過場位，快啲完，入正題最緊要。不如 Chris On 喎下場。呢個跳呢個踩頭戇鳩，你對唔即係對唔到。你跳，因為判定勁咧，你一跳就俾人，一腳踢翻落嚟啦，跳唔切，你空打都唔得。跟住之後你擋又係加票，不過好有好在佢唔可以 combo 咯，一打就死，一打就瞓低。好似可以，你可以教對面着咩 skin 嘅，即係如果你打 rank 嘅話 ，online 你可以教嘅，即係你唔一定要，即係你唔使睇佢咩 skin， 你教你睇嘅 skin。即係我未教過啦，但係有。打 offline， 我鬥用我 account， 我冇買。
This is kind of tough. You have to think of 3 different options at once. You're a pro player, but it's still really difficult for any level.
Of course, I totally agree.
即場課金，我真人着俾你睇好冇？仲有公仔衫打。好啦，冠軍戰啊，贏咗就 win 出庫啦，應該。公仔 skin， 我有 Splatoon， 好似有 Splatoon 嗰個公仔，嗰兩皮嘢，嗰兩皮竹鬚。
Oh, you in another first attempt?
Another first attempt. I love playing this guy, and he's so humble. He'll play anyone. The patience.
好啦 ，Chris On 贏就應該就 win 出庫，不過呢堆人仲要過 Big Bird 咯。Big Bird 有時 Big Bird 雖然戰績不好，但係你都要即係佢打 Chris On 就會全力以赴咯。除非 Big Bird 卡 Q 啦，再如果一夜嘅話就你就冇乜心機打啦，應該。
It really does for both of these characters. But one thing is for certain, Chris Wong's simple and effective approach is what really intimidates players. But I will say, disparaging his decision making.
哇 ，Pay 個波啦，踢呢個確反有機會，係 Chris On 唔敢搏，見到阿龍珠已經撳定個下中拳啦，你一哦。都話呢個 mon 有問題，被撈啲又甩，跟住啱啱嗰啲阿 Jo 又甩，咁啊埋長撳啊，見到佢都知 feel 到你喺度，哎呀，啲疏啲聲真係扭技，咁啊我強烈建議用下重拳先，不過我知，嚟啦下重拳，後避咗個搭換邊啊，哎呀做咩唔搭？令佢嚟睇住佢 parry 啦，好想，parry， 咁啊 level 2啊，咁啊 level 1都得，可以 level 2，咁啊啱啱抌上天，即係抌上前抌上天再 level 1應該都死。不過我諗又係啱啱甩咗 combo 佢自信心大創。其實呢啲突擊場，我覺得你每一次儲 level 嗰個反波拳咧，我都會撳個煙屏，我唔耍你。哎呀，咁啊太遲啦個 counter hit， 因為想睇到 counter hit 之後先撳咧，已經遲啦。咁啊入嘅話。埋場操碌遊戲呢個全遊戲最好玩嘅嘢，基本上呢場嘅對戰就係 keep on confirm 錯，直 level 3 full loop 之後 up 升擋埋死咗，咁啊行後達到啊呢個應該係啦，咁啊求其攞個進攻先，疏於鏡，哎呀咁樣用下中腳，因為佢覺得。佢唔會攻擊啊！落地仲下種腳擺 BT， 跟住之後食咗個插腳。哎呀，真用呢個方法嚟過。咁啊 ，Chris 雙拳又打中啦。人未有 level 3啊，始終冇計。咁啊，前搭一下死。Chris 雙又係咪用雙立中拳做那些動作？咁啊，就嚟埋牆咯！我勸你唔好埋牆啦，你諗埋個 impact 好辛苦噶。你不如，咁啊白白，食咗個中段，咁啊隨時嚟啦 impact， 呢啲鹹濕仔應該會 reset 噶。有啲暈，呢個後達真係，呢個係唔係有啲係終極有啊？ 呢個後打可能值10萬嘅呢個後打，最少。
2 whole sequences to force the guess also with that safe jump. I think I've
至少值2000蚊咯，一定。邊係出布魯呢？出布就係根據因為呢個後打而出現。咁啊後跳啦，咁啊避咗個地波先，因為始終都係危險嘅。咁啊 Julie 個波係一個地波，咁啊唔會同 Luke 嗰個波 trade 嘅。咁啊呢個畫面都大家都見到，咁就 Julie 想空對空，你見到 Luke 嗰個波係穩笨嘅，咁啊呢個冇計啦，呢個食咗個波。哎呀，爭啲贏啦！呢個真係。見到爭少少打到起波，咁啊又係呢個 combo， 咁啊一下啦呢度 ，Julie 起上用跳中拳打，但係 Chris 冇打咧就唔會中嘅下，跟住之後用 counter 打落去，咁啊打 Big Bird 打 Big Bird 嗰陣時，佢用呢個方法打死個 Big Bird， 哇，埋出咁啊哎呀，唔知係咪得㗎呢個其實我唔係好知喎。可能得啦，喂，咁啊 Punish Counter， 咪買出嚟，再嚟個，打到，咁啊未死嘅，因為未夠氣 level 3，但係我出 level 2 ，Parry，OK， 有計。長仔有計。
Waltz out of this group. He has turned Group B into his stomping ground, and he made this spare kick look like he picked up the game 2 days ago.
咁啊3-0啦，佢最難打嗰場都過咗啦。咁依家佢坐底出線咯，問題係出上邊定出下邊？佢即使因為大家都因為呢一鋪入邊佢係差唔多4燈3燈4燈咧，得失球都贏好多。所以即使佢輸Big Bird都好咧，佢個得失球都可能會冠軍出線，所以 Winner 出線都安條打有理啊嘛，冇啦，陣間係咯，即係陣間就 Big Bird 打 Lanfi， 之後Destroy God 打 Shaka， 所以。即係 Chris Wall 而家好着數。下中拳，下中拳，佢個下中拳點知食100萬啊？冇啦。
Even the mind game at the end with the safe jump.
不過3-0
He just backdashed when other people might neutral jump. Some people might even commit to a reversal if it's that intense.
咁啊 Chris Wall 耍咗 Shaka， 打 Destroy God， 爭 Navy 同 Big Bird， 呢幾難打，呢個最難打呢兩個咯，同埋 Destroy 同埋阿不利啦，咁呢3個 Shaka 同 Destroy God 就易打嘅，咁啊 Navy 同 Big Bird 都有挑戰。Parry 係唔係好關得閒就撳下啦，呢 Parry 本身都唔係睇住撳㗎啦。
Big Bird and Nephew going head to head. Now the question is, will it still be the Rashid? What are your thoughts on that, Cameras?
He can't pick Mariza here.
一批就黃金，梗係有啦。呢個世界邊有獎金係冇水抽？除非你 local 人有啲機會唔抽。但 local 係調翻轉係年尾政府抽你稅咯，唔係即場抽。
Depending on who he faces, but then once you go by that, now you've got to snipe out how the player is utilizing the drive gauge and their super meter, right? There's so much more priority on how the player is playing neutral and the utilization.
Lanfi 同 Big Bird 係啊，
He's going to do it.
I was going to pick your brain a little bit because technically you.
其實應該
You were a slight jury main for a bit, then you saw Rashid like, you know what, I'm going to play this character. I wanted to know.
哦，即係點啊？即係有2條 HDMI 線，或者一條 HDMI 線分2條，而唔係先去一個 mon 再另一個 mon。咁就如果呢個對決咧 ，Big Bird 輸 ，Big Bird 輸就 Big Bird 就已經冇乜心機打啦，之後。其實有時我覺得 Evo 嗰個 mon 最好咧，一個 mon 打晒。 幾好啊，我覺得。即使不利，即使窒啊，或者有啲嘢唔，即係一定係公平咯，大家都窒就公平。大家都可以睇大家制啫嘛，睇制都係隔 game 其他嘅要素。我哋唔會 test 啊，咁你哋唔會 test 啊。
If Marisa had better backwards walk speed, she'd have some of the best whiff punishing game
no doubt.
in the game.
係吧？
She can actually clip a lot of people, stand heavy, stand
咁啊，呢個對決就龍珠就打死咗佢啦，唔知今次會點？敵風冇呢個神腳 ，parry 到。依家啲人教咧，Marisa 6衝就邊平啦，一定有冇重拳嘅。咁啊又飛一腳，跟住之後再食咗個地波。咁啊見到啊 Big Boy 開始就啲必殺技攞法，都唔係。咁啊 parry 咗對面嗰個拳腳，跟住再，又冇擋到就，大力啦。咁啊應該都同死冇分別㗎啦依家。哇！草包再用重拳，基本上都唔係好理中唔中㗎啦，後邊啲攻擊。挑，但係俾人識。咁啊，哎呀！呢個慘啊，但係 Big Boy 用個 TC 再死鏡頭。咁啊，再用個重拳壓制嘅時候，俾人 level 1救翻出去。慘啊！食咗個書面，哇！起上場呢個唔係一 film 喎，老友，爭啲。咁啊，夾硬令到對面 burn out， 但係 burn out 情況下你唔壓制都唔好意思。放波升到啊！呢個追到啊，因為 Julie 嗰個哇自己跳入去，咁啊大鑊啦！佢跳翻出嚟嘅時候俾阿 Big Bird 一嘢 TC。唔俾換邊，然後一個正頭埋尾。唔會轉角噶啦。哇！如果 Lanfy 輸就 Lanfy 輸就到 Lanfy 打 Quizzo 冇乜心機。啊，即係個前打，打空氣一齊。Parry 成功，咁呢隻 game 咪減2又 pair 唔 pair 嘅，減3都係。咁啊前跳跟住就做個搭對面解到打啊！哇攞法呢個咧，因為有地波就即係即使好安全咯，但係調翻轉就係如果你冇3格咧，其實係即係即使打中都冇回報，不過冇咯，應該死咗啦咁。level 1。咁啊挑，但係呢個踩頭踩唔到佢，咁啊俾 Duper 一個輕拳 punch counter。咁啊想搭，但係 Julie 行後避咗佢，應該會 level 1咧，已經俾氣啊！之前俾氣好似冇手，哎呀又解搭，隻手壞咗啦好似。前搭，咪起上救到啊！咁啊再屈住佢阿仔，哎呀想打一個大襟，想用呢個打解答，哎呀練下 combo 先啊 Big Bird， 我大鑊，唔緊要，神腳可以未雖然 train 但係對手少血啲，係咪成功 kill 咗對手啦？咁啊但係 Big Bird 嘅 match point 啊依家係，咁啊飛過去嘅時候咧又俾人識，前中拳打到對手之後就可以搏招，咁啊呢個就輕拳打翻推翻出去先啦。又打中，仲有一個後打將對手打去板邊啊！重拳打中，再俾人搏招，踢，咁啊開個 level 2先，咁啊對手唔反啦，唔反就即係報唔到佢個反，佢 parry 成功之後就攞個落單，安跳，咁啊再跳對面唔升，後跳咁啊俾一避個地波先。喂，咁啊成功打對手，但係喂呀俾跳打中，再食咗個前打 ，Lanfy 轉翻鋪啊！唔轉角，咪後位已經炸落地啦。哦，確反啦！哇，有啲勢力啊，直接中鋒擊，應該可以中鋒確反，但係可能我唔知，可能唔得，我唔係好記得，估唔到呢隻。哦，死咗啦！就一個 Marisa Run 廿秒解決。對到空啊！呢個大嘅呢個草爆，咁啊中咗波頭，然後就一個落單，咁啊起上又鳩，咁啊好似暫時仲未見到 Lancy 嗰呢佢一鳩係失敗，反而唔中意使用呢份一鳩。咁啊中咗個地波咁就可以搏照啦，俾啲 Santa 個有段時間大增，咁啊拉翻遠少少，咁啊 Perry 咗對面個撞。呢個撞唔係應該擴反嘅，咁啊就嚟死啦佢，再中波頭，咁啊死咗啦。輕拳 level 2成功 KO 對手，咁啊逼2比1成功 KO 咗 Lancy 啦。Because at this point he needs to. It can't all be just about what happens on paper. He needs to really strike fear and target the player's mental state. And Marisa is an excellent example of that. 咁啊，個 Marisa 係就係啲基本上大力出奇蹟嘅角色嚟㗎嘛，你得你個角色嚟，你大力就有奇蹟出現。As we take a look, I mean, his adaptations overall to what Nephew wanted to do on offense is pretty well. And his movement choices, too, have been really, really hard to predict. Like some of the slight walkbacks, getting away with some of the whiff throws as well, and then trying to determine whether or not she's going to melee the hell out of you is, I feel like, the hardest part when it comes to facing off against Marisa. So what you do after the block, right? I'm surprised at how much Nephew woke up with level 1 and reversals, to be honest, especially. 最後啦，咁啊，下一場就應該係又係啲表演賽，兩個冇機會出線嘅人喺度打交。You just basically give her a free 40% upwards there as well. But hey, if we flip it on its head, Big Bird kind of had to do the same thing because delayed tech wasn't quite working out. Parry worked more successfully in block strings than it did on wake up there. And I did identify it as well. It's like, look, if you go to that well too often and rely on throws, Nephew will close it out there. But then as he switched it up and got confident over time, it got a lot better for him. And that was beautiful. We see a couple of guys. Chris Wong did it as well. He ducked it. But I like that the players at the top level, they're identifying, they're really snuffing out and taking it with their where they think Jury will. 即係佢哋冇嗰個，即係佢哋係冇嗰個第3、第4、第5就都係同一個名字，即係睇個獎金，所以係真係打嚟打去冇分別，差咁多錢，最多可以俾你即係寫 CV 嗰陣時寫高啲名次咯。Dude, I love the Rodrigo trade with the fireball. I might have to lab that a little bit later. I'm pretty fond of that, so I want to take notes on that because I'm always trying to be studious. Further out, trying to like react to it. Yeah, I'm always trying to be studious at this game and learn something new, especially like with yourself, Ringe, and the rest of the guys here. Because again, the more we learn now, the easier it will be later down the line. Especially with this patch coming up. You know what it is. But hey, listen, that was fun. But we've got one more match for you guys coming in Group B, and this one. You can call it blood pumping, but it's actually crucial in terms of statistics. Okay. These guys need the dubs here, and we're going to show it on the screen right now. It will be Destroy God going up against Shaka 22. 所以係我唔知大家做乜嘅，但係 group stage 就係咁噶啦。即係去到呢啲位，有時可能即係其實好奇怪，你第一日打同第3日打係，即係個人係可以爭好遠。即係可能佢開隻鳩過出嚟喺度屈，喺度操都得，因為真係贏嘅都冇分別。True. Now I have the pleasure of watching Mr. Crimson go at it with Rainpro. 但係如果有個人係打呢啲人咧，佢哋又要即係贏就出線，輸就出局嗰啲咧，跟住拉你一齊去死啊！I said this with Ringe yesterday. Lancy 好似都係輸一煲啫嘛，輸逼不？如果未打 Q 龍輸，大家都輸一煲，逼不同埋 Lancy 輸一煲，咁啊邊個贏到 Q 係邊個出線？咁我都輸咪睇嗰個咪逼不出線咯，除非逼不或者 Lancy 輸咗呢兩個人啦。另計啦，我話放波，但係冇做到嗰個咁啊，其實放波，基本上佢兩個袋攻擊之後咧，得快撳掣，啊基本 combo 啦，再放 Yoga Fire 去牽制。Perfect 波 放波。咁啊爭啲就可以打中，不又插中，咁啊點啊？再插落去，再打個 combo， 再喐加 flip KO 咗，咁啊基本上即係印度佬唔係好，我覺得佢嗰有啲時係唔識打印度佬，都係揀嚟咁樣就，但係啲拳腳入唔夠堅。好快啊！好快！ 好快啊！又喺度噴。好，跟住就 cut 到一下之後就 level 1啦，再放波。喂，成功用個鏟到對面咯，但後閃咁啊防對面 first hit。哇，靚！打落去。咁啊，Day2博，跟住就對面冇打翻轉頭咧，咁就哇拍中添，仲要拍中就痛啊呢個。咁啊 level 2出埋，但係未死嘅。咁啊再放個火，對面有 parry 喺度，即係唔好咁，即係唔好咁傷。成功用個中拳冇見到走，咁啊完全係 feel 到係軍佬係 fit 下。To work with there, and Shaka comfortably takes that game 1 going into game 2.
It's so awkward for a guy to kind of like inch forward.
防波，再防波。
Let your Sonic Booms kind of do most of the talking majority of the time, but it really hasn't been the case. He hasn't found his comfort zone.
呢個鏟就唔係 Mitty 啦，咁啊爭啲。哇，想打落去，但係唔知係咪對面加太多啦。喂，唔係爭啲，因為空中用放咗個 fire 咁樣，令到佢嗰個我哋時間短啲、長啲咁就唔會踩落個波車度。爆！咁啊撞波咁啊俾對面升，佢行埋去，夠煙劈落去先，因為始終都係 burn 嬲咗啦，咁啊撳我先做。喂，呢個可以呢個 combo， 但係即係冇乜回報。哇，咁都確反，呢個有啲可能重啊，真係揀無限。Mitty 嘅鏟再 level 1，咁啊繼續壓制，會唔會煙劈落去啊？我哋一定會煙劈，我唔打你。 哇！搶制添 ，OK 死咗啦。咁啊放火就 set up， 然後再俾個 rush 攻 kill 對手。好，等埋燈閃、燈浮空咁就避咗個波，之後再 combo， 再放個火，再做壓制。如果攞咗個 lock 單，後閃避一避，放火，再放火，俾人大跳成功。哎呀！但係軍佬冇做到嗰個拳腳 combo， 反而成放咗 slip break， 但係最後都係俾軍佬打到個下段攻擊之後再放腳刀，打中中段，但係好似唔係 rush 嘅中段，即係完咗。之後就印度佬又開始做呢啲咁嘅嘢啦。呢個向上噴火係加嘅，所以就攞嚟做壓制好勁，密着添仲要。咁啊軍佬又搶到一個攻擊之後就搏 level 3。我繼續用呢個燈飛去避波，同埋睇下點打先。咁啊鬥放火。痛啊！俾隻嘢劈死咗。好咁啊，睇下 Destroy God 可唔可以攞到一鋪先啊？定係慘死？咁啊後中嘅打中，但係冇 rush 啊！對空，同埋呢個對空其實係即係印度佬嘅對空，印度佬後中其實係一個即係 look 個 level 嘅，係基本上一撳就對空，可以勁。橫燈閃。再咁重拳睇下拍唔拍中對手。自己 burn 到自己，啱到都 burn 到好大鑊㗎，個鏟都係加嘅，呢個又係加，求其插都係加嘅，鬼死即係好絕對，又係加嘅啫。咁啊，但係有 level 3，但係印度佬未 level 3都冇 level 1喎。好咁又踩波車，見到踩波車就搏埋 level 1啦，唔好煩。咁啊想出得逼出你之前咧，俾個科打中，咁啊坐一次鳩落去有冇計？哦，鳩中啊！咁啊， 但係 burn out 完咗啦，咁就想用個 Yoga Fire 出嘅都冇用，之後就俾個長手打個下段 Q 咗啦。好，恭喜呢個表演賽打完啦。唔係印度打咗啦，第一日。爭 Lanvy， 第一日 Lanvy 輸咗 Chris 咩？唔係打印度佬咩？記錯咩？睇翻個表先。可能我記錯。係喎，打咗啦噃。係噃。sorry 啊，我記錯，即係佢爭呢隻印度佬同埋Big Bird。
Ask him to do any more. A couple of missed space slides, not a problem. Right, you're one round up, you're one game up, you were confident to even wake up at level 2 at one point. A couple of missed space slides, can't be too finicky about that.
I'm not gonna lie to you, man. When it comes to matchups like these, how often do you get to really dissect the guile in comparison to a dull sim, right?
True. Can't complain there as well, and then that was a guaranteed stun. I think he could have.
咁啊，打完啦，咁啊 B group， 之後到 C group DCQ 對東奇。咁啊 Crimson 對都之類啊嘛，有 Cammy 睇。
Splurging his drive gauge as opposed to what Shaka was doing. Again, Shaka was trying to keep him away, get the conversions. Destroy Gods was trying to get in, force some pressure, and because of how elusive Dalsum can be, it was just difficult to kind of maintain that, and he was in burnout more than what he's used to being, so really unfortunate there for Destroy Gods. Well played, Shaka 22.
Going into it, man, I'm really excited. This was like the do or die moment for a lot of these players in Day 2. That's how it usually goes. I was talking to Sajin about that earlier, but I feel like Shaka, he's in a really interesting place in the standings, if I'm not mistaken. If you could take a look at that in a little bit.
Yeah, we will have a look at that because he didn't have a good day yesterday, but again, he can turn this around. Now, I believe he's had 2 games today, which means tomorrow he has only got the 1. So his results, his destiny is not in his hands no more. It's going to be somewhere else. That is what the group is looking like. Remember, it's only 2.
好啦，見到啦，個正其實真係最緊要就係嗰個加減。咁 Chris Wong 輸一鋪都可以邊度出線。個加減即係佢要殺即係佢要殺Shaka， 佢要殺得夠狠，所以就一定出邊度出線。好，咁啊之後又係播廣告同埋下場。下場咩打咩？下場咪 DCQ 打東奇咯。Group C 第一場。
Well, the big thing here is Big Bird Nephew and Despair King have the same wins. No, sorry. Big Bird and Despair King have the same wins and losses there. Now it's going to be definitely on round differential or game differential, yeah. So going into that final group day tomorrow, Day 3, these guys have...
It's going to be a slaughterhouse. I feel like we got that tomorrow as well, right?
They got to be more mentally ready than physically ready again. Because at the end of the day, listen, you could be fantastic today and then you could be like not. You could be subpar tomorrow. So it's pretty rough. But hey, I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
I hear you. But overall, you know, it's been a really, really great way to see all of the action kind of unfold. We started off with the LCQ, and speaking of which, we actually had a big partner with us with SteelSeries, providing all of the headsets for the players. You know, some of the pro players have won more prize money using the SteelSeries gear than any other brand, and this week they're going to help a player become a millionaire with that life-changing money. And I still can never get used to saying that as someone from the FGC. Someone's about to become a millionaire through the help of SteelSeries.
Insane to see. Now, I do a lot of clothes shopping. I've gotten better at it. And one of the places I visit is Uniqlo. I'm actually wearing one of their t-shirts right now, and I always eulogize their wardrobe. But I got word from the voice of reason that they've given us a little surprise. Check out this video.
Mini game 話係咩 mini game 好啊？人中之龍啊！呢個咩嚟㗎？呢個係 Twitch 啲廣告。 Uniqlo 係定係嗰啲 Uniqlo 啊？唔係 Uniqlo 嗰啲衫。有冇開啊？邊度開機撳下先？國慶戰隊有童年回憶係咪？不斷啲係好笑。日度小義冇，好似冇玩過 story mode。
So, Uniqlo is in an all development. They are developing a new game called UT Adventure. It's to celebrate the launch of the Capcom 40th UT. Now, if you couldn't tell, this is an action shopping game. I'm not well versed in that, but I think I might try it after watching that video there. And it consists of 3 stages in which the main character, UTA, aka Yuta, fights against aliens in the Uniqlo store. How about that? With stage 1 being a collaboration with the good old street.
有問題啦，好似 freeze 咗喺度。
Today, you can enjoy playing the game on Uniqlo websites all over the globe. Please enjoy a trial of stage 1. Now, the crazy thing is, there's something else I got to read, but I don't like the way that I'm doing my job and you ain't doing it. So,
U 記我覺得係似係
似
係睇個即係買張畫嘅喺度嗰啲神。覺得抵咪抵？真係即係明 cat fans 似，即係唔係即係。
More or less, yeah. I'm
你咪
pretty
cap 咯咁樣啦，真係。
That's your fault. You're not supposed. You wanted to play. For me, it's work and play, but for you, it's just too much. You know, give it. Come on, man. I've been to way more Uniqlo stores than you have in your lifetime. I got this. I got this.
I know. Okay. Anyway, while I kind of figure out how good or bad I am at video games, and I know that he sucks, what we are going to do is we're going to argue during the esports break. Give us about 5 minutes. We're going to transition over to Group C matches. Stop playing the game. See you soon.
Wow, back up.好似自從好似啱啱出嗰陣時玩咗10分鐘嘅冇，不過我見個衣服着 pad 咧年年都喺度擺檔喺度，即係攞嚟鳩下幾開心。App 杯，我諗緊唔知下次係有冇，即係佢會唔會有平衡更新？如果有平衡調整咧，我諗住我咪應該要即係整埋平衡調整嗰個，即係簡單嚟講就新思神杯咁樣。所以我想出 App 嗰日先至，應該係咪應該出 App 嗰日先至改？知佢想點？雖然 App 杯我都想整，但係有平衡調整又好尷尬喎。應該我覺得唔會改版住，冇咁好人，咁隻 game 冇咁好人。 加埋豪鬼先改咯，我覺得 S 嚟啊嘛 ，S 其實包埋豪鬼啊嘛，嗰啲優勢係。有咁密咩？都冇咁誇張喎，我覺得都有翻幾個月。
Hey everybody, welcome back to Capcom Cup X. It's the big one here. We're joining.
如果你好接近改版個時間先出嘅角色咧，
又
好似即係佢又冇咁喺度啊嘛，即係冇咁，即係佢唔會改啲嘢。
They've been really juicy. I feel like watching them so far. Some matches maybe you don't expect amongst everything, and then some people just looking as dominant as ever.
No, definitely, because you did see the standings for when David kind of tweeted it out, right? He was like, "Oh, who's gonna make the prediction out of this pool?" We did see a bunch of let's say Mena and like Kaba, etc. But like Kaba is actually doing really good in the Group F, but we are focusing here at Group C. So just to kind of fill you in here from yesterday, so we do have Knuckledew going 2-0, and then Dookie 1-0, Mr. Cream Zone 1-1. DCQ 1-1, Bravery 0-1, and Fandroid 0-2. So again, for the lower part of the group, I know for a fact that they can definitely make it out.
Yeah.
It's just that you have to be so strong, be so straightforward with those two games that you need to win.
Yeah, and I was really impressed yesterday watching the groups and checking everything out, particularly, obviously, Knuckledew 2-0, very impressive.
Yes.
But Dookie's win yesterday on his Rashid, he looked really sharp in everything I thought that he presented. And, it's a good matchup for him as well, playing up against Crimson. So it was fun to watch. I thought the match was really cool, and I think it should be even more fun today. Obviously, there's not that many Dawsons at Capcom Cup, so having a group with them, I realized both of the groups I'm commentating today have Dawson, which is really cool. But seeing the gameplay is really fun, and for me, I really expected doing Crimson to be like the really interesting aspects of this, but Dookie's really impressive performance yesterday. So
yeah, because I was actually expecting him to play JP. I did talk to St. Cola before that he was messing around with Rashid, and it's actually really cool to see that it's here. It's at the cup, and it looks like it's at that same level with his JP. So we are going to get into our first match here. Who do we have here? We got DCQ and Dookie. We were just talking about Dookie. So it is going to be a JP mirror match. But again, we mentioned before, we might see Rashid coming from Dookie.
Right. And, particularly one thing that's interesting about the tour this year is I think that there's slightly less JPs than some people expected. I say this as we have the mirror. Right. But the funny thing is, so many of the best JPs are from like China and Japan in particular, right? So those regions, we're fighting for limited slots here, and those two immediately just battling it out. It's going to be fun to watch here. DCQ is somebody that I've
JP Mira.
She's very sharp. I think his matches yesterday, from what I saw, he looked pretty sharp as usual, and Dookie obviously.
Yeah, JP.
So going to be having some more games today and tomorrow. There's 3 days of group action. Today, a lot of people will solidify themselves, right? Whether they're in or out. So day 2 is a very important time for all these qualifications. And then obviously tomorrow will be all the nail biters.
Right. You cannot mess up. You cannot sleep at the wheel. So we are going to see how this pans out. DCQ versus Dookie.
Yeah, JP Mirror.
因為我幫人 watch 佢下中段，好 JP 啊！咁就放波之後擋完攻擊之後，即刻 watch 佢睇下有啲乜先。呢個下段打落去，但係即使個反倒都好咧，都係食個下中段。食個中拳，用啲中拳咁落去搏，咁落去搏，只要大搏之後細力度啊，少少。插腳咁啊！呢個飛咗插地之後咧，就可以插翻隊友段打。哇！呢個一堆垃圾飛咗出嚟。打中我係 back out 咗啊！尷尬，打個波拳打翻出去，咁啊 parry 擋咗對面嗰啲，擋咗對面嗰啲飛人道具先，啲魔法啊，因為3個重腳， 死都唔喐，唔得啊！呢個 level 1係唔可以，level 1係唔可以輸贏 projector。咁啊，重腳打中，咁啊咪冇嘢搏，咁啊攞塊 level 2，咁啊鳩 parry 咁啊避晒佢，咁啊有啲嘥嚟咗呢個長撳 parry。咁啊點解 level 2唔係令佢哋出咧？就即係你個人冇可以幫拖去壓制咧，爭到幾遠。呢邊咧可以冇改咩？就係咁啊，可以嗰個試下。你又改呢個失憶嘅話，我哋爭啲可以確，應該可以確反喎。講咗啦。咁啊打中中英拳，但係喂截到，但係唔 cancel。哎呀！但係一叉手指俾人打咗隻頭，跟住之後，但係阿 Donkey 佢起上搶制，成功打死咗 DCQ。重拳打中，跟住之後再 cancel 波拳，咁咪傳送門一個傳送門贏兩個傳送門，因為等你傳送過嚟嘅時候，一個前重腳打落去，哎呀，佢冇佢嗰個唔知係咪又係窒機啊嘛 ，cancel 唔到嗰個波腳，咁啊前重腳再波拳重拳撻手指，唔撻咯，直接 level 1殺喎。我以為之後精算師以為可以用呢個波拳殺死，但係啱嘅。啊 Fire One 兩邊都好有資源啊！咁啊攞個下段先攞個 lock 單，撞前達繼續攞個 lock 單。哎咁啊俾人打中，咁啊呢個假鬼再 rush 過去。哇呀跑過龍！呢個可以搏招，咁啊揀嚟啦。咁啊呢個 true 波嚟嘅，咁啊啲 JP 玩家表示真係擋唔到嘅。我呢招真係揾筆，咁啊揀嚟啦，咁啊喺對面可以出 level 3之前，哎呀最強先面失敗咗，對面冇解答，咁啊用個輕拳打個確反之後，再用呢個 level 3結尾，咁啊對鬥完結，間瞬間轉移，空打成功，咁啊有利嘅情況下咧，咁啊攞個解答，咁啊打中對手嘅，但係未有 level 2啊，咁啊 burn out 咗啲麻煩呢個位。咁又做個剔夫，咁啊隨時死嘅呢個位，再炸地散 chip 死啦。因為 momentum 冇咗之後咧，就仲話自己 build 好自己，搞到最後邊嗰個攻勢係俾人交3不死。啊，咁啊唔知係咪轉角？One of those moments where really is checkmate if you can't figure out a way to wiggle out. 波拳咁啊到打完波打完攻擊之後就 watch 咗啲人，下段打中，咁啊輕拳中腳再搏招，再打一個傳送門喺頭上面。喂，咁啊去成功嘅話就可以打翻手轉頭啊，但係雖然佢打到嚟嘅回報唔係好大，好過冇啦。哎呀，又呢個畫面啦，第2次啦。咁啊，但我傳送咧，我就可以打翻，我又可以打贏你。你傳送咧，你就俾我打，即係咪都係你輸？不過爭啲可以，咁啊咁下重拳啊，見到佢嗰個重拳飛咗飛鏢，呢個飲得下中啊。咁啊重腳打中，但係冇過招啊。手指，咁啊 carry 埋個，誒架開 level 2又係呢個畫面啦。咁啊用個達到對面嗰個 parry， 係咪到我啦？哎呀撳咗掣啊，所以就食咗 level 2添就食。成功下中拳截到對面攻擊，之後就重波拳再插地啦，叉手指。我係一堆嘢喺頭上面，再插地。原地正啊！呢個真係原地跳中拳，109000里咁遠攻擊佢嚟，叉手指。咁啊對面就 Harry 擋咗嗰個攻勢，但係仍然都係 DCQ 回合，又係下段，呢係下中啊黐線，咁啊做個剔夫，咁啊頭上面有個乜都死咗啦，其實都，再 level 2之後可以咁算制啦，失憶，人邊有失憶結尾，不錯，攤手表示結束。
Yeah, very well played, I have to say. I think everything about that was pretty clean, especially the first round. Dookie looked really strong, had a kind of snappy back and forth round.
開啊，滑雪低能
Very well played from DCQ.
咩有
Someone you expect, I think, to
佢
do
重
well.
新3次，輸係應該嘅，因為
Now
滑雪
1-1 for Dookie there after that. Pretty important win against Crimson yesterday. I think one of the harder people in the pool.
以後冇機會，嗰度就死
Having
人
that in your back pocket's really
又
nice.
冇
I
機
know a
會。
lot of JP players don't like fighting against Dawson, so.
Yeah,
They
you know,
all
and
they
it's
don't
interesting
hide though.
here with that Super 1. I really wish it hit. You know, in previous Street Fighter games, you would see that, like, oh yeah, Super, it's definitely gonna hit. Even if it's a fireball, yes, it's gonna hit. But in this game, it cannot be promising. So again, you know, DCQ, he definitely played it super well. Dookie had the upper hand of, you know, checking those drive rushes, checking everything that he can. But DCQ is like, I know you're gonna try to check it, so I'm gonna try to parry or try to jump around, and it worked out super well in his end.
Yeah, and I think
唔係出硬㗎，輸咗 Crimson 啊嘛，跟住阿 Freddy 對 Baber，即係佢輸一波，佢再輸多鋪，其實佢出唔會輸。但 Crimson 又輸咗嗰隻 ，Crimson 又輸一個，其實都呢組都幾，呢組其實我諗呢組會未有人全勝咯，我相信。都係啦，都會全勝。得翻都，但係都掉過 DCQ 咯。一陣嚟講，如果 DCQ 同都生死戰。
A good character to get around like the stalagmites, the portals and whatnot, just kind of close the gap as well. But again, it's DCQ. He's literally one of the best JP players in the world.
Yes, yeah, and I mean that region has a lot of good JP players, right? So we saw some of them in the other pools, but also in the brackets and stuff, right, for LCQ. So we have our second match of the group already. It's going to be a good one. We're just firing them off here. Hopefully you guys are ready. Fandroid up against Bravery. Both of them trying to put a W on the board here, right, in this group. So it's going to be a good one. Obviously, a lot of people familiar with both of these players, and I really like watching Fandroid. I think, you know, when I think of
His
this
DJ's
region,
so clean.
yeah, when I think of this region, like the players from the Middle East, right, and obviously there's some strong ones in this bracket as well. I always think about their aggression. Their players are really snappy, really sharp. They have really strong instincts about when to swing and when to go, like kind of offense, and that's something that I think about is in the region typically as their biggest strength. They just have really sharp decision making, and they don't wait, right? They're like, it's time to do this right now, right? And I think that is a really like different quality to bring to the match, where you see some other players are a little bit more slow. I think it's perfect for a character like DJ.
No, for sure. I wanted to branch off of that because I was actually watching these guys play in the player room at the player hotel, and they would not even throw buttons. Like, you know, they would not like whiff any buttons, and it's just really smart to see because sometimes when you get into a match, you want to see if you can throw out buttons. You see the hits, okay, cool. If it whiffs, all right, I'm good. You know, I'm gonna try to fish for some more. But these players know when to, like, you know, not press buttons, things out. Like, seriously, it's like, you know, it's going
to be interesting too because Cammy is a character where she kind of forces you to make errors sometimes.
Oh, for sure.
In that sense, because she has the threatening ground approach and also the air approach as well.
You know, like, she's always had that, you know, throughout all the Street Fighter games that she's been in. So, of course, you need the confirms, you need those footsies for Cammy, but we have DJ who can get in your face with a blink of an eye.
Yeah, and I think this is a matchup that a lot of
Cammy 對 DJ。
I wouldn't be surprised if you see that kind of reflected.
有波咁咪攞膠 film 先，再前單，再諗住單，但係俾人攬轉頭，咁啊成個波嚟對空，波原本攞嚟跳嚟，咁啊打個 TC， 再用個插腳換邊，打個之後就打個 Shimmy。如果後避咗佢，但係嗰個下重拳擺得唔好嘅，如果唔係應該下重拳會打得中。咁啊跳，咁啊 DJ 始終你冇坐下嘅話，其實你對空係有啲難。咁啊死唔死啊？未死喎，咁啊唔搏，可能死添。咁啊今次真係死啦。咁啊用兩個 wash 成功連結對手。哇！呢個插腳對 wash 係個插腳咁啱避咗佢，即刻升啊！唔理你啊！插腳哇輕拳 jab 到對面嗰個 air jungle， 但係 parry 就起身嘅時候 parry 成功，一兩邊就唔擋㗎啦，一係就哇嗰個 fake 咗用Bavery 嗰個反應，咁我射咗 level 2出嚟，咁啊到 Bavery 俾人 level 2，應該死啊呢個。冇錯。
Fandroid bringing back that round.
Yeah, and chose to spend the meter. I mean, without spending, not going to get the kill there, and with spending, you
咁咪做個剔福。
I like that. You can always build.
哇！原地跳中嘅，哎呀爭啲瀨嘢，不過好在反而就落啲硬直打翻對手轉頭，前單咁啊波腳做一個 miti。 哎呀，太陽拳跳都跳唔到，之後食個間槍拳 ，heavy， 咁啊再解答，俾人空對空，之後再打個下段打閒後成功，你可以啊，你可以啊，咁啊打到對面 bell 先，唔諗咁多嘢。咁啊之後點算咧？因為呢個都加嘅，繼續加。咁啊對面識死槍爛槍，打中啊！咁啊一下死嘅啦呢個位。哎呀，但係太即係加太少啦，咁啊搏唔到。哎呀 ，bell 自己呢個位對自己好大鑊喎，咁啊鳩跳啊！哇，同你倒落去。咁啊大鑊啦 ，bell 完結，咁啊需要一個機會，真係有一個機會俾佢打中我又。堅持係有用噶。
That was so committal. Like that was a scary spin knuckle, and I think Fandroid just not quite ready for it. Had to fix.
咁啊，兩棒都唔轉角。咁啊，一開波食咗個星袋咗先之後咧，就分啲槍頭打翻對手轉頭，插腳咁太多啦，俾人用帶去分啲槍頭添。咁啊搶制，但係搶制成功都冇過 combo。咁啊有啲近，咁啊係用插腳行路啦，一開始。咁啊 fake 波之後再打，咁啊飛盤斬唔切打啦。咁啊，再俾阿 DJ 咁啊壓制跳，咁啊始終你都係冇儲到下啦，咁啊對空又唔係好用。跳，哎插中呢個就無限攻啦，呢個位死咗啦。呢個可以播 level 1，咁啊再俾氣 level 1，咁啊嗰個氣嗰個資源管理做得唔好啊？定係喂又資源唔好就一下死嘅呢個位，升唔升嘅啫？好反應啊呢個！犀利！The reaction。對空先，再 parry， 咁啊但係用個中段用個 parry 擋咗 ，Mitty 嘅鏟，我照搶啊呢個馬嚟嘅。對空，跳咗出嚟，嗰個冇啊，搏 level 3，咁啊重佢打得中，擋咗之後就再肥個重波，後避咗先，咁啲 counter 就可以搏招啦。咁啊就嚟 burn out 啊 ，burn out 咗，打到個 shimmy， 咁啊一下呢個位就唔理啦，照壓啦，夠 impact， 唉痛啊呢個位。呢個位食咗個白血，再食埋個 level 3咧，其實係都幾大喎。但係佢要諗辦法幾上 pay impact 㗎啦，一定幾上 impact 啊，一定。哦，個下上夠遠啦，我起上 impact 啊嘛真係。如果起上 impact 我用咗，佢唔中。我一啦，咁啊殺中之後再搏招，下段但係俾人用呢個星打翻轉頭。屈出嚟打，但係搞打，重拳撳兩下先，下段打得中，再搏招，咁啊起上打，我呢個中啊，咁就可以搏星，咁啊一解完打之後嗰個距離就啱啱好就係嗰個安全嘅波腳嗰個距離，咁啊都幾中意用嘅啫。下段打得中，叻唔叻好啊？唔叻好一。咁啊 delay 嘅輕拳打得中，插腳插空氣，但係對手冇反應，哇！呢個星鹹濕啦〜呢個星危險喎，擋咗會死嘅，擋咗你係一個 burn out 埋牆嘅狀態，隨時又一個確反之後再一個 impact 就死嘅。但係夠姜出，咁啊再撳落去，然後再用拳頭壓制，咁啊重拳打得中，但係佢冇信心啊，破反波拳。佢始終都係一個安全嘅攻擊。Parry 咁啊打個下，咁啊踎低就可以搏個輕拳。嗰個 set play 做得唔好啊，咁就打中，但係唔緊要 ，parry 咗 level 3先。咁啊因為得翻一格半啊，啱啱好 level 3應該就 burn out。冰係咪？我啱啱好計錯嘅，我唔緊要，遲到好過冇到。咁啊對手解答食咗個 left， 食咗個插腳，咁啊 Bravery 成功2-1。結對手。都唔係點講咧？都幾勁啊個問題。如果你係老人家反應，其實呢啲位2秒就飛過嚟層，幾犀利。I have to say, some interesting choices from both of them here. Bravery really, you can kind of feel that both of them are trying to force and make some stuff happen in this match, right? Being down, I think, in their groups early after the first day. 2秒 burn out 係，梗係有啲人都幾中意嘅2秒 burn out。however match goes, so ENG on the board there, got to be feeling nice for Bravery.
No, for sure. And like you said before, like they were trying to kind of like force something out from each other. Like we saw that.
Kami 可以咁玩。
We see like those fireballs and like the dive kicks and whatnot. And I feel like how Fantra was like, I have the idea that I want to anti-air you. I want to, do that fireball or meet you in the skies. But Bravery, he would do dive kicks at the very perfect moment.
唔係啊，CN 啊，油王都俾佢啲頭髮打死。睇你有冇，因為睇你反應好冇。即係你話你，因為你嗰個角色應該話你角色嗰個反應呢啲方法夠唔夠明？有啲角色其實例如你可能滑雪咁樣，滑雪都得嘅，都反應得時。但係如果你係，但係呢隻 game 咧對空穩陣對反應咧又要比起。如果你burn 你每一個反應一次就要用兩格氣咁樣，佢又咁你飛3次㗎，你就要擋㗎咯。跟住後邊你又冇氣聲啊，辛苦嘅，唔係唔得，但係好辛苦咯。跟住你冇得反應嘅時候咧，佢跟住繼續呢啲攻勢咁你啊企喺度望住佢。我覺得 Hold 對決呢個對決又係即係基本上兩個都一個就首名出線，一個就出線，基本上都要出線。好難啊！你要喺重拳嗰下你就係就要喺輕你就輕你係咩角色？咁你可以點走佢啫？聽俾人打卡 hit 就薄少，你一瞬間你要判斷到係清定重，跟住之後就打翻轉。多數 parry 嘅，睇住 parry 嗰度，已經睇住 parry 已經係一個正常嘅隊友嚟嘅。你啲新手幾唔 friend？
It's really interesting to see NuckleDude because lore-wise, he wasn't as active kind of like towards the end of Street Fighter V. He was just kind of, like doing family responsibilities and whatnot. But seeing him compete in Street Fighter 6 and of course his home stage, Capcom Cup, I'm so glad to see him compete.
Yeah, he was the very first Capcom Cup champion for Street Fighter V, right? So obviously did very well in that game, especially in the beginning of the game's life. A lot of far finishes and Evo stuff like that.
Crimson 輸咗場啦，可能就因為嗰場就 high 咗。仲要睇下 DCQ， 要睇下 DCQ 打得好都。
Yeah, he's thinking about it because
係啊，會㗎，係遲啲啊，俾人打翻㗎啦。係發生㗎啦。差唔多衝鈴魔咁樣，你一擋就要走。
So we are going to see how this pans out. Let's go,
NuckleDude
and Mr. Crimson.
Yeah, really exciting match. I think two of the best players in this group, and this group is
Kami 啊，一開波就用個中拳已經叫對面，哇！個 reaction 見到對面離地已經撳掣啦。好，咁啊用波腳衝入去，低空閃，但係食咗個，咁佢確反對手但係失敗咗啦。咁呢個可以確反翻轉頭，哇！波腳打個長手，頭槌。呢個頭槌就可以 cancel Yoga Fire 同埋呢個即係因為啲人咧，如果印度佬就諗住，即係唔諗住安全啲飛出去咧，就同個頭槌對 cancel。咁啊，始終都係 Kami 啦，咁啊狂撳又印度佬又好情咁嘅。波拳咁啊有啲近啊，食呢個嗰啲 counter 嘅打起上 EX 嘅插骨，咁啊打到個第一粒，確反啦呢個，1回1，出1回1喎，咁啊換邊因為要。咁啊中，喂呀呢個真係好好反應，咁啊有機會就譬如話level 3，有機會死佢啦，因為個 scale 好似好細，但係都唔死到啲身神㗎，講真呢個。唔係我再爭幾度喎，計錯，呢兩丁損失啊！咁啊，寧願佢覺得佢食得起個level 3，但係呢個就食唔起啦，依家就。嗱，依家即係噴火同埋撳掣都，唔係即係哇，大鑊！個輕腳唔到嘅，右上角咧 hold 到個樣，唉， 佢輕嘅咁都唔到。咁啊，因為 Cammy 係冇得用必殺技 cancel level 3嘅，如果你輕攻擊嘅話，所以個位其實都幾慘。佢都要贏啦，所以一燈都幾傷對佢嚟講。即係佢未去到贏到係，即係佢未啲分係高到係，喂可以搏升。連啲分都高到可以，即係可以 free 一局俾佢。咁啊打到個輕拳重拳，再壓制。咁啊佢唔 cancel 必殺嘅啊，咁啊再跳壓制。咁啊等防呢個 Yoga Film， 跟住之後再攞個 lockdown， 再換邊。跳到我呢個搏招可以，咁啊衝過嚟。咁啊 White Watch 就搞佢，但係大家都好想掂到佢啊，因為 burn out 啦。插中，咁就可以再搏唔搏啊？用個單嚟 reset， 咁啊雖然飛咗個level 3，但係都贏到啊！咁呢個對決真係一個都好似呢隻 set 錯咗啊！咁一出翻去，佢想，因為其實啲人投訴話街霸咧，街霸6嗰個 restart 價太快，佢想每一鋪咧，佢想唞都冇得唞5次，因為太快啦嗰個 rematch。所以你可能飲下水，佢真係好快嗰個，撳咁就到。好重腳，咁啊重轉，咁啊過個波，但係上面就收一次啦。咁啊呢個就慘啊！見到都覺得，我食咗個下重拳 ，BT 後備咗個打確反。呢個打兩下，仲要開啲 counter， 仲可以搏招，咁啊上 Shimmy 死都唔夠，今次中啦，咁就呢一個1啦，冇錯，呢鋪都幾一面倒。Particularly to close out that first round, it's when Dawson's the weakest, his defensive options are not the best. It's a good time to smother before he gets a chance to establish on him. I would say Crimson's anti-airs have been really good. It's been the other angles where Dew has been tricky on approach so far that have been costly. 然後想壓制，但係俾人反翻轉頭。哎呀，咁啊今次唔插腳咧就俾人對到空啦。但印度佬其實又係嗰啲見到對面跳你好唔敢後中斷。你玩到咁啦要，人哋零分反應即刻後重拳，你就印度跟住啊，大家都係打空氣嘅情況下，有個 Cammy 打個角反，咁就俾晒所有氣打傷害啊！哇，可以好多重腳添。後跳咁啊，俾人打中就食個色，咁啊想換邊啊！但其實我覺得應該可以打角反添。咁啊 burn out 自己都好，都要離開對手離開自己。不過食個重腳，咁就仍然都係頂得住啊！波腳，再一個前打，咁啊起上 Mitty， 起上 impact， 跟住之後又俾人用呢個跳攻擊避咗，再打翻轉頭，打個 take fall 一下死㗎啦呢個位。咁啊只要正嘅話咧，就隨時都係可以做到一個破防之後就即死嘅啦。打個 combo 賣場升落去。哎呀，放波危險啊！呢個動作其實，隨時level 3嘅因為。跳，插腳咁啊！呢個就變咗到一個 trade 嘅狀態。咁啊冇啊，咁啊唔死都唔撳，一撳就死嘅因為。哇 burn out 咗，死咗啦咁啊！你無啦啦跳重腳，呢個操作失誤嚟。咁啊2-0成功秒咗佢。I mean, that spot was pretty rough, and it's funny because I don't really think of his Cammy as like a slow footsies Cammy. Sure. 係㗎。咁人 Cammy， this is Cammy really slowed down. It was like, okay, I just need one opportunity. 鳩可以換邊，都幾着數。有啲人連叻好多都換唔到嘅，例如 Kimberly。
Yeah, and you know, like with those drops too, like Nagodu, like he definitely kept his health up there too. You know, as I always say, like having that health management, you're just like, okay, what options do I have?
人有升。
Yeah, with that whip super.
升唔係升定升嘅，總之要無敵技啦。即係啱埋都得嘅，或者個 Taylor 一 feel 無敵咯，都 OK。至少你俾個，至少對面下中腳 Watch 你要打，你可以唔多咯。依家你見啊，即係你見啊 Crimson 都係望住佢，冇嘢好做。
It's like you did everything wrong, and you're just like, ooh, like it doesn't feel.
有啲佢 rush， 有啲佢 rush 或者啲或者 carry 個重拳轉都要，即係佢要還到拖。
It's a shame in those kinds of moments, but yeah, I mean you see it on the stage, right?
一太慘啩，
Playing in different environments and
即係望
stuff.
住，淨係得我哋可以望住。
And there's a lot of nerves on the line. There's a lot of money here. Obviously, a lot of prestige for this tournament. So very easy.
即係無力都唔夠啊！我要，即係唔可以下用 S4 啫。因為 S4 係有限資源嚟㗎嘛，唔係一開波換，唔係一開波就有㗎啦。係鳩係一開波嚟。
We are excited to see some more matches here. So we got Dookie and Fan.
之後就 Dookie 就有呢個，呢個係呢個叫咩？呢個真係廁所位。
DJ kinds of like goes in and ignores those stalagmites, fireballs and whatnot. Kind of reminds me of the matchup with like Ken or like Luke because they're able to kind of swerve through and get to JP.
Yeah, there are certain matchups where suddenly the zoning is maybe a little less credible sometimes. Oh, we do see Rashid up there, by the way. I wonder if that's actually the character he's locking in. I'm very curious. I guess we'll see in a second. But yeah, there are definitely matchups for
DJ 去到呢啲位咧，
JP where he
即係嗰個即係輸太多咧，即係佢輸太多，佢個後期又，因為去到嗰啲位咧，你就你出唔到線，你點解做？Day3 都唔出場唔出現添啊！直情 DQ 自己算，直情唔喺現場走啊，翻屋企。冇心機打。好，哇！下中腳打中大，哇！呢個 DJ 真係，呢個 DJ 真係個反都唔識喎。下中腳再反波腳，咁啊，如果中咧，中唔中都冇乜所謂嘅。因為變咗做一個即係有少少似阿龍個下中腳波咁。咁啊，碌過去嘅時候俾人升噶嘛，咁都會俾人 punish center。呢撳咗掣咗啦。咁啊，今次打到對面個縮後，再 Mitty 嘅再 Watch 嘅中段，咁啊，今次佢唔做呢個中段喎，即係唔做呢個嗰個最強埋一邊 set up。反而變咗做一個頭攻擊，一個連結對手。好，個踢波打中，哇 ！Mitty 嘅中拳 ，Mitty 嘅中腳，咁啊真係中喎！但係對面又，哇又嚟呢個，今次一個反啦，今次有睇飛表啦，埋牆，起上擺立中腳，擺立中腳呢啲係一啲即係打對面後起上後起上跳嗰啲動作，咁啊 Punish Center 嘅。依家啲人中個擋咗 TC 係唔會搶嘅啫，因為做個換邊，你唔 level 2啊？唔 level 2，哦，咁啊但係打空氣俾人打翻轉頭 ，carry， 踢風，咁啊再嚟個 OD 風，哦死咗啦，咁啊求其搏個 level 3，成功攞第一彎先，喺動畫跟住就。
Yeah, Rashid's looked really good so far. I think honestly having a secondary character in this game can often be very important. We just saw it in the last match with Dew, obviously, right? But having this so you don't have to play JP, which is what a lot of people are going to be.
應該唔會換角㗎啦，兩個都冇咩副角。啊，攞個加偏滑掣，後避咗個搭，咁啊對面就用個 Watch 衝擊，之後再用個下重拳再下上，又嚟一次個壓制。下上兩次唔做安跳，反而做個拳頭壓制大髀，哇！俾人原地跳 Simi， 最痛嘅 Simi。咁啊後縮後，嗰個防止對面用啲嘢鳩你，再一個前搭之後踢風，攞個風強化制，但係做 parry 對空，但係佢冇做到個 parry 啊。呢個做個 fake 嘅，做個 mix up， 起上對手屈出嚟嘅時候升落去，但未有 level 2啊，始終。哇！一中啊，但係佢冇對自己冇信心，冇諗冇打中，而家咪就 KO 咗啦。哇！咁樣揀嚟，又真係俾佢打中喎。然後就 match point， 放波，咁啊打個下段再level 2啊，應該擋到啦。 咁啊 OD 波 OD 轉啊，之後再反波腳，低點唔低點喎，佢做個 mix up 算啦。咁啊睇風，再攞個加 fit， 對手揀跳出嚟跳到，但係食個 head 腳，哇！又喺個畫面，呢個第3次呢個擋咗嘅 U kick 啦。咁啊今次就一個大角反，咁啊呢個後避咗個搭，之後再下上，再一個下上腳，再做個安跳。哦，喺個截到對面嘅 rush， 但係 chase 咗最多都係。咁啊好想空對哭，哇！真係打中嘅。咁啊應該要開 level 2啦，依然唔開 level 2 ，Mitty 嘅中段打中，再食個攻擊，有冇 kill 咗啦？咁都中真係檢討下。你或者望個仔，係咪擋個擋真係壞咗啊？即係咁都會做。
For sure, yeah, and it's just like especially with DJ, it's like, oh, you're fast. Me, I'm pretty fast too. But with these replays here, you know, in the very first round, yeah, with that overhead, he literally has so many mix-ups where you have to kind of think about it. But again, it's kind of hard to see how Rashid's going and like how fast he is too. I really like how Dookie was utilizing, you know, just more of like the grabs and just kind of shimming out. And with that big punish, Fanjoy was able to find the light at the end of the tunnel here.
Yeah, very scary for sure that he was spike on block. Yeah, we could have seen a trade combo there, didn't see it. Crouching medium punch trade is very common for DJ to set up, but you know, didn't happen there. Obviously, stuff on the stage, very different than when you're playing it in training mode or at home or something. It's very easy to have these drops. And yeah, I liked what we were seeing from Vandroid. I think definitely looking more comfortable as this went on, but man.
Yeah, that was such a sick mix-up. Because again, it's like, oh, like where is he going? I gotta look out for the normals. And again, it's with that mental stack too, because that's what Rashid is really good at.
DJ 玩家 ，DJ 其實都係即係靠佢下上嘅。嘈一次咪升到，嘈半就升唔到。我又唔係好相信 DJ 會，即係 DJ 會升唔到。個下上有喺下上會蝦。翻 master 係啊，輸隻現代咯，冇計啦。
100%. So
現代碌啊，現代碌。
Again, like it was super fun to see that Fandroid is able to.
中 Web Master 如果冇得拉後放波，唔係平時拉後放波咁勁。你突然之間唔俾用咁樣，咪輸。
So I believe we have DCQ and Bravery.
They're back down on stage. I see them. They're setting up down there. Yeah, Bravery, DCQ gonna be up here. And
Bravery DCQ， 如果佢輸 Bravery， 如果 DCQ 輸 Bravery 應該自殺死嘅應該。
Match so far going to be interesting. We'll also get you updated standings if you're curious about everything that's going on. Don't worry, that will come up pretty soon here. Day2, a lot of people will be solidifying their standings based on their wins. Like for instance, NuckleDo is undefeated so far.
Oh yeah.
And I think you know, based on that alone, he's probably already basically confirmed himself out of the group. Whether it's in winners or losers or what ends up happening, we'll have to see. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting so far. These two both. You know, their record's not perfect, so we'll have to see how this looks out between the two of them. Bravery, obviously, we just saw get that W, and same thing with DCQ. So this is an important bit of momentum here to see who's going to wrestle that slot, particularly because I imagine we'll have to do out in winners, and then the second slot is some kind of battle between one of these two or Dookie in this group, so we'll have to see, or Mr. Crimson, obviously, right?
No, for sure, and I'm pretty sure that both these players, like of course,
睇下佢
near both
話對唔
regions.
對決嘅，我覺得係睇下
Hailing from Singapore and DCQ hailing from China, they definitely have played
睇下佢個反應，
online tournaments.
個反應又到唔到
So I'm pretty sure we'll see some familiarity between these two.
Yeah, common characters too, right? Obviously, particularly in Asia, I feel like Cammy and JP are more common characters. In here in North America, where these characters are common. I think Cammy in particular, we have like Punk.
Oh
like,
yeah, right.
Punk is our Cammy, and he doesn't play like other Cammy players, right? He's very rarely in the air. He has like the best ground game in the world, but he doesn't go to the air as often as I think in Asia. When you watch someone like Akira's Cammy or something, he's just in the air constantly.
Sure.
You know, he's just in the air all the time. So definitely a different style for regions for sure.
Alright, here we go. Last match.
好，有我食咗個中段，想截嘅時候俾啲 JP 一個攻擊打停打中咗，之後就播呢個一堆攻擊啦，呢隻好速嘅攻擊。因為傳送門喺頭上邊，咁啊首先要擋，表被動啦。前重拳打中咗對面個跳入，前重腳，跟住之後再播呢堆嘔心嘅嘢，一行過去，咁啊個傳送門就喺頭上邊啦，始終都係。咁啊打到個呢個 trade combo， 我推埋牆啦，使唔使嘅呢個位？ 咁啊唔夠，咁啊都知，如果你唔進攻嘅話咧，就冇得進攻噶啦，一定要唔經佢失憶，再壓制，話對面 parry 裝重拳，咁啊 parry 咗對面個怪鬼，但係 DCQ 冇中擊，咁啊下中拳打個 counter hit 之後就博招。插腳咁啊，插腳插中，大家解答，但係冇追擊。咁啊，打到個下段，咁啊博招，再前得繼續壓制，再前得繼續壓制。咁啊，對面死都唔喐，咁啊想空對空就跳翻出嚟 ，DCQ 跳翻出嚟，但係俾阿 Cammy 升翻入去，但係 burn out 咗啊 Cammy， 咁就 level 2，按 hit 開係咪好事咧？咁就呢個就 reset 咗，好似下段，因為始終係 burn out 咗啦。咁啊一下死嘅啦，其實依家，成功達到，咁啊到 DCQ 一下死，加 pip， 咁啊食咗個插腳 counter， 然後就再食個輕攻擊死咗，落翻1燈，咁啊 DCQ 都幾嘥2格氣，但係攞唔到一彎都幾金啊，食咗個下中拳，咁啊推走咗對手，咁啊又 set 個傳送門啦。插腳跳攻擊，但係俾對手夾硬對空，咁啊繼續俾呢個 JP 咁樣繼續喺度用拳腳壓制，做個剔風，好下段將個下段嘅打中，失憶啦，下中嘅食中啊，咁啊食呢套大力嘅 combo 啦，你唔叻我3啊，聽埋叻我3，得翻1格血啫。入口好多血啦，咁啊行前得啊，咁啊因為如果唔係嘅話，唔知點樣防止，咁啊最後食咗 Cammy 嘅，食咗 JP 嘅輕攻擊之後，再食個波拳，咁啊 DCQ 先攞一鋪。
But Bravery, he really wants to get in, especially against JP, right? You don't want him to have that life lead or just like the spatial awareness that he has.
I mean, honestly, who wants to?
咁啊用個中拳做立回啦，見到佢，我玩 parry 嘅，我想 parry 個中拳。空跳嘅時候俾人空對空，插中對手嗰個攻擊，跟住之後再一筆槍頭再搏招啊，咁啊反波拳就出眼噶啦。咁啊想擋咗一下之後攻擊，但係食咗個波拳。咁啊就最後俾 JP 嗰啲拳腳喺度壓制，咁啊佢隨時打個 burn out 啊。成功用下中拳截到對面嗰個 rush， 後避咗個搭之後就到 JP 嘅回合啦。咁啊一堆20輪的 combo， 咁啊間跳過去，咁啊見到 JP 勁集中咁樣攞做個空對空。咁佢想用升換邊同埋破壓制，咁啊但係升唔到，咁啊死咗啦 ，match point 啊 DCQ， 插腳。插腳，反波拳 ，perfect parry 到對面個接下來的壓制，然後就到 JP 傳送門壓制啦。拉翻後少少啦，咁就唔好俾對面咁啊，但係想屈出去嘅時候，俾DCQ 夾硬用個輕攻擊打翻轉頭，撻手指，撻手指，撻手指，插中，咁啊大力啦呢個位，咁啊用個 level 3攞最大嘅傷害先。然後就點啊？咁啊唔進攻喎，拉翻遠少少距離睇清楚對手做點乜。後跳搭，咁啊想搭走對面個空插。咁啊失憶，然後就等死啦可以。就2-0，輕鬆晉級。都搞唔掂，搞唔掂。衝到就贏，唔係即係衝到咪贏，衝唔到咪輸咯。對住你本身就。
And that's how you want to be playing, I think, coming into day 2, coming into day 3, because obviously the first day, a lot of things can happen. You can take some losses, be nervous, that kind of stuff. But as long as you recompose and play well, these things can happen. And I gotta say, very impressive stuff from him. He looked sharp, really, really sharp in both of those sets.
Yeah, definitely. It's just like really nice to see that Bravery is able to kind of use those dive kicks and whatnot to just like close the gap, right? And especially in that burnout.
哇，跟住就打晒 Group C 咯，就等逼啦。
Going in for a sweep, going in for a button or something. But DCQ, it did not let him down a bit.
Yeah, and I mean it's hard to shut down Cammy's approach that consistently.
見到DCQ 都中咗好多下噶啦，不過問題 GP 嘅攻擊力可以即使中咗都好，都贏咗。 即係如果你正常揾溫實咁打，你夠唔夠？你可唔可以喺你死之前懟冧佢？一定咁衝㗎啦！
Playing the video game, you know, like, man, that was really impressive. Yeah, definitely impressive indeed, because it's always like we're sitting on the bleachers, we're watching it from the sideline, like, oh, there's some beef going on. Yeah, how are you cooking like that? How are you able to just like, oh, let me just air throw this, anti-air this, my portal will hit him here when he does this, like, you just know everything. You're just prepared for every situation possible. It's very impressive. Exactly. So I do want to take a look at the scoreboard real quick here, though, because in this group so far, you know, we did mention that Nokodu, he is he's in like mostly in winners, undefeated, right? Like yeah. Undefeated, yes. And of course we do have DCQ. Look at that, 3-1, and then Dookie 2-1, and then
好啦，咁啊德高都 DCQ 3-1，DCQ 爭邊個未打？單德高都未打喎，即係德高就係生死戰。Dookie 就基本上就死咗㗎啦，應該。我睇下 Dookie，睇下 DCQ， 睇下 DCQ 可以點？有冇計可以頂得住？打贏德高都就，如果打贏德高都有機會 win 下晉級嘅。因為好似計對賽即係計對賽㗎嘛，如果你即係如果同分嘅話，咁你贏咗佢咪做冠軍，你邊下出線？但係當然前提係佢嘅對手要，即係 DCQ， 即係德高都要，即係佢唔可以輸其他人。你贏 DCQ， 贏咗 DCQ 啦 ，Limson。基本上輸2-1喎，但係而家，反而阿 Dookie 出線有機會嘅，反而。
You know, I actually tried them for the first time here because I saw you guys eating it at LCQ. And I was just, oh, you weren't there? I was at home. What? I was at home saying, why is not Robert
3-2夠唔夠晉級啊？
You literally said
如果唔係喎，如果德高都贏咗德高都贏咪有機會。
Oh, that
yeah,
that explains it. Yeah, just put him on blast. Like, just get a picture of him eating. I mean, if you've seen his arms, like, you know, you only get arms like that. By eating the egg rolls continuously. Yeah, that's the way.
全部3-2就真係睇你嗰啲細分啊，真係有啲。
Shout outs to our partner PCS. Obviously, if you guys have seen any of these statues, they
are 最嬲就係輸得失球。
They're very, very nice, of course. And they help make the trophy for this year's winner, which is really cool. Would love to see that. And if you're in the venue, go check out their booth in the lobby and check out collectpcs.com for their statue. Their stuff is really cool. I mean,
我覺得又唔會嘅。
tweeting last night like, hey, this tournament is cool. Where do I get that Chun-Li statue?
都係嗰個打法啫嘛。
So sick. Her squatting and then like you know the.
咁加六都係印度都係有問題。加六就
Akuma is very scary. A little veiny. A little veiny. Yeah, a little muscular, like juicy. But again, you know. Thank you so much for tuning in, for watching Group C. So we are actually going to look at Group D, but we are going to take a break. Go get some egg rolls, please, or go get some water because we want to stay hydrated, and we will see you shortly.
嗰隻加每日都一樣咁諗啊！我個打法做咩有跳舞嘅？個 DJ 嘅心按捺不住。 依家係咪出嗰個咩 MX Story 啊？好似係，即係 Mon Hun 嗰個 MX Story， 咁啊變咗 Pokemon 打法。一代 remake 有啲咁嘅嘢，冇 Capcom 啊，最中意 remake 㗎 Capcom。啊 D 組加斯冠組，加斯冠都幾好睇。啲人先對黐孖筋佬打交，即係冇其他組咁強。踢狂啊，都係，我哋中意搞呢啲remake。係啊 ，Modern Look 咯，係啊，法國出嘅。都02啊，都幾大鑊。加斯冠贏咩嘢？發出個打法就係不停拉後放波等對方。佢依招唔會就冇其他方法打交。
Group D for dangerous St. Cola.
And devious, considering this is the day where people's play might end and some will rise. We'll have to see what goes down, but we have a lot of killers to filler out here.
We do.
In this group stage. Ones the likes of Gachikun, Solving, the Modern Master himself, Takamura, Valmaster, and NL, who I'm super interested in seeing because there's days where he's on game and days where he is not so much. We'll see which NL we get today.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting group to look at. I mean, when we, yesterday, us sort of commentators crew, picked who we think is going to make it out of this, this is the pool that had the most different answers. Four of these players were selected.
冇記錯 NL 都輸有鋪係咯，都好問。Whisky 咪就係嗰個咪話，就係嗰個現代嗰個好似。
Look at these results.
They're softened.
Valmaster down at 0-2. Now that doesn't mean he's out.
That's true.
It's still doable for him, but he's basically got to run the table the rest of the way. Mike X up at the top. Now he's only played one game. Same with Gachikun. But what a way to start things out for both of them. Mike X got his win over Takamura 2-0. So great beginning for him. And then anywhere in between, man, you look at NL, Seoul, Takamura, all 1-1. And that means that really this pool, more than most, to start out day two, we don't know what's going to happen.
I have no idea. And we can say that a lot about Capcom Cup just in general. We've seen a lot of blowouts. We've seen a lot of upsets. We've seen a lot of things kind of skew the destiny of these players. And we'll be seeing more in this group stage. We'll be starting off with the very first one of Solving, the Modern Master himself, going up against Gachikun. And this is not going to be easy. First of all, Gachikun, that's a Capcom Cup champion there. He's real good in Street Fighter League. His team won in Street Fighter V. Not only did they do good in Japan, but also in the World Championships. Even more to the point, though, Gachikun has had practice against the Modern Luke over in his side of the pond. He has fought Kawano when he was playing that, Tachikawa, so he understands that game plan and what Modern Luke players want to do. But this dude, Solving, you've never played a modern player like him. Unless you played him at TNS, you don't know how to play against his modern style.
I do think that's right. It's not just about modern. It's about the fact that part of why he's using modern is to really buttress his style.
現代率大家試官有冇計啊？家師官打到好勁喎，見哇咁咪企到俾人打嘅，個掣壞咗。喂，打跳先講嘅。
So Soul, his style again, it tends to be a little bit slower on the approach. He doesn't rush in quite as much as some people do. He feels confident in neutral, holding on to space. One thing about Luke is that you got so many tools, you can kind of pick whichever one you want to do, man. If you would like to, you could play that style. He does it very effectively. So I think you're right that he's a little bit different. That said, it's pretty tough to get experience against the Rashid of Gachikun's quality as well.
Top 3 in the world, one that's won through a premiere of all things, going through a variety of players out there, and that collection of players also having the ability to buff themselves out during Street Fighter League Japan, week after week having to fight, even though they lost in the first part of the season. Still having that training session is going to propel him even further. We've seen how successful he is, even outside in other tournaments and things like that in Japan.
First place, CPT Major Singapore. Third place, Blink Respawn. Second place, FAV Cup Qualifier. First KO Cup. Yeah, he's had a pretty decent season.
Yeah, pretty good.
We're getting into this thing now again, 2 out of 3. Of course, again today, as it's been all along.
好，咁啊中腳打中，咁啊踢兩腳，再打個去 heavy 就打個打。咁啊左個中段打，喂我中腳截喎，咁新嘅，咁啊做個 miti， 咁啊用個喂即刻升落去，咁啊始終都係現代啦，咁就你做呢啲咁嘅 cancel 嘢咧，就好容易升到你嗰啲 cancel。重拳呢個就反波拳咁啊，安全嘅你個自己。放波，咁啊做個壓制，但係跟住再衝個壓制，重轉咁啊打到個前跳，即使跳咗喺後邊都好照打中。carry 到，但係我哋飛翻你嗰個確反，咁啊應該死咗啦，咁啊俾人撩咗個下段。屈過去先，呢個就因為要屈先至安全，所以就都係再屈多次。一個後打，咁啊攞個加 film 再解答，咁啊對手放波，咁啊即刻用1-1啦，咁啊始終都係一件啦。咁啊屈過去，咁就用 parry 去對，跟住但係俾人打，咁啊個風喺前邊，咁啊要打佢啦，咁啊擋晒成個風嘅壓力，最後都係食個打，不過唔緊要，好過食個風，再重轉，勁好反應。呢個位偷雞，但係或先Luffy 反應升啊，咁啊再射個反波拳 ，parry 到對面嘅下中腳，咁啊換邊，唔換邊喎，咁啊下中腳放波，咁啊講協下先。後中拳又parry 成功，哎呀但係太遠啦，第一啲睇少咗嗰個應該可以啦，睇少咗嗰個 hit box 距離，打到對方個解答，咁啊食個用個打收尾。先拔頭籌。
Get active, and maybe that's harder because you're in modern. Maybe that's just like your style.
You don't need to, man. You could go a mile a minute if you want. That's just not his style. I feel like he plays modern.
有重拳，但係一拉後佢打個 Shimmy， 再反波拳。波升冇錯。咁啊零距離咁啊，一定要咁樣做啊！喂，咁啊前中拳打空，咁啊搏招啦，升第2次啊，第3次咁啊殺咗咯，呢個升唔到啊！咁啊中腳打中，但係冇話搏，但係有啲遠咧搏唔到招，放波咁啊打對面個大攻擊，哎呀甩 combo！ 咁啊，呢個都幾實力喎！呢個可以打重拳嘅應該。咁啊，想 pay 對面個 rush， 但係對面今次中段添，中2次攻擊，再打個安跳，然後再 level 2 set up 啦。咁啊，想對面個風做唔到壓力，但係後邊攻擊做到壓力啊，跟住反波拳，打個低點嘅下重拳。咁啊，想用個孖腳做 set up， 但係俾人一個升翻出嚟。再用一個中段了結，而家先估 match point 啦。哦，打到個下段 ，OK， 壓埋去，前搭，一個後搭將佢手搭去板邊，然後放波。咁我今次就用個。哎呀！但係又冇乜重拳啦，所以咧就嗰個硬直收緊嘅時候，我抗唔切個升龍拳，踢風 跟住 level 用個輕轉，自己撞咗埋佢，申請自殺，但係個風仲喺度啊，所以就想做咗個壓制。咁啊，對手反波拳嘅時候用個重拳 cut 到，咁啊，依家同死冇分別㗎啦，依家。咦唔係喎，搶到下重拳，咁啊應該 level 3啊要。唔 level 3喎，貪心2次。有冇計啊？有冇即係最後貪心係有夠計先？咁啊對手出下轉唔得啊，當一次啦。太慢啦呢個。咁啊，格士官2比0成功攞3分。有啲慢。
have other players up in the stateside, right?
We definitely have some Rashids out here.
Like the matchup, it's hard to have that same sort of effect.
I do like the adaptation that it
啲
seemed
剝
like
嘅嘢啦，又係
intended.
根本好難買嘅呢
More
仔，
button into drive
見
rush,
到人排隊。
the issue a little bit more, but not enough to get around Gachikun, man. And in many of these individual situations, his defense was good too.
Yeah.
Gachikun has got great mix-ups. Obviously, the win coming is very scary for everybody. Soul got out of those with grabs a couple times, which means job well done. But still, you're taking damage. Gachikun's, style in general, able to get in, suffocating. Even if he's only doing a grab in those situations,
飛灑大掣，
from his perspective, right?
用
He can
緊
still
大
get
掣
something
嘅
out
人
of
都
it.
係啲
Up in the corner, right? For more
好
mix-ups.
有恒心嘅
Also,
人。
I like the idea of Gachikun to stand.
依家上次有一次聚會嗰陣時，全部 hit boss 冇人用大掣。
Talking about, I stand right here, so if I see the flash come through with the fireball, I hit that perfect parry. I'm ready to get the drive rush right after it. And again, good bait as we see from Gachikun. Moving on very dominantly.
Next one coming up is going to be Valmaster versus Mike X. In my mind, following Valmaster's performance today is one of the most.
跟住 Fire Master 對 Miss 啊，之後打翻呢個 classic 嘅 look。
The current number 1 ranked, number 2 and number 1 ranked in the pool. Beginning here with Mike X. Again, he had one match yesterday and he won it, so he comes up at the top of the pool. And then for Valmaster, after this is going to be Gachikun. So this is the day for him. If he loses them both, it's over. Right? That's it. This is the day that you either qualify or stay alive to qualify, maybe, or that it's over.
Yeah.
So this match, even if he loses this one to be 0-3, that's already. Is it going to happen? It's like very unlikely at that point.
Right.
So it's kind of a must-win already, I think, for Valmaster.
That's a difficult ask. Talking
It
to
is, dude.
Mike X, he kind of got emboldened after he got his victory yesterday. He was like, dang, I'm really out here. I'm supposed to be out here. Which you should think is if you're on that stage. You deserve to be on that stage. And he's always been a strong competitor. We've seen him grinding it out at costs like TNS, the best of the best on the stateside. He's had the practice in a variety of characters, and we've seen it showcase out here. And now with that emboldened confidence, I think going in today, it's a double-edged sword in a way. You have people looking at you now that, hey, you're a threat.
Okay,
I got to worry about you now because you're actually on form. But in reverse, though, he knows that he should be here. He has the data to be like, I won my first game at Capcom Cup. I need more. I could do this. And Valmaster going to JP, I asked him, are you going to pull out the character? He's like, nah.
Master JP 喎，佢陷入邪道嗰個人。
But he's pulling him out now. Desperation time. Can you stay fine? Valmaster versus Mike X.
咁啊，放鬼，再對放波。 咁啊，掉放波，跟住下重拳，打到對手之後，對咁嘅嘢啦，黑手指。咁啊，又係開始喺度打呢個彈幕，下重拳打中，但係嗰個下重有個立中腳打唔中。哇！呢個咩 combo 嚟啊？可能都幾大力啊！但係見好大力啊！呢個就咁啊後重腳打，之後後重因為涉及後重腳咧就即係 look 就好大力嘅。哇！呢個下重腳當自己 DJ 搶呢個，咁啊開始又耍啦。哎呀 ，ban 到自己，咁啊等西㗎啦呢個位。哇！咁就出嚟，但係哎呀咁樣輕，如果佢即係知道對手 ban 咗咧，就係咪都開 level 2就所以可以解決㗎啦嘛。好，咁啊打中，咁啊搏招啦。咁啊頭上面有個想夾硬對，但係食咗個 look 嗰個下立跳重拳，呢 look 嗰個下立重拳都跳重拳都係穩問指數係100嘅。咁啊夾硬換邊啦，向 parry 對面個原地跳就失敗咗。 哦，咁啊俾人1-3啦，係啦，呢啲位唔蝕1-3等幾時啊？咁啊，做個 mid 壓制，跟住就後唔知俾啲乜啦，唉，咁啊 stun 咗先，咁啊都死咗噶啦，基本上，咁就可以接翻隻春嚟出嚟。然後開始操 game 啊，有人，即係嗰啲出事無望，所以就操下 game， 搞唔掂都做翻出嚟。
This is a match that I know lots of Chun-Li's, not just Valmaster, don't like.
Right, yeah.
So I understand trying to move away from it, but that just didn't go how he was hoping for. So I do think it makes a lot of sense to go back to this. A lot of confidence now on Mike X's side. He's actually the only person in this pool who has not been in Capcom Cup before.
Right.
So for him to have 1-0 in day one,
放個波之後再跟波行就出嚟個打法嚟嘅，基本打法。扮腳打中，但係有啲遠啦，搏唔到招。成功用個天星腳打對面嗰個打對面個 rush， 撞水鳥腳，開始拉波啦！見到呢啲打法翻返嚟最中意啊！放波之後跟波行，翻嚟腳，咁啊下中人打中，咁啊 rush 咗啦。哎呀，咁就想 mid 波頭，但係對手想 parry 個 mid 波頭，跟住之後就食咗個 beef， 跟住之後再食個達，咁都唔殺啦，係咯。咁啊，轉咗出嚟之後就由俾人打仆街變打翻人轉頭。咁啊，下中腳，咁啊打到個 Shimmy， 然後再水鳥腳推埋場，天星腳埋尾。咁啊後中拳，但係打唔到對面，哇唔可以慶祝，你唔知幾多次呢隻 game 咧，我覺得係唔係有 setting 嘅問題，即係好多人都會慶祝嘅，話啦成一個勝出。哦，又諗住用嗰個無限攻對空，但係俾人一個重拳打爆咗。咁又當8列打個 mid 壓制，咁啊 level 2啊應該開 level 2，1、2，但應該4下，5下應該死啊！咁2下佢唔踩咧，又爭少少。我食個達，咁一下死咗，但係好危險喎。哦，食咗個波頭死咗啦，咁應該。咁啊，真係嗰個急唔小心啊！Big damage potential, and he did find it. So struggle now for Valmaster to stay alive. If he loses this round, 咁啊下中腳，跟住就做個 take fall。呢個對面攻擊，跟住再打個拳擊壓制，但係俾對面擋晒。哦，下中腳，咁樣就 cut 到對面個攻擊，佢個前衝，跟住之後就打翻對手一套 combo 啊！但都係唔好咁向前，都係 keep 住行頭，都係放波噶啦，睇下款，都係放波，冇錯。好，咁之後就抌上天，放波再升。mid 嘅，哇！我覺得係個升，係個 impact 早嗰撳啊，其實應該打唔中嘅 impact， 應該升唔到嘅而家。咁啊，重拳打中應該死喎，死啦！level 1都唔使俾，死埋3-0俾1，搞唔掂。時代唔同了，年輕人。冇啦，都死咗噶啦，呢個等出事，出局。
He just had the confidence with that character. I understand how he feels about that character, but the JP didn't look ready. Mike X has so much JP practice in the States. You got Banana Kin, you got Brian F, you got many JP players to give you that practice. Hell, you go on right to any point, you're going to get JP practice. So he understands that matchup at a high level.
This song 好勁喎，
happen if he would have just been confident with the Chun-Li, but also confident in his game plan to stay solid with that character. He walked himself into the corner so continuously, which we'll see real soon here. But I want to get to that point because it felt like he kind of gave that room away to Mike X, just let him dog walk him up in the corner.
It did feel like that, yeah. Now, I mean, there were moments when Mike X had to make big comebacks. We'll take a look at that in this next game. Certainly, Mavalmaster, here we go. Big life lead, right? It's not like he was playing badly the whole time.
Right.
He certainly had great stretches in neutral and in offense.
佢慶祝埋起碼先嚟，都係個 level 2，如果真係個 level 2殺到嘅，實因為輸咗啦，因為俾個膊頭骨做。
Even though it says 2-0 in the results.
Yeah, definitely not, but
found his way in. The overhead worked out. That has been working all week, actually. Overhead low mix-up after drive rush. Yeah, little reset situations have been really important.
Mike X again had said he's confident, more confident after what happened.
He boss 活㗎。
And not being the threat that people are looking at so continuously
好似
has
錯
helped
唔
him
似
to
嗰
stay under the radar
個
until it's time to shine.
放唔似
He's
嗰個
definitely
中
shining out
嗰
here.
個
No losses, just
即係拉唔切，
two
即係拉唔
games
切其實。
over Battlemaster, who again people would say to leave the group stage with pure confidence, but Mike X making a confident run so far. He's not done. We'll be seeing him a little later on, but man, no way your fantasy brackets are right now. You might as well rip them suckers up.
You know, part of why it's fun to make picks is that you know that you're going to be wrong.
Yeah.
It's just like, how are you going to be wrong? Like, what are you wrong about, right? Like,
Yeah.
that's the kind of thing that I always like about making these picks happen. It's part of like,
Is that what you asked us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, that's fun, because I know I'm going to be wrong. I'm
Yeah,
not going to
yeah.
be right. I know
常啦，
that.
應
But,
該
like,
下鋪到
which
佢。
things am I going to be right or wrong about?
Yeah.
I think that,
And how
that
does it
is
occur
the
to
sort
that
of like
point?
suspense that I'm interested in, yeah. So obviously I'm wrong about this group so far.
So am I. I'll admit to. I'll be with you, and I bet all of you two are as well, unless you are in Canada and have seen him play continuously, or have had to face him in some battles over tournaments. Or
I mean, we've seen strength from him for sure. Like, he definitely has looked good. Although he hasn't traveled in the same way that some of the other players have.
Right.
But when it comes to his matches so far, his big tournaments so far, you know, he looked good in Canada West when he won World Warrior there. Like, he definitely looked very strong in doing
Very
so.
dominant.
And as you mentioned, we've seen him in the NA weeklies. He's looked strong there too. It's not coming out of the blue for sure.
Yeah. This is not just a nobody off the street. This is
Yeah,
somebody that's been
absolutely
competing,
right. Absolutely
continuously competing and making the use of their time. And,
我都好同
we'll
意。
be having more action coming up real soon in a second. But I'm glad that we are seeing variance in terms of these group stages. Like, it's not just I know who's going to come out because it's this person and this person.
Yeah.
When that first or two hits, and you have to have a different strategy. When you have the level of quality of players that have practiced to get here, it's not going to be
NL 對德卡姆啦，
NL versus
啊，
Nakamura
呢
is
對
our next match.
呢對 Ken。
Not even close.
Who knows?
Not even
Who
close.
knows? NL and Takamura. Yeah, it could be anything coming up in this one. Now, they both are not in the position they want to be in. That said, they're not in bad positions either. They both come in today 1-1. They both come into today +1 in games differential. So they're effectively tied coming into today. Today is where the separation comes, and it begins here when they play against each other.
Have the anxiety depending on what happens. And talking to Takamura, he was like, listen, my style, good because as I mentioned before, we don't
隻 game 係有30幾歲，黐線40歲阿叔，最老係 NL 喺度啦。
hard to break down. He always keeps the lead in terms of his health. He's a brick wall with the buttons and fireballs. Or you get the NL that just kind of breaks in situations that he shouldn't, or has a lead and just blows it.
I hear
It.
you.
It's been like that for years, but it's gotten better though, I feel like. For NL, as I've watched him at tournaments or even playing in practice in general, I feel like he's more solidified in his game plans.
But you never know.
You never know.
And in his season, he did show that. So, like, 25th at Gamers 8, right? A lot of people were there.
Yeah.
Not a lot of people were there, I should say. But
It
he
was
was
like quality.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Very, very strong players. But 25th is not that great in that context. However, he got 33rd at EVO, and that sounds like it's not too far off, but that means that you're in the top 0.5%, literally, of EVO finalists, or of EVO players.
Run of EVO for Street Fighter 6.
Exactly.
As well.
So there are definitely times when he looks amazing. He got 17th CPT Major Singapore.
開
He
波啦
also
應該。
won CPT Asia East, which is how he's
咪
here
冇
in
穿
the
咩？
online version, and that had a ton of killers in it. So, yeah, I'm with you.
我玩呢個
Takamura.
我玩呢個Cyberpunk 嗰陣時，好似都有個人做德卡姆啦，我死又叫冇穿啦。
In that context, Europe West, he won for World Warrior, but he got 193rd at EVO. So you just you don't know. You don't know. They both have incredible skill. Their ceilings are very high.
Right.
Are they going to reach it?
好咁啊，飛到個波咁啊，搶過去打啦。咁就基本上三色雪糕咁樣噶啦，依家藍綠紅出晒嚟，大佬睇下，踢過去確反啦呢個。起上下衝腳，呢個人係冇擋嘅選擇嘅。咁啊，有個 Shimmy 再升，咁啊勁 online can 呢個打法。咁啊打出嚟搶下衝腳又中，咁啊再定個順雷腳再升。咁啊拉距離啦，咁啊睇下對面幾時會衝過嚟。咁啊，喂搶到個輕拳喎，咁咪1-1啦，冇1-1。咁啊錯 combo， 不過唔緊要，死唔去啩。咁啊對面可以放波，要擋晒佢啦。放波成功 cut 到對面唔知啲咩個勢啦，跟住就打中佢，成功攞到1-0啊！嗱 TC 打中旋風腳，話跳壓制拉遠除了原地挑，咁啊下重拳打到個攻擊，但係突然皮打到埋牆之後冇拔招，呢個 Mitty 啊，不過唔得啊冇升，飛成功，咁啊呢個3先啦，唔好煩啦。想 reset 啊，因為想即刻殺，咁啊對面冇 burn out 咗啊，自己 burn out 自己有啲曳呢個位。咁啊加 fit 打中啦，再攝個下輕腳升呢個3成功，先攞第一波。幾一面倒啊！唔通啊日仔老友日仔隊友係殺到 NL？ 哇！起上下，你係咪 confirm 啊？無啦下中腳，佢唔 rush 喎，咁樣破咗個星，乜都俾佢估中喎，大佬！你今日直接去隔離 Las Vegas 買呢個輪盤度啊！啱啱先講嗰人就估錯啦。呢度 level 1啦，始終都 block 唔到，救唔到，咁就發現呢體係傻嘅，所以就 NL 都好小心。咁啊10個後重腳，氣都唔使俾，咁就攞翻1燈先。carry 咗個波，咁啊下中拳打中，但係俾 Luke 嘅下中拳搶翻轉頭，之後就入呢個好熟口面嘅畫面啦。TC 咁啊唔 cancel 今次，最後就俾 Luke 一個 combo 打落去前挑，甚至打個壓制失敗咗，夠 parry。Impact 打落去 ，NL 竟然唔 cancel level 3，好扭啊呢個人。咁啊重拳順雷腳，咁啊但係俾對面搶到嗰個攻擊，都係順雷腳。如果中段咧係好似輸 jab 嘅冇記錯。好，咁樣就1-1。咁啊唔需要諗啦，直接第3鋪。下中拳 cut 到對面個 rush， 之後就搏招。咁啊輕拳搶到對面嘅壓制之後就再嚟多次。咁啊 TC 打落去，咁啊想攞個有壓制之後再大失敗咗啊！叫做 parry 對面嘅波，下中拳打到對面嗰個大哎呀咧 combo， 咁啊繼續向順雷腳踢落去，放波，哦咁啊下中拳都係呢個相信下中拳嘅力量，咁 level 2啦，KO。好啦，咁見到 NL match point 啦。中拳打落去，跟住大俾對手搶下中拳，之後再入呢個basic combo，perfect parry 成功，唔後搭，用呢個飛腳換邊啦。兩個前打個盡量將對手推去板邊，下中腳之後再 combo。一個後搭將對手搭翻去埋牆，我喺度摁緊啊！你見到啊 NL 摁得幾勁啊！咁啊卡金烏拿睇唔到佢摁，重腳打落去，但係唔係 combo 嚟嘅，咁啊 finish 嚟先 combo， 想 cut 對面嗰個下重腳但失敗咗，呢個 level 3啊！如果唔係流離暴躁啊！咁啊之後睇下嗰個壓制點做啦，我係 rush 過去嘅啫，而家睇對手會唔會起上鳩？ 咁啊，記得撳個輕拳，哦，打到啊！可唔可以打到對面 burn out 啊？係唔得噶，因為冇 level 1，得唔得？擋到，咁啊 burn out 咗，唔得啊！擋晒成個星又死咗咯，搞唔掂。又 DJ 又 JP 音樂，聽到就嬲。鳩啊緊咗㗎啦。
Ahead 2-1. In terms of match results, is NL and 1-2 on the other side. And even though it's just one match, that is a.
佢一開波嘅打法已經好鳩嘅，一開波啲上槍下中腳啊，或者嗰啲即係鳩煙，即係有煙平打星之類嘅嘢。佢點會變翻正常咧？
And then you saw also like drive impact on my man's wake up continuously, but NL started getting better and better on defense. And then when Takamura was on defense, it wasn't looking nearly as strong as what NL is capable of. Some of that is Luke, right? Some of that is Luke being able to have better defensive options and choices sometimes in terms of buttons at certain ranges. But it's the innate stuff though from Takamura that felt like it was faltering and falling more often than not. Just the variance.
佢估嘢勁嘅鳩佬係。
Rocket cancel right there could have been way worse.
即係簡單嚟講，即係佢生存到今日就係因為估嘢勁，所以鳩佬先，所以鳩啲人攞啲嘢先勁。如果即係估嘢勁嘅鳩佬咧，應該就係一開波俾人0-2嗰啲。
To finally confirm stagger stepping in every so often and great bar usage at the bottom too. Using level 2 or level 1 just in case, depending on the situation. Level 1 against fireballs, level 2 to, seal the deal either way. I like that varies from Luke players. As you mentioned before, utility, and that's what you want to see from Luke.
He's got a bunch of that. So,
一場係咩啊 ？NL 打咁冇啦，加斯官對 Fire Master，Fire Master 應該係操 game 㗎喎，應該要。
Maybe the most pivotal match of the group, and I don't know that it's going to be that anymore. It's still going to be interesting to watch for other reasons, but Gachikun and Valmaster, I had thought maybe this is to determine who wins the group, and it's probably not.
It's probably not. It's looking very dark for Mans, unfortunately. But this is still going to be a fun match either way. Gachikun,
I mean, it matters for other people, right? So Mike X is 2-0, Gachikun's 2-0. Right? So if you're Gachikun, you want to win out, right? You want to give yourself the best chance anyway, but at this point, you're sort of racing with Mike in that situation. If he goes to 2-1, then NL's still very much in the mix, right? Maybe even Takamura's still in the mix.
Kimberly 咯，越嚟越鳩咯，呢個人。完全係放棄咗啦，呢個人。
He had mentioned to me that if he saw some potential points, maybe like a JP or something, he was going to have this in the pocket. Rashid, I guess, is another situation where he's going to bring her out. He's going to let it go.
That's strange. I don't really see many Kim players
對空，
loving this match.
跟住打個 mix up，
Gets the side switch right there from the back door.
咁啊打個壓制繼續插中，因為太重拳啦，所以就攞個咁啊確反啦呢個。唔通 Kimberly 首勝就係今日出現。咁啊放炸彈，中段再重腳 ，parry 咗對面嗰個輕拳之後就打翻轉頭。 咁啊！呢個就基本上就即係話先用所有嘅方法去諗辦法，令到自己嗰個即係做到呢個 set up 呢個後重呢個後快身嘅 set up。有一次咁啊太高啦，做唔到。飛成功，呢個 level 2喎。哎呀，練下 combo 先啊你。打到喎，咁唔使練 combo 啦。level 1 level 3，不過是但啦，佢出落 buff 啩估。 唔使啩，好大機會就係佢啱啱播嗰套 combo 之後發現，即係佢覺得唔死喎，咁啊 pencil 還算。咁啊確反，哎呀，咁啊 Viv 都唔確反，咁啊前打，咁啊打到個，哎呀呢個唔係 combo 嚟啊，咁啊一定要輕啦，一定要，咁啊升對面嘅壓制。 搏中咗對面個風段都搏中咗對面之後就 level 2啦。呢隊其實啲行得夠後，應該個風應該唔會打到嘅。做咩解答啊，傻佬啊！咁啊風未到，但係唔緊要，有個氣流 buff 已經可以好用啦。咁啊就踢風去防止對面衝過嚟。 咁啊打到個 drop kick 打到對面嗰個，哇咁都要咩 sell？咁啊又下段打中咗對手，放炸彈前搭咁啊炸彈 sell 啦，咁啊搏埋個好中段，搏埋個攻擊，跟住之後再儲炸彈。呢個位又嚟多次呢個會唔？咦今次咁啊行到勁後再搏呢個風。哇！擋咗個風先，搣再食到個兩次中段 ，E.O. kick 升啊，慢波腳，低點重拳，哎呀，好似搏唔到啊！打到對面嘅對空，咁啊死咗啦！波拳再level 3 ，Kimberly 首勝，竟然有一頂，唔通佢嘅秘密對策就係呢個 Kimberly 先係真正嘅。
I'll take a second after that too. Let's back it up a bit. Because remember all the times that Kim isn't this and that. Even this matchup, I haven't seen many people say Kim can really work against the likes of Rashid. You don't want to be up in the corner.
Kimberly 就是呢個
His offense has been good.
你嘅
choice
首
to
選。
crouching medium kick and catch the walk back at Gachikun has been fantastic. And the bar builder for level 3 continuously.
一口搏屈佢，再重拳打到個踢，比上 parry， 但係成功打到對面個 parry， 即係用打個 parry 啊。咁啊，加斯官就繼續用呢個屈佢嘅，將對手推去板邊，重磚打贏咗對面個挑。咁啊，直接用個 O.D 反波拳打對面嗰個處力，打到對面 burn out， 跟住埋牆啦。咁啊，重拳再打中，咁就埋牆嘅情況下再 set 炸彈，打對面死都唔喐。呢個打個加 flip。最後都係食到個 impact， 咁啊死硬㗎啦！呢個基本上一個炸彈 set up， 但係最大力嘅新 combo。好咁啊 ，Rainpro match point 啊，冇諗過佢咁樣操 game 反而係最有希望勝利嘅一個。咁啊重磚兩次打到呢個逆向即係跳背，咁啊開踢風啦，行遠啲啦。咁啊佢只要唔喺板邊咧就。個風去唔到板邊，最後都係攞個風去做呢個 block， 死都唔喐，解答就 OK。打中啊，但係佢冇 cancel rush。咁啊，俾阿加斯官 jet 翻走，成功對到空，咁啊攞加 fit， 前中拳打中，咁啊加斯官就繼續攞壓制，打到個打背，乜都中啊，但係最後個解答變咗做頭打，重炸彈先。打到個咁都打中佢，咁啊對唔切空，跟住就 parry 對空之後就俾人打啦。加斯官未死啊！咁啊，下段再打，點解都打，對面踢風。哦，突然間有將個截攻擊嘅時候，俾個前重腳打中，咁啊食個大金箔，以上鳩到啊！咁啊，4000傷害再加一個聽歌 buff， 我又擋到對面個反，打中對手 Mitty 啊，仲要咁啊釘場 set 炸彈，人生生死二擲，打中啊，殺咗 Rainpro 2-0， 打死咗阿加斯官，原來 Kimberly 先係 Rainpro 嘅 main 角。圓夢啊！Hats off to Valmaster for that performance right there. His offense, he played the character great, right? When your offense is clicking with her, when your movement's clicking with her, she's really hard to beat. And on top of that, maybe more importantly, to be honest, if your defensive ideas like this one where he jumped out at the right time are right, super important, right? Because she does not have great defense. Right? Doesn't have the best super, doesn't have EX wake up that's invul. And so you have to rely on your own gumption, right? Like your innate defense. Your personal defense.
Your heart.
And he did.
Fantastic stuff from Valmaster. I like when he got his pressure going to flow. It's hard for Gachikun to have those guesses. They do have good Kimberlys. You know, Jackie we saw in top 8 at CPT. but the footsie-based style of Battlemaster, riding the momentum continuously like that switch up that we saw with that mix at the very end to get the win. In Battlemaster, we have
冇㗎，呢個咁樣俾 Kimberly 打死嘅話，呢個 Kimberly 不妙，但個版本全跌咗隻腳。
Battlemaster with a very dominant victory, not with Chun-Li, right, but with him. All right, maybe Battlemaster I might listen to you on some things when it comes to your characters.
一播咁耐嘅呢個面咪好似差唔多重播，佢呢一個長度差唔多長到，我以為重播咗呢個對戰咁。呢個處刑。
But not for like Rashid, and not for this part of the stage where you do as many points as possible, even more so.
So Gachikun, having done the math now, Gachikun could have been 3-0 and have been +5 in games differential, and very hard for other people to have surmounted that and get over him to get out of the groups. Instead, totally different situation. He's 2-1. He's only +1. He now, I would say, is at risk, right? He's still 2-1.
Right.
Not in a bad
he's
spot.
Probably still good. Probably.
He could make it. Still, you just don't know. Like he's in the range where like.
證明呢個作者都呢個整剪嘅時候都好中意 Kimberly。都 feel 到 Kimberly 受到不公平的對待。咁啊 D 組最後一場啦 ，Sophing 對 Max。咁啊又係啲唔係好似佢哋係出線嗰啲人嚟。
Mike, if he wins this, he goes to 3-0. If he wins it 2-0, then he has both of the matches so far. He's at +6. Are you losing the group stage at that point?
但佢未打加斯官同埋，未打加斯官同埋呢個NL。
Or like he's getting free wins or whatever it may be. He's beating top level players in his pool handily.
Takamura and Valmaster, he's both beaten 2-0.
And he had solved into
啊 ，Luke Mill 啊，現代對經典。
The faces.
All right. Luke's got some good ones. I don't feel like Modern is quite as effective in terms of reacting with Fireball Super, I should say, versus Fireballs.
Yeah.
In this match, this is like tougher, just the way that Luke's Fireball works.
Not a real Fireball.
Not as easy to react to.
一個前得。
But still.
哇！做一個前得，打翻轉頭，喂！一前得即係前之後兩邊一齊 jab， 一定要再 trade 嘅。放波，放波。哇！你行到零距離差唔多，就嚟可以。頭啦，喂咁啊行到勁埋之後再用個反波拳打落去，埋牆啦，開始遊戲最玩嘅遊戲啦，爭啲吸到對面嘅下中拳升啊！咁啊始終都係嗰句 soft 係 M。哦打空氣，咁啊到我嘅回合啦。咁啊下段打中，但係冇獲招。咁啊今次到跳唔跳到？跳唔到啊！已經都係現代升落去啊，唔理啦，啲氣都係流㗎啦，如果唔係。咁啊 burn out 咗又竟然唔 cancel 第二下，即係嗰個前重拳兩下嘅破反嚟嘅，但係可以 cancel 必殺技，好少會唔 cancel。哦，咁啊最強宣面就成功咗啦。咁啊屈咗佢嘅時候俾對面升，下中拳打到對面個攻擊之後再學招，做個 take fall， 做個再 fall。哎呀，今次真係好想避開對面攻擊啊，咁就係避唔到，之後就食個叻河3，1-0啦咁就。
That is the first game loss for Mike X.
First one.
First game loss for Mike X. 第一鋪輸嘅對決。咁啊爭啲就截到啦，截唔到。咁啊起上俾對面打，冰冰前跳，咁啊俾人升翻出嚟。放波，放波。哎，下中拳截到對面啦，咁就搏招啦。埋牆搣鐵嘅下中，唔係即係下中拳打中咗搏輕拳，對手搶下中腳之後就搏呢套加傳互曉 combo， 一個後打將對手帶去板邊，咁啊對網睇下對邊邊 rush 邊忍唔住 rush 嘅啫，重拳 rush 就冇計啦，咁啊後跳就避開對面嗰個壓力，咁啊鬥搶下中拳都撳得唔夠多，我又覺得又嚟啦 ，A 咗對面嗰個攻擊，再嚟多一次做個 take fall。Sophing 差唔多，雖然飆咗，但係血量優勢好大。 太快啦喎！對面呢個超波嚟嘅直情。咁啊唔喐啦，咁啊俾對面搭都好過食一個金寶。突然打中，係升到一下啦呢度，一下 level， 哎呀搏練下金寶先啦，真係有機會 shift 死嘅其實。level 一，喂唔得啦，練下金寶先啦，真係。咁樣輸翻轉頭。咁啊，下段打落去就打對面，即係打中但係冇火招，痛拳打空，咁啊俾阿 Sophie combo level 3啦應該，唔 level 3喎，擔心對嚟多次，咁啊想離開板邊但係失敗咗啦，咁啊但係揾用拳頭推翻對手出去，確反呢個確反喎呢個，再放波。咁啊 burn out 完結啦，咁啊再有3個格氣俾佢鳩啦，一瞬間由6格氣變咗做 burn out， 點解又呢個 speed one burn out 大賽佢有機會可以攞到冠軍？唔得啊呢個，咁啊但係佢想流氣啦，如果唔係再竟然跳到現代之人，而家阿 Sophie 好緊張，因為佢咩反應都冇晒。重拳打中，咁啊死咗啦應該，咁啊直接殺咗，咁啊成功2-0對手。就應該都打晒啦，一個係咯打晒啦 ，group D 咯，跟住又係防逼，咁啊打咗一半啦今日 Day2。
Yeah, just a fantastic performance by Soul. Again, that style that he primarily has gone to in this pool so far has been backing off a little bit, patience, waiting it out, not really spending that much drive cancel meter, only in certain situations. In this match, he did have that at times, but he also had fast movement. We're looking at some of it here. He got in quickly sometimes. He spent
JP 係呢個遊戲嘅主角。
A couple of times. And I think that's part of why you saw Mike whipping, because he just didn't know what was going to be coming up next. Are you going to keep moving backwards away from me?
Yeah.
Are you going to move forward now?
Yeah.
Are you going to walk up and press a button now? I don't know.
What button?
Is it fireball? Like it was a really, really good wheel of options by Soul VNG in the mid range and in footsies and in pressure.
And overall, and again, the bar usage at the bottom, using that for that utility. Level 2, level 1 if need be.
喺街8 6點可以贏你 JP 咧？
You see right there a little bit of a panic situation. Mike did have an opportunity, I believe. It's close to this one or maybe the one after, where he's able to double the damage. He wasn't able to land it, unfortunately. Maybe just caught off kilter too much by the modern play that Solving was doing and could not solve the equation of the modern Maven that is Solving. You can tell that he has solidified in that game plan and is a modern player through and through. But I like to see that. As you mentioned, cool. It's like a groove system, right? Like playing modern is like a groove system. And Tokido, when I talked to him, he's like, there's 2 characters that can play modern better than any of the characters and that are actually maybe competitively viable. It is Marisa and it is Luke. So those 2 you see right there, and you see one right there being utilized to move on in the bracket. Here we have the standings. Mike X still at the top spot, along with NL, 2 Lukes, but 1 modern.
咁啊，大家都2-1啊，冇人係贏晒，係 Five Master 大鑊啲。咁就最後嘅勝負就係加斯官 NL 同埋阿 Mickey 阿 Miss 可以點樣可以邊邊可以上翻嚟幾問呢種。
Very hard situation to be in for them, but from the viewer perspective, fascinating to see results that are not what you thought were coming up in advance. Very impressed by the players in this pool who have showed up big. That said, I think for Valmaster at 1 and
Valmaster 真係終極搞事，如果唔係加斯官進難級。
He is in a tough spot to make this happen.
Takemura also in a tough spot.
1 and 3, excuse me, yeah.
1 and 3, okay. So Takemura also in a rough spot as well. But I want to go back to the people you were talking about in terms of the ones showing out. Mike X, of course, and NL on form. This is the NL I'd like to see. The NL that is a dangerous threat through and through when it comes to tournament time. You know, we've seen him maybe have not the best shaky starts and not the best finishes. But today, this week, actually, I should say, could be his week to win that million.
You just don't know what's going to happen in this pool. It's going to be a fascinating one to watch for tomorrow. But that's it for the pool for right now.
未打啊，贏啦咪，贏咪得咯。班 Master 仲打邊個
？Big shout out. Pro players have won more prize money using Steel Series gear than any other brand. And this week, they're going to help a player become a millionaire. You saw the safe over there. Steel Series, hey,
哇，今次幾快喎！今次即係平時即係15分鐘，做咗15分鐘完。有時我諗我一早其實5個 FT2使唔使打？即係5個FT2使唔使打？睇咁耐。
That is very pretty. MXF_official is where you can find out more. It's a 1/6 scale figure based on illustrations, of course, by Street Fighter 2 co-creator and designer Akimon. It's based on an
FT2 打40分鐘差唔多啦
，8 分鐘一出。Looks beautiful. Really like what they are doing with this.
佢哋要揀呢個放逼，跟住開頭佢冇嗰啲開頭 interview 啊。一開頭咧，咪又要捉阿 Chris Song 講嘢，問佢點樣洗獎金，跟住又要捉啊，又要捉啊邊個食春卷。秘密武器係粗武器，呢個Red Bull Kumi 騎嗰個耀輝喎，請晒講晒請到啲咩？
To me, Street Fighter means history. It's what got me into fighting games. It's what got most of my teams as well. And it's good to see just multiple iterations through time as the game continues to get better and better, new characters, better graphics. We do this because not only we love it, but the rest of the PC family that buys from us. PCS first started getting into the statue form of Street Fighter back in 2007. We've continued to grow and expand our Street Fighter offering from everything from quarter scale to third scale size. Kind of my baby or my favorite is this new fitness line that we have coming out. So we continue to expand and change it up and not just do something that everybody else is doing, but try to make it unique to PCS. It's one thing to be licensed and create statues for the fan, but to us, creating the trophy that the winner will take home, I view that as a big honor. So we look forward to seeing it raised high.
This is my moment, coming for it all, just show me my opponent. Wanna be great, I'm a legend in the making, and this is mine for the taking. Cause I got what it takes to be on top. I'm number one cause I don't stop. Hard gas, no brakes, high stakes. I don't act tough till I tussle, let them fall drop. Hope you ready for the fight. Reign supreme. Put 'em up, let's go. Put 'em up, let's go.
係啊，我一家喺度做埋支線，做睇支線同埋。做緊支線啦喺度，同埋睇下玩嗰個叫咩？揀個寶殼嗰個江湖寶貝啊！真係好轉，咩好睇嘅啫嗰啲喺度鳩緊。都冇氣就先算啦，依家喺度鳩玩緊。咩好睇嘅啫噃？睇咪到先。 係咁樣擺喺度啦。兩邊咧定係？喺度鳩玩緊呢個。
As you can see, we are in the beautiful, the storied Hollywood, California, and of course, there couldn't be a venue any better for Capcom Cup, the creme de la creme. Right now, as you can see, Capcom did have some surprises for us. We have the Ed build right here, as we have Dr. African and Just a Kid getting down on the setup. I'll tell you guys what, these punch animations, some of the best, actually, I'm sorry, the best punch animations that we have seen in Street Fighter up to this point. And as if that's not crazy enough, it is going to be available for everybody at home on February 27th. Not to mention, Capcom, y'all pulled a fast one on us. You told us no content, put that tweet out, and then all of a sudden you got a little secret sneak build with some patch notes. JP got nerfed. We love it. It's a beautiful thing to see. Ladies and gentlemen, only here at Capcom Cup do you get early access to Ed. Capcom Cup 10 has been phenomenal up to this point, and we are not finished with the action. As you can see, these guys are enjoying themselves. I don't know who just got cooked. Who won? Which one of y'all won?
做咩喺度？唔好阻住我打機啊！先下邊有心諗。RTV 揀揾佢哋傾偈。呢個補出嚟，呢個牽本嘅。
Shout outs to the boy Hollywood, Rob TV, and I'm actually really happy that Capcom decided to bless us with a little bit of the Ed. I know when that trailer dropped, everybody was losing their mind because of the animations. Oh, yeah. And even seeing it here with my own eyes, I'm actually still impressed because there's a lot to learn about the game, and we got to play that sick new stage as well. So thank you guys for staying tuned and staying attentive to the action that's happening here at Capcom Cup 10. Because, man, it's about to get greasy. Range, it's a pleasure once again to be on the mic with you. You know what it is, my brother. Talk to me.
Indeed, brother. We are here. Group E, the group of the DJs, right? Indeed.
Wow, stick eye got full
and Fudo, both 2-0, both with a +3 game differential. So they're going to be battling it out for hopefully that first place spot. Snake Eyes down there at 0-1. Samuel coming out with a nice showing 1-0. And then, of course, Makaze 0-2 and Mirkin 0-2. But still looking to upset brackets and perhaps go on a 3-game run to turn things around.
Yeah, if you look at what's happening so far, so obviously every player has to play 4 matches. Only 2 people
DJ 是打完一個啲就有千萬個 DJ。
Right now, these are the 2 that will be making out on the winners and the losers side. However, Shin and Fudo both have 2 more games to play. Samuel has 3 games left to play. Namikaze only has 2 games left to play. That means he can just mess up somebody else's good time. Snake Eyes still has 3 games to play. And Mirkin still has 2 games to play. But that also puts him at the bottom of the group.
Yeah, the word on the street was that
Give
could actually fight DJ.
DJ 我覺得係一隻老細。
So far, of course, Snake Eyes only got 1 shot.
你係阻止唔到佢鳩埋。
And it was against, as David pointed out yesterday, one of the players that actually has some Zangief experience, right? That's the unfortunate draw about Snake Eyes, is the fact that he's going up against people that have fought Itazan that actually have some high-level Geef experience. But those players do have it. But let's get into our first match, Sawi, which is going to be Shien versus Samuel, one that I'm very much looking forward to. Gaming Gladiator Zone right here. Shien, always the mad scientist. I think you like to call him one of the scientists of fighting games, right? Not only just Street Fighter. This man knows how to pick apart every single game he plays.
And that's one of the reasons I'm calling him the scientist, man. He will definitely hit the lab, put on the coat, pull out the clipboard, and then he reports his findings to the internet. So he basically tells you everything you need to know about any game, any character he's playing. And a lot of times he puts that to the test in real life, in tournament, especially in some of these situations. But Samuel definitely trying to put a stop to it.
And before we move on from that point about Shien, I love the fact that Versus Vortex actually quote tweeted that this was his favorite DJ combo. He made that tweet in like the beginning of February or middle of February, and he actually pulled it off. Yesterday, so really cool to see.
Shout outs to Versus Vortex.
用波佢鬧佢，啲 DJ 好中意咧， 又係嗰啲放完波之後就立正波中腳，之後再用反波中，即係再撞箍，睇下彈到下一下啦。如果你即係你攝咗個下中腳就死咗㗎你。咁啊阿仔，再 watch 過去，夠煙平啦，始終你 burn out 咗。咁喺呢個時候應該就要，咦佢唔跳出嚟 ，DJ 而家行緊路咧，其實佢嗰個對空好窄，咁啊用呢個方法對空，呢個方法跳出嚟，佢踢一腳，咁啊再放波，咁啊再用 rush 去攞做一個壓制啊，咁啊波落去，再壓制，咁啊有氣我就揾埋壓制，咁啊呢個 look 一用下中，依下就係依下，得閒撳下呢個咧，佢就會食呢個下段嘅分析 counter，然後再搏招。勁大力。咁啊，接到對面嗰個 rush，再用呢個下上，得閒撳下呢個反波腳，推成功喎呢個位，着數啦呢個位。咁啊，到打冇傷害又盡量打多啲氣啦。咁啊，直嗰個跳入level 3打到對面 burn out 啊！咁啊，但係level 3之後咧，對面就 burn out 咗，然後就 DJ 就可以間 chip 落去啦，再 chip， 咁啊用輕，咁啊用1-1反抗下，但係唔係，仍然都係試緊一回合。咁啊 burn out 完結啦，有得打機至少。咁啊食咗個 OD 波，咁啊將對手推翻出嚟，唔喺板邊就安全少少啦。再嚟個 rush， 跟住之後後打到個解答，之後再下重完連嘅對手，先1-0。好，咁啊又食咗一個 counter hit， 就俾阿 CN 一個 combo 帶埋場啦。一個前搭，繼續去做一個壓制，再一個前搭，第二次做一個壓制。對手搶下中腳，再搏招，再用個撞踢腳下中拳截到對面嘅 rush， 咁啊推埋場啦。咁啊拉後睇下對面介唔介得用 parry 嘅下上，咁啊做一個安跳，但係好似失敗咗，唔緊要。之後用一個陸中拳壓制成功打 counter hit， 再攞多一燈。哇！最強解答，最強 shimmy。咁啊，推埋場先，關槍拳攞最大傷害，再做個安跳。咁啊，大家一齊屈情況下，邊個咁輕易邊個贏啊？升對解除對方嘅壓力。咁啊，反波拳草爆嘅就係加 film 嘅，跟住之後就係俾 CN 督翻出嚟，又擋下 CN。咁啊，輕拳打到對手，之後接關槍拳再 level 3成功 KO 對手啦，直接4燈直落，好似冇打機咁。有 buff DJ 咩？我真係唔知。咁啊，基本上 DJ 唔係安跳唔緊要，唔係安跳唔係好重要，最緊要對面冇反應。爽箍不嬲都爽箍有得確反嘅咩？一係得確反嘅咩？即係依家嘅版本，我哋覺得係同步。On the loser side because right now Sin's looking like he's in the lead.
And remember, he was tied in game differential with Fudo, right? So he wants to get as many 2-0s as possible. He accomplishes one here. But you know, when you couple somebody
我未學過，啲人屌你老味確出嘅熟，屌你老味，中段又冇得確，下段又冇得確，不啲 scam， 唔係冇辣回嘅，不過佢個辣回個回報係咪太勁咧？用嗰個辣回咁樣縮後縮前，跟住之後又打個 punish counter， 之後佢又可以，之後佢又喺下中拳之再抌你上天，之後再又係搏個堆好嘔心嘅，真係冇計，即係佢屈你機真係冇計。啊先，哇！屌你日文有冇翻譯啊？
really close out that game. A very solid game there for CN to stay ahead of the
不嬲都
pack
冇
right
啊
now as we continue
係咪唔
to
削
move
不
ahead.
削就是
Let's
強
get to the next match.
Yes, again, should be Mirkin versus Snake
不
Eyes
過
up next. And
呢
the
個
Mirkin
patch 就
Bravo
我覺得就你唔好咁認真咁
Warrior
睇，
events in the EU North and East.
因為因為有機會
And then Snake Eyes winning
因為有機會佢會收翻嘅呢啲
Canada
buff。
West online premiere on the Zangief. You're shaking your head. I know that was an incredible
It
victory.
was so
right?
it was
This dude,
ridiculous.
this dude Reynolds was literally a combo confirm away from qualifying for Capcom Cup. Ended up dropping it, and Snake Eyes never looked back. Right?
I mean,
三木強化
one of the things you expect to see from somebody like
三木
Snake
呢個
Eyes,
三木
long-time Zangief
三木
player.
三係
We
咪？
already know he's definitely one of the SoCal favorites,
Oh,
an
yeah.
American favorite at this point,
Absolutely.
especially considering he sticks with the geef through and through.
Yeah.
There is no switching.
BJ 唔
Regardless
left
of the
BJ left 下
matchup,
個
that's what you
watch
like to
咯，
see.
最
I'm
緊要
glad
係
you pointed out that because
個 shake 拳可唔可以俾我
Reynolds
截到啊？
My man was
可
taking
唔可以唔好咁
advantage
屈
of
機啊？
the
喂
team, and still, Snake Eyes found a way to beat him out, and it was some of the most beautiful navigation of landmines I have ever seen. It's like that meme, you just running through a minefield. That was Snake Eyes to get that W.
It takes a special type of player to take a character that struggles in certain aspects of the
Yes.
game, especially when they're big bodies. It's easy to hit them with, especially against JP,
Yes.
throwing projectiles around the screen. All
董姑咪坑低啲輕拳咯，唔坑彈咪，因為佢啲坑彈咪中拳。董姑最勁就係縮後嘅，之後一嘢掃你下嘅，
And Snake Eyes are synonymous at this
即
point,
係屈機喎
right?
你
Like
可以。
he has put in so much work and
你
has
就
so
咪喺
much
度
experience
喺度跳舞咁樣喺度，一路向前伸咁樣，一彈一彈
No,
彈，
it's actually super true. I love talking to
跟
him
住就
about
俾佢
his
彈死
character.
咗
I mean, he was actually saying something crazy about what they should improve with the character later
Oh,
on.
I bet.
I literally had to walk away. I literally had to walk away. We were in the training room, and he was like, "Yeah, bro, they got to be plus." I was like, "You know what, Snake Eyes, you're talking."
咁你
crazy.
撐頭咪下中拳，
Great
跟住
play,
抌你
great
上
play.
天啦。
Now let's
Like,
talk
we're
a
not
little
setting
bit.
a meeting up with you and Mr. Capcom.
Exactly,
That's not
it's never
happening.
gonna
I'm
happen.
sorry.
But shout outs to Mirkin on top of it as well. Also, like you said, man, representing from all the way from Poland and making it here. We talk about the landmines.
的確就係咁任
Going to
性
have to do that versus Luke. He has the fireball. He has the normals to keep you honest. Stand medium kick is going to be something you see quite a bit. You got to be careful in your approach overall. Let's see what he gets into. Mirkin
哦，
versus Snake
呢
Eyes.
個對佢就全Chris Song 又話，Chris Song 又話，哇！你接用 OD 鏡頭，呢度差唔多3000幾嘅。
You lost 45 for that, bro.
Straight up. OD spinning pile driver, nice health
咁啊下中拳，喂咁啊唔屈喎，咁啊後避咗個，
starting to look a little
喂咁啊成功正頭啦，咁時候咦用前搭攞個 Oxy，呢個又係再 reset， 哇好陰濕啊！咁啊前衝拳打足，跟住就俾晒所有資源，再用呢個3個拳，因為呢個孖拳轉死對手。
Claps are really loud right next to me, I gotta say.
對手一諗住 Watch 即刻反佢，打到個落單，頭錘2次，頭錘3次 ，impact 打落去，咁啊唔俾氣唔俾資源啦，對手起上 parry， 咁啊食呢個整呢個捧頭，頭錘又打中，咁啊俾晒所有資源，再 level 2啦，咁就好似隻 Luke 好似冇打機咁樣死咗啦。
You're next. You don't gotta ask who's next. Bruh, this man Snake Eyes hit him with the 80s wrestling moveset. He body slams, headbutts, just punches, like keeping it.
轉個色係咪轉個色去補下平安先？
Mirkin does. We did see a little flash of life there, especially when it came to the neutral. Got a big bait, but once again,
但係感覺上都係睇落就冇得打，你即刻咁打仆街。
And what happens after that? It's all mental damage. You really got to be careful. But here we go.
And I want to see, right, since Snake Eyes was able to establish a couple of really damaging command grabs in the first game.
咁啊對望咗勁耐，之後再整個偷襲成功啊！拉後少少，哎重拳打空氣，但係隻 Luke 係冇用到資源去進攻嘅，咁啊擋一下死，哇行前攬落去，咁啊輕指鏡頭係差唔多係即係一個中拳嘅距離，好鬼遠，咁啊乜都中晒，之後就做一個，之後就俾晒所有資源再 rush 咗去，再禁擠殺咗。
And this is the grappling expertise of Snake Eyes, right? He hits the running bear grab, he hits an SPD. Now he knows you're not going to stay on the ground anymore. Just waited, had the anti-airs
下
ready.
中腳，咁佢就再金重拳，但係俾人一個 cut 落去 cut 中啊！咁啊儲氣又儲唔到輕幫拳，下中腳狂禁，重拳打落去，咁啊原地跳對面就冇咁滯，所以就擋到。TC 中拳打落單，後避咗個單，即係用鏡頭確反，呢個鏡頭講勁大力大佬。咁啊打個下段，啲嘢掃落去，但係確反唔到啊！ 唔緊要，咁就 stick eye 就俾個下中拳打中，再俾人攞單。哦，下中拳打到對面個攻擊，咁啊俾晒所有資源，有冇？呢個係 level 3喎，哎呀又甩 combo， 好大鑊喎呢個兩 combo， 咁啊720啊有，隨時嚟啊！哎呀對手起上鳩到啊，咁啊呢個720戰術失敗咗，一波俾人屈咗過去。再開 level 2，將對手推去板邊。呢個除咗呢個板，呢個除咗有傷害之外，推板邊超勁呢個強，板中都可以飛去板邊。咁啊，但係行下去翻中間啦，中完島慢慢將對手推翻板邊。咁啊打中對手，咁啊博招又甩 combo 呢個人。咁啊打到 lock 單頭錘想斬，但係俾人一個星打翻出嚟。咁啊，呢個720啦嘛點開啊？呢個真係，因為如果冇機會開嘅話，就真係留俾科龍嘅啫。嚟啦！哎呀唔出，打中，咁啊正頭2set，咁啊前中腳睇下可唔可以壓到對面喐先。哦，輕腳打中啊！咁啊，好過冇啦。咁啊，開埋level 1，咁啊當level 3啦，咁就俾人升，但係未死。到個 take full， 咁啊俾人追翻晒，咁啊以為大執添，原來即係都反抗到。跟住就 final game 啦。咁啊行到勁入再下中拳，但係又甩 combo 呢個人，咁啊有啲似琴日嘅命拉 out 啲。指影頭打開對面 jab， 腳有 punish counter 都幾大力。哇！狂撳下中腳，咁啊睇下可唔可以阻止對方行路先，打中對手，咁啊3個孖拳再打個 lock 單。哎，我話俾對面 jab 到，之後就識挨就俾人一套 combo 打單咗，之後再去壓制，咁啊下一個放波咁啊被對面撳掣，成功用呢個移動頭偷襲，跟住之後就攞咗1燈 dash point 啦。輕腳睇下立回，哎打中對手，咁啊做個孖拳攞落單，重拳打落去，再重拳打落去，再重拳打落去，雖然好近，但係搞得成功啊！再重拳打落去，黃金中拳 TC 打落去，再攞落單，頭錘打落去，又打中，又打中，又打中，喐都喐唔到啊！咁啊做埋個 flop。煙平會唔會煙平啊？哦，前指影頭打中啊，咁啊成功攬埋最後一滴血，2-1成功 KO 對手啊！真係嘅。蘇真係勁，都係蘇記全個識有利㗎啦。
Bam! See, look, no elbow drop extension. No elbow drop, bro. That was definitely in the bloodline. The tribal chief called for that to be patched in. Respect, Roman. Oh man. But yeah, man, Snake Eyes just doing a great job.
你都話蘇人攞係 S 角。
Overwhelming his opponent, and the thing with Geef is you always want to cut the screen off, right? So as long as he can get you in the corner, then he nullifies a lot of. He's bad. 係咪睇住跳？五邊起手，有五邊時間睇住佢出 SVD。 You can tell this man is a grappler player through and through.
A veteran when it comes to scooping people up, putting them to bed, and actually getting the rounds to make them count. And on top of that, just the spacing on top of it. But I want to show some love to Mirkin.
Yes,
it
absolutely.
Takes a lot to say, you know what, I'm going to hit stand light kick in this scenario.
Yeah.
I'm going to hit crouch and medium punch in this scenario, especially when you've already gotten hit by so many. And then the walk-up throws actually ended a round with a walk-up throw versus Zangief. Not only just Zangief, but a Snake Eyes Zangief that who's always checking for the.
應該就俾佢用呢個空中 SP 捉翻落嚟。
the worse it is for you because you take away a lot of the bad things that Zangief has in his game plan. And right here, this is part of it. Spends so much meter to get this knockdown, but the positioning has already been said and done. Doesn't stop Mirkan from fighting back, and that was the spine buster that we was talking about to actually get a game on the board.
And yeah, that's just a testament to his confidence because as you said, I never want to be that close to a Snake Eye Zangief. I'm good on the other side of the screen, right?
呢個 replay 就係差唔多重播晒成場。
He raised his eyebrow after that one. That was crazy.
To pull the glasses down.
Most electrifying normal throw in Street Fighter 6 Entertainment. But yo, that was definitely some sick stuff from Snake Eyes. Well done, Mirkan as well. So glad he's able to qualify for Capcom Cup. You could see he's only going to be improving from here.
應該會調唔切，因為佢係因為720係出咗必殺技先至入動畫咯，先至暗轉，而唔係暗轉咗先出動畫。咦，必殺技係暗轉先出動畫。 所以係唔係一片 active 唔係一片 active 唔關 active 事嘅，係因為你見有 film 表有時必殺技係咪咩1+3啊3+4嘅，但係如果你係Zangief嗰個零舍係好似係7+0、7+1定7+0，咁+0咧，因為即係個動畫你已經入咗個跳已經入咗動畫，因為暗轉嘅時候已經係完咗個起手咯，所以就唔同。 好少角色有啊，輸肉絲，即係如果你似出豪骨數殺，相信都係冇得呢支係咁。所以點解？但係Laura 呢年嗰啲就係好似即係由即係1+3定1+5定1+6咯，唔係好記得。總之就嗰個，總之暗轉完之後先至入嗰個起手。咁啊。 後啲咁啊呢個爽箍啊肥有攻擊，咁啊 DJ 打 DJ 基本上就係喺度鬥掟重波中波同埋鬥喺度飛啊鬥喺度爽箍嘅對決。咁又 watch 過去拉後睇下掂唔掂啲乜？挑中咁啊搏招啦！咦唔使唔係搏到輕腳咩應該？哇兩邊喺度放波。 跳到，但係 parry 到，唔係 parry 算你好彩啊！有時我一啲跳入，再放咁啊，再成個中波腳，中波腳。哎呀，喂！呢個跳呢個鏟都幾傷，可能佢好想做到一個即係攞嚟對空嘅鏟。哦，等啊，出到對面嗰個打空，咁啊做換邊 combo 啦。 死咗啦！1、2、3、4、5、6、7，冰咁啊，最大傷害。呢啲根本係唔會唔死嘅。咁啊 ，watch 過去，哦打到分啲 counter 之後就抌上天啦。咁啊，機關槍拳。 結尾攞個傷害，睇下呢個爽箍唔使交 CA 都扣1半，咁啊係咁啊，骷髏係咁想喐啊，咁就俾 DJ 俾對手係咁用呢個攻擊打翻停，最大傷害啦，咁啊下上攞個結尾唔做安跳啊，咁啊乜啫？死都唔喐，咁就只要唔喐就唔會中咧，可以俾個。 大跳入跳中，然後就俾人一個簡單 combo 打到，即刻縮後。如果對面升或者撳掣咧就中啦。跳入咁啊，俾人升翻轉頭，輔導望住個天大機啦。放波，咁啊上 watch 過去嘅時候，俾對面又輕腳截停咗啊！咁啊啲人，爭啲中啊！咁又俾人打停咗，咁啊輔導就依家得翻好少氣啫。後跳咁又唔好俾對面用嗰個陸衝去做一個密集壓制，踢一腳即刻縮後啊！又係好想報對面升，見到對面。咁啊放波唔夠對面嗰個重波鬥，連空對空。 又成功空對空，再空對空，今次哎呀做個 reset， 今次俾人打中啦，你可3，咁就唔小心食個攻擊，個中段就一半啦呢度。 但係唔緊要，輔導有 CA， 咁就其實一下呢度都係，反而輔導有利，幾上夠唔夠？哇！想用個，哦得唔得？哎呀，啲遠啊，打唔中啊！你話輔導先輸一波啊！
And you know he knew that spacing because he was confident. He's like, there you go. And he was always been backing up. Also, the fact that Fudo swayed and put himself back a little bit further really did change the trajectory of that. And I
放波咁啊！對面咁啱 WhatsApp 就中啦，因為 parry 成功，對面個立中拳，哇一個 combo 將佢打埋場，起上升就無限攻啦，準備。嘿嘿，唔做安跳啊，做個轉少少嘅，即係少少 streamy 嘅感覺喺度。咁啊，中咗呢個攻擊，打上天，再踢個中波腳，踢俾 KO 用波腳嘅。咁啊，開始打個開始屈上，用咗啲氣，跟住再推波啊！踢一腳，再放波。咁啊，屈上去嘅時候打到對面嗰個 parry， 再打。加上打到對面嗰個跳輕腳，拉後睇下對面喐唔喐。想喐想衝過去嘅時候，俾對手 level 3啊，係咯，出埋。對手咁啱中腳打中，跟住之後再打一個起上，打中就贏咗。1 round away from putting Fudo's first loss on the board. Namikaze looking good. And the happiest person about this Shien right now. 重腳打中，哦咁啊，搏中對面嗰個攻擊，後跳離開咗對面嗰個攻擊範圍先。下上 OK。咁啊，重波拳打中咧就食埋level 3啦，因為唔知幾時，因為如果依家唔出就唔知幾時出㗎。rush 過去，條手升，打停你嗰個壓制。到攞個加 fit 重拳，中拳再壓制，咁就呢一波由輔導拎咗啦。只要摸到就可以係咁衝噶啦。應該會唔會換角啊？應該都冇咩角可以換噶啦。放波，我又 OD 波，原地跳中距都幾遠喎，你發現，即係成日都摸到對面。咁就啲對手落單咗啊！而家咁就想 reset 冇得 reset， 想 reset 都冇得搞。咁啊前搭，再用嗰個波佢做呢個壓制，擋都唔錯，擋都可以削一削對面嗰個擋嗰個氣巴。重腳打中，咁就重波拳、重波腳，再打個落單。就放波，邊個放重波？呢個贏啊！但係放重波嘅缺點就係呢個啦。又中咗個下段，就食個前搭推埋牆啦。前跳夾硬跳翻出嚟啦，咁就想用輔導踢，但係對手冇撳掣咧，所以就冇打到個爭局。買家閃電前搭成功落單咗對手。哇！輔導 set point。佢嘅 watch 嘅時候俾人用一個下上打到。Heavy 即刻上升嗰個加 film， 對手擋到啊，咁就推埋牆啦俾人。俾人解答，跟住食咗個好大嘅 parry， 好大嘅 shimmy， 然後就一個 level 3劍你呢個傷喺呢個位。打到對面 burn out 咁啊，輔導依家會唔會一個 impact 死咗咧？係會啊！咁啊，雙 match point 啊，邊個贏就邊個攞到呢個 game 呢一個對決嘅勝利，呢幾緊要啊！呢個一開波已經屈咗個，哇！兩個捉空氣，放波升到對面嗰個跳入，咁啊踢咗波嘅先，再屈，咁啊俾人跳入大落啦！呢個放波。 成功用跳輕腳打停咗對面個跳入 ，rush 過去，打咗對面個中腳打空啊！呢盤3開咗先。
Catching the whip with a stand medium kick. Namikaze has been going for that time and time again, right? We've seen him combo off the counter hit. Fudo shuts it down.
rush 過去，點啊？放波就放中啊！再一個前打，對面就嚟死啦！打到個 Shimmy 成功 ，Fudo come back。
Man, Namikaze did some work though, and that game really is important. Like I said before, there's players that are looking.
咁啊，成功不敗啊，暫時。
Snake Eyes definitely one of them. Namikaze in one of these situations where it is looking like he might not make it out, but still.
呢場真係幾好彩嘅，冇錯。咁啊 ，DJ 放波就係死嘅原因咯，最正。你冇得唔放。
I love the OD jackknives. I love at the end that he actually holstered it a little bit, right? But Fudo's recognition of that moment was what led him to victory, right? He saw that Namikaze was willing to block it out in this last round, started throwing him a little bit, threw him to the point where the next throw was going to be lethal, and that's when he baited it out. That's when he finally teched, right? Namikaze, that was valiant effort for sure. Fudo, though, he's just too good at conditioning people over the course of a set.
Yeah, and his, like, the way that he actually approached it was so smart. Held his ground at all times. We talked about how he's using that neutral jump as well. Really kind of contested it, but even still, Namikaze taking another approach. That was the reset we was talking about last time he tried to go for it. That was so good. But, I mean, two different approaches, right? Stand medium kick from one, jump medium kick for the other. The perfect spacing on the level 2 to make sure Namikaze was going to get that one. And
有時嘅中腳打空咧，見到佢哋都即係嗰個，即係佢哋可以即係佢哋中腳打空咧，跟住就對面就 rush 過去輕拳打個確犯，都唔係第一次。
That's another testament to him not being shook by the fact that he's playing somebody like Fudo, right? That was such confidence in his defense. I loved it. Like, legitimately just solid play, trying to block out things. In general, I love the way he played. The more experience he has, the more damage he's going to do. This is a great opportunity for Namikaze to grow as a player tremendously.
No, this is actually really strong. And just how he actually was able to make Fudo play the respect game versus him in a sense. But, I mean, even still, Fudo...
How
he even adjusted, started going for a lot of some of these call-outs where even if it wasn't, you know,
都係 JP 啦。
he would still get these small
我話 JP 贏，每一個都係 JP。
And I really felt like that's what gave him that snowball instance of taking that set. Man, I got really excited and called it early because it was the DJ mirror. It was mixing me up. But it was still a strong game. And what a set regardless by these two players. Amazing.
That was awesome, man. And yeah, like I said, Snake Eyes definitely going to be happy about that one because at least Fudo lost the game. Shien, the game differential is going to go in his favor now as well. But we still got some groups to play out, of course. So the next match, we're getting to Samuel versus Mirkin. Let's see who comes out on top of this one. Samuel, I believe, already has a dub on the board, right? So he's looking to gather as many as possible. And Mirkin here as well, looking to play spoiler with a Luke.
Yeah, we're going to see what happens in this matchup. The double mirror right now. We had the DJs, now we got the Lukes. Mirkin going up against
今次就 Luke Mirror 啦。
Let's see what happens. Oh, man, that last set was crazy.
Yeah, most definitely. Samuel, of course, qualifying out of Spain, if I'm not mistaken. Got an EU battle here between the two Lukes. See who comes out on top. But yeah, it's another mirror match. So Luke can be played in a variety of ways, though, right? You can see the rush down.
基本上唯一一個見唔到 DJ 嘅對決喎，呢個係。啊，放波睇下推先。放翻波，打翻轉頭。即刻 rush 咗之後咧，再輕拳中拳，再推入去。放波咁啊，打空之後咧，再搏招。
Both of them got their first hit by drive rushing a sandblast. Like the first one was interrupted,
又 rush 過去啦。
The second one got whiff punished. That was pretty interesting so far.
Double stand mediums is Mirkin back up to this corner.
再放波推翻入去，基本上都係整個下。不過見到見到一藍色嗰個咧，藍色隻 Luke 佢就會嗰個，即係佢比較唔係。哇！又呢個畫面，以為好似阿米 RD 咁樣飛咗另一邊添。哇！至少下重腳 game 兜嘅。 有啲奇怪喎，哇！自己 bail 自己仲要下重腳，不過好在中嘅，如果擋咗就確反，加埋 burn out 咧，基本上你準備埋牆俾人打到鬥，咁啊搶喺呢個加減力，逼下重拳對空，咁就比較容易反應。 對面冇撳掣，咁就唔會食呢個後重拳啦。下中腳再集中再撳掣，咁啊成功攞第一鋪先。
It's funny that you said that because it makes me feel like he should have kind of went in on this instance. He had the burnout, but obviously, you know, these higher level players, they're looking for that. They want you to overextend, put yourself in.
咁有對望啊，買咗佢未？
to balance, right? Like trying to get aggressive and chase that down, but to not be linear about it, to not be predictable about it, because then yeah, the player's just gonna counter it.
咁啊，下中腳舐到之後就搏呢個啲簡單 combo 就推埋場，點啊？跌到推翻出嚟，三個輕拳。 啱個輕拳就佢咪諗住開level 3，咁有啦，下中腳又舐中，其實呢個對佢基本上就下中腳鬥下中腳掂中，跟住之後咧就嚟，咁啊打到對面即係就嚟 burn out 啦，咁始終都要開翻level 3入動畫，翻補一補啲氣，咁啊對望啊即係拳超人啦，打中但係 trade 啊咁啊，攞唔可以做 combo。 都入，咁就俾人下中拳對哭，之後一個前打攞傷害，加 fit 繼續間衝埋去壓制啦，因為一中又贏啊呢個位，成功一解打完之後咧，再間衝過去，咁啊兩個 rush 咁就成功攞到一個轉角，然後其他角色唔好。
Whereas Samuel really trying to he's kind of hesitating, looking for a spot. And Mirkins doesn't have many gaps in his gameplay for Samuel to get his game started. And you're seeing how that's playing out.
Exactly right. Samuel, I mean, he's playing a style that benefits a game of intel, right? So
兩邊都係基本上對望兩邊之後 rush 喺度扮藍莓喺度。
Trying to figure out how Mirkin wants to approach.
放波，下中腳再打個 Simi， 但係 Simi 唔解啊，墮上下中拳，咁啊打個 combo 啦，再反波重拳推埋牆。 搣鐵嘅重腳，捉腳中拳，咁啊對面就一個 parry， 之後就俾人打對空，咁就佢唔會用。喂，咁啊兩邊一齊 rush 用個打食咗對面嘅攻擊，咁啊就嚟 burn out 啦，唔需要用 impact 啊，直接用晒所有嘅氣做 combo。 好，咁啊成功用個 TC 打到對面 lock down 同埋推埋牆啊，重拳打落去，跟住之後對面冇擋到，咁啊食一套卡嘅 combo， 做個安跳，再用個波壓制，下中拳搶到下中拳之後就到翻佢回合嘅大甩 combo， 再放波。 好，咁啊 P 到對面攻擊，但係重拳冇 cancel 到啊！咁啊用個後搭將對手帶去板邊，然後用個中腳拉回升啊一跳走，咁啊 parry 到打到對面嘅 parry， 咁啊中段擋咗之後再搶個輕拳成功打到對手。 咩 point 啦？
And that was just hesitation from Samuel, right? Because it wasn't like a drive rush overhead. He was minus off that, but again, you're just hesitating a little bit, right? He can't catch on to Mirkin's rhythm.
哇！行過去打到對面嗰個，打到對面，跟住之後再因為 rush 嘅關係咧，就加邊度搶輕拳，下中拳打到對面個前跳，咁啊下中拳擊到對面，咁啊之後再用個反波中拳再入level 3，先攞傷害。
last round, but now Samuel's got a chance to actually make some more ground back up with this level 3, but he's got a scored hit, and the offense from Mirkin is not stopping.
哇！兩個咁啊，中拳 TC 打到對手之後，再射個 level 3喎，突然之間搶到 level 3，咁啊到我播完動畫之後，到你播動畫，咁你大鑊啦！你嗰個你一個氣好少嘅地方，哇 parry 成功，有啲諗法。哇 Mitty 到我啦，我仲有諗法，直接打到你 burn 啊！咁啊，因為呢個係打最多氣嘅選擇嚟嘅。 咁啊，係咁用呢個，你都要搶喎。哦，咁樣打到個 whiff， 呢個就係用下重拳對空嘅不利之處。咁啊，逼得就嚟完啦。parry， 但係冇咁多，咁啊應該一齊放波。咁就中腳打中，咁啊呢個位就一拳超人嘅啦，呢個位就。邊個可以點到對面？都係下中腳噶啦。 嗱啲氣又換晒啦，隨時可以用氣夾硬嚟。哦，截到對面，但係 rush 多次情況下，今次截唔到啦，咁就俾人打入咗去，要出唔到37-20。 360練多幾次咯，逐個撳唔到噶啦。撐蘇支持蘇嘅，但係蘇記死得好。
No fear in my man's face, bro. Literally was able to go and contest this neutral like it was nobody's business, and really putting Samuel in the situation where a lot of times it looks like he's fighting off the rope, like he's really trying to find a spot, and you can tell by that twitchy movement, but also the fact that he was able to use that low forward to kind of open up Samuel in that situation, kind of gave you the idea like, okay, now I'm going to start inching forward. Now I'm going to start kind of staggering my jabs, mixing in the throws, and that's really what kind of opened up that Mirror King play.
And it really felt like the experience factor was a big difference here, right? You see that SML in front of Mirkin's name. He is a Salt Mine League regular, and Salt Mine League has players the likes of Problem X, Hurricane,
I was about to say.
Very top-level EU talent, right? So he's used to environments like this. He's used to fighting tooth and nail for tournament victories, and man, that experience, I think, paid dividends huge in this set.
Man, just the conflicting styles is something very, very much to see, man. I was actually just talking about this. The character expression in Street Fighter 6 is amazing. I mean, you got a lot of character matchups. A lot of times you will see these mirrors, but the way that they actually approach it is something that you need to pay attention to.
跟住就
apart from any other player that could potentially be in this spot.
星有無敵俾你走，你講 level 1。
There's been many
講咩啊？你哋聽拳都唔夠快。 升級 rush 得，升級 rush。個 hitbox 夠勁㗎嘛，主要係對手衝到你面前咪唔得咯。如果對手即係好似 DJ 咁樣或者Julie 嗰啲中國咁樣咧，跣住過嚟，你咪可以用個星扯撞佢鬥撞。咁啊鬥 hitbox 嘅，有時即係有時你用個 hit， 即係有時你個輕拳輸係因為即係嗰個即係唔係個 frame 數問題，係 hitbox 問題。干我自己覺得兩邊都難嘅，真係好難。
Snake Eyes can get that far.
Exactly right. I definitely will. Very excited to take a look at how the standings.
你見即係你見呢個比賽啲人都唔係嚇，即係你唔係堆，都唔係成日都出到嘅，用星七同埋星。唔係戇鳩嘅一隻 game屈完之後咧，下輕嘅人星，你出唔到下輕嘅你出唔到個星嘅之後俾人。跟住之後，因為起身嘅關係俾人打下嘅 ，true block 跟住打下。即係唔係一定，你唔一定係，即係你唔一定係會升會贏啊都。對呢個對決，咁擋咗下重腳之後就俾人確反加分，但係即刻 parry， 因為加分到 parry 嘅。對面 delay 對面解答就變咗食 parry， 食呢個 parry 答啦。咁啊加 fit 想答咁啊加太多咁啊 thank you reset 到 reset 對手嘅然後之後 reset 打到個正頭啊！對哭話幾好反應咁啊！突然之間第一個跳咗俾人咁啊4下5下咁啊蘇聯佬嘅關係啦咁啊勁勢力啊呢啲位夠唔夠到啊？係夠唔到嘅咁就下鋪見啦我哋。呢個位其實我覺得蘇聯佬 level 2太慢咧，其實因為鳩係冇乜用，不如擋我哋已經擋到最後，真係太慢啦真。哇！令韓分想指認頭對面嗰個爽夫，但係失敗咗啦。咁啊都係加 film 啊，呢個唔使諗啦。冰冰咁啊重腳咁啊準備 burn out 啦，唔使諗，準備 stun 啦。夾硬搶指認頭搶到啊！蘇聯佬臨死之前，佢會用盡所有方法去鳩。咁啊打到個下中腳，跟住之後就俾晒所有資源，再 level 3啦，唔使諗啊！咁啊即使多500血都好，應該都死嘅，咁啊呢個位都打呢關槍拳嗰個傷害幾大。
But the way the game started, right, Xian would put the stand medium kick out there, and then he's judging what Snake Eyes does after. He saw he didn't do anything after, so he did stand medium kick. Sobot, now when he's encouraging him to do something,
咁啊唔會轉角㗎啦，相信。
So smart, man.
Yeah, just looking at the approaches, especially how they deal, how Xian's dealing with like some of the jump-in options, right? Ate the crossbody and still held it to his own, but now you see Snake Eyes mixing in more resets in there.
咁啊，見到佢撒一堆嘢，我見到我嬲嘅真係，點笨？放波，再下中腳，咁啊成功用下重腳 cut 到對面，對面冇撳掣嘅關係咧就即係安全啦，直情係。再打個孖拳，咁啊打得中，但係始終都冇 level 2啦，冇咩好做。打一個下段，再打上去，再機關雙拳，咁啊攞傷害啦。咁啊，但係呢個位 fail 咗咯，對面可以同你，哎呀跳咗出去，但係，哎呀好可惜啊！呢個真係咁樣 jab 到個一下，就之後再 level 2。如果即係如果嗰下。如果嗰下佢係調翻轉係打中，即係空中嗰下打中又冇事。咁啊前重拳之後再指領頭，咁啊始終都係攞，即係撞咗個前重拳之後就係加4，咁啊要估噶啦，唔使諗。咁啊兩個下上，跟住做個傷害之後做個安跳，但係俾雙劍督翻出嚟。咁兩個中拳咁啊對面都冇咁低。咁啊前衝拳打中嘅情況下再開 level 2，我應該可以打，應該去後邊係啦。因為要邊邊近板邊就去邊邊，咁啊下中腳打到對面，即係 burn out 咗啊！咁啊鳩撳下中腳，鳩煙劈落去，咁啊指領頭，攞多啲氣，呢個幾多咧？左下角條巴一下子多咗半格，幾誇張。
I like that. I like this approach. Snake Eyes slowing down to his textbook slow approach. Xian trying to speed it up.
咁啊又喺度狂撳呢個掣，始終佢都係嗰句，佢係呢個，即係佢係呢個即係 GJ 狂撳得㗎啦。踢中嘅仲可以搏 level 3，有反應嘅話，重腳打落去，再重波做個 take fall。咁啊，呢個血量就見到係咁 fit 波啦，見到佢有 level， 死喎應該，好大力啊呢個，一個指領頭攞翻晒所有嘅，攞翻成個傷害攞晒。好，咁啊一個前單打好多單，打一個咁呢個因為呢個係加好多嘅呢個，可以搏重拳先。嘿，咁啊一個前單，咁啊輕拳又 jab 中，前單又打中，咁應該俾晒所有資源再 level 1啦。冇錯，咁啊入咗呢個 set point 啦。原地跳，咁啊打對面行後避咗個搭，搞到咗轉頭嘅時候咧，但係好可惜，咁啊太遠搏唔到招，有食指領頭啦。哦，佢 parry 到對面嗰個中段，之後再下上，嚟多個下上，再做個 set pick，之後再壓制，拎完後中拳，再 level 2換邊。打中腳撩一下，又爽酷啦，又喺度。咁啊，只要對手用下中腳攝或者用下輕拳咧，都有機會打中。咁啊，集中拳打到個 counter hit，咁就可以搏晒佢。兩邊係都係 set point 嚟㗎。咁啊，資源方面就 CN 有嚟啊，對空有啊。咁啊，見到三 MP 唔中咧，咁就都係咁啊收我招，彈後少少，原地跳睇下對面做啲乜，又喺度飛下飛，喺度爽箍啦。有時明知係咁做都出佢唔準。靚 reset， 咁啊又就嚟有 level 2啦。哎呀，爭呢個重拳 jab 到對手，但係抽咗 level 3先，對面就嚟 burn out。咁啊嗱，臨 burn out 咗之後推佢去板邊，然後就 impact 打暈佢。原地跳，咁啊，但係仍然都係試一回合。咁啊，就嚟想嗱，而家報緊 impact 啦，報唔到啊！ 明知對面 impact 唔知對面出眼都報唔到，真係呢個啲人。咁啊，俾 CN 一個 combo 打死咗啦。
Gets the last game needed, and what a set between these two. Man, that was nerve-wracking.
狂出先算啦。
I love the way Xian is really good at abusing his opponent in burnout. Right?
Yeah.
OD block strings over and over again. I believe those were plus frames. And then the funky slicer is normally -3, but of course it's +1. We saw Zangief try to take his turn. Snake Eyes tried to press the button, got counter hit, and then that was all she wrote for Xian.
I'm going to tell you right now, Snake Eyes definitely got to play his game, but it was so late in the set that it really made it so Xian was going to be the victor here.
黃金啊！
Start to come together,
見到個嬲。
the crouch shorts or just the fact that
喺
he was able to keep
度，
it at
依家咪依係
to get his game started, or even the resets
有幾多場咧？睇下先。
and we saw the damage
唔係呢個。
and we saw how it built up to where Xian was getting a lot more
啊，Afro 啊係喎。
started happening, and then the big cross up.
咁突然之間冇聲嘅係咪我問題？好似唔係喎，佢都話冇聲，打翻嚟啦。
Just carrying Snake Eyes to the corner, but for everything that happened, Snake Eyes really made him sweat and was just a couple of decisions away from taking the set himself.
No, and you can definitely tell that it was starting to happen. Bro, the crowd hit the jackhammer.
That was sick.
And the jackhammer, it was so sick. Oh, but and like I said before, this is really what you saw start to come a hand for Snake Eyes when he really started to play his game, giving me a little bit more meter right there. Man, he got so much meter off of that.
And then this was such a clutch moment too, because he was at barely.
即係啱啱瞬間真係以為我冇聲喺度講嘢。
Follow up with that first one, right? Because you see, he built the 2 bars before he only
啲
had
啲
one
一齊。
drive rush forward. He's going to be very
你角色唔
danger
掂，
of burning out.
Yep.
So
即
that's
使
why he waited
你
super smart
即
resource
使個人好掂都好，都係唔
I'm
掂。
gonna tell you right now, like if you go
所以我哋
back
Kimberly
to
一直都好
Xian's
唔掂。
matches, the fact that he was so prepared to deal with you being in burnout and just having like these amazing strings to keep you at bay was one of the strongest things that I've seen from him this entire weekend. The scientist knows exactly what strings he's gonna use. He's like, oh, I got you in burnout. Looks like we're gonna take you all the way to the corner. I'm gonna mix it up just enough. I'm gonna throw some projectiles in there. I'm gonna keep you at bay. But even still, that didn't stop the will of Snake Eyes.
Absolutely
he was still sneaking in some of these command throws and just keeping him at bay, even if it's just standing medium punch and fighting right here in this scramble. This is exactly what I was talking about. Look at how much chip he lost in this exchange. That is ridiculous. Gets the stun with the series on the DI on the end, and that's gonna be all she wrote for Snake Eyes.
And I love that he showed him the OD slicer first, right? He was like, all right, like, I'm going to show you the OD slicer. You think you could take your turn. It's still plus on the OD. And then he showed him the regular slicer. And just visually, just something as an instinct in fighting games, we think that the OD version is going to be significantly better than the regular version, right? So it was only a frame difference, if I'm not mistaken. And because of that, still with the +1 advantage, tried to press. That was just great visual deception by Xian.
Yeah, man, he loves to play those games. And that's one of the things that makes him a champion, bro. Xian is no stranger to these situations. He's been not only on a Capcom stage before, he's been on an Evo stage holding it down.
Champion.
And if you know, then you know he's got a lot of content out there kind of guiding the youth and all the other players and some of the likes of you out there on how to get the job done, much like you saw here. But shout outs to Snake Eyes for putting on an amazing show. The only Zangief that we have here. But let's check out the standings for
可能卡牌出線都唔奇，真係下一組。
Beautiful stuff.
咁啊，CN 40，Fudo 30，咁基本上都係呢兩個出線㗎啦。咁啊，CN 打 Fudo 就係邊個 win 打邊個 loser 出線。咁啊，下邊就表演啦，下邊就。
chances to make something happen. And I can't remember if they played yesterday or not. Well, obviously they didn't because they both have dubs. So their matchup is still to come, and that's going to be a big decider for how this group plays out.
No, that's definitely true. You can see, once again, everybody gets those 4 games, and it's not really been working out for anybody except for Xian. Fudo, of course, right there with him, and those are going to be 2 winners and losers. The leads of these pack, as you can see, 1 and 2 there for Snake Eyes, who still has a game to play here, and on top of that, still in 3rd place. But 3rd place don't get you out of there. I believe he has to play Samuel, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he's got to play Samuel still, so he's still got a game or 2 to play. Namikaze as well. he's got to play Mirkin, so we got some games left here from this Group E.
And look at how tough this group has been. The 1-3 Mirkin, only a -2 game differential. The 0-3 Namikaze, only a -3 game differential.
Yeah.
Like, these players are making everybody sweat. This has been a very competitive group so far.
Yeah, I do love how these groups kind of like played out. A lot of these players really did kind of hone in and say, you know what, I know that I'm fighting this player or this player. If you go back and look at the Namikaze matches versus some of these bigger names, you'll be like, man, Namikaze was out here fighting in the streets.
Like, he looks like he belongs.
Yeah,
100%.
exactly right. And all these players belong, man. It's not been easy for everybody to get up to this point. And that World Warrior program put a lot of people in these spots who were getting a lot of shots.
咪 Kappa 對 Neo 對 Bossa，Angry 打 Ending Walker，Lancer 對 Melody， 跟住 Bossa 對 Angry，Ending Walker 對 Kappa。
To represent themselves as well as their region.
Yeah, big ups for the World Warrior system as well. And big ups to Pagoda, because they've been holding us down from the beginning of LCQ, even though they're hitting my man Luke right in the egg roll. I don't like that, but it's okay, because they've been providing us very tasty snacks since the LCQ has began and throughout Capcom.
冇乜長碰啊！
Yeah, man, that's
absolutely
true, man. I saw everybody enjoying it, especially
during
LCQ. And if you can like it, get your very own, we have them at the bar, so you can get your own little snack of Pagoda rolls. Shout out to those guys for actually holding us down and keeping everybody healthy and eating some great food while they wait for the next match to get ready.
Indeed, and of course, we wouldn't be anything without Storm Collectibles. They've been holding us down with the figures right here, whether it be the Street Fighter 6 models of Luca Ryu, whether it be the Ultra Street Fighter 2 models of Fei Long and Blanca, and everything in between. They got you with the highest detail figures in the market. Please visit them and pick up some of the finest quality figurines you'll ever have.
Yeah, well, no matter what character it is, no matter what game it comes from in that Street Fighter series, make sure you hit them up, check them out on the website. Yeah, that Bison, I literally said that Bison is OD with the Shadowloo's hole and the gray goatee, you know, much like myself. But shout outs to everybody that's been hanging out here in Capcom Cup 10, not only in building, but on stream as well. Make sure you tweet it out. You still haven't told me some of your takes. Or you're nervous, much like some of these players here. I'll give you a little grace and I'm going to give you a little time. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, more Street Fighter 6 action from Capcom Cup 10. Stay tuned.
Seriously? I'm not interested in whatever you're pitching. You really want me to punch a hole through you? So, just who are you? You need to learn to stop pissing me off! I knew there'd be more of you.
未食啊，肚餓啊！有丁燒賣食㗎，準備有人。
I'd be scared too.
This is my moment, coming for it all, just show me my opponent. Wanna be great, I'm a legend in the making, and this is mine for the taking. Cause I got what it takes to be on top. I'm number one cause I don't stop. Hard gas, no brakes, high stakes. I don't act tough till the tussle let 'em fold ya. Hope you ready for the fight. Reign supreme. Put 'em up, let's go. Make it look easy. Non-stop, you ready or not? When it's all said and done, I'ma be on the top. 3, 2, 1. I'm ahead of the game. They'll remember my name. Non-stop, you ready or not? When it's all
不過到後期咧睇呢啲比賽後期好攰啊！最辛苦就係睇啊就呢個鋪，睇嗰幾個樓，睇嗰幾個樓幾有大機。
From Mouse Esports,
Ending Walker
I am with
Ending Walker 食呢個咯喎，
and this is fire.
食呢個嗱呢個薯片。
I'm just eat this so it's not just sitting here.
我知辣椒醬有冇人頂得住咧？
No, you just wanted to finish it.
Real pretty good. Ender Walker, how you doing, bro?
Good.
Listen, I'm feeling phenomenal. And last year now, you went and you were training against everybody. You were showing everybody your tech.
Yep.
And I strongly disagree with it. I saw you smoking people backstage. Or are you taking a different approach this year?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
That's only because Ryu has 5 gimmicks.
So you need to keep them under wraps.
Whereas with that, I have 5 gimmicks, but if you counter it this way, I have 3 more ways to counter you anyway.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it wasn't as altruistic as it may have seemed.
It kind of benefited me that I was helping people because they had to go and do their homework, and if they didn't, then there's just more mind games anyway.
I didn't know you had that little sinister streak. I like that. That's that competitive edge. Now, you got that Mouse Esports jacket on. I gotta ask you about your brother, Problem X, made it out of LCQ. How was that watching him compete in LCQ?
Very, very happy he made it out of the LCQ. I kind of expected that, to be honest. As long as he didn't run into Kakeru, I was very confident he would win that LCQ.
You are the youngest player yet again. How do you have this much poise at this age? Last year we saw you get 5th place at Cup. You know, it's like a big deal to you when people twice your age are very nervous under these lights.
I just internalized the anxiety.
So you do feel it?
Yeah, obviously.
Maybe
lots of people here aren't nervous, but I think for the most part everyone here is to an extent nervous. I mean, I think most of the people here who I'd say wouldn't be nervous are in my pool, and they're nervous because they're in this pool.
Group F.
Group F.
Right?
That stands for
F
for sure. We won't necessarily say it right here with these Pagoda Egg Girls, but it definitely stands for something.
Group Fun.
We can't actually say that. All right, I like that. In that group, a lot of people are looking at Angry Bird, looking at Minna, but you think people aren't necessarily looking at that group the right way?
No, I think Lashar is, put it this way, Angry Bird and Menard are very scared of Lashar from what it sounds like. So, and they both think he can make it out and winners, so, and I definitely do. You might 5-0 our pool.
And what do you think about with the young guy with the curly hair and the mouse Esports jacket? How does he stack up in that pool?
我入咗個咩 mouse e-boss，啲嘢有咩 amber 啊 mouse。
If you get hit by Sway, I win. If you don't,
佢嗰啲 e-boss 係即係
Ending Walker, you are about to have your shot at $1 million, brother. The second time in a row where you are the youngest player in all of Capcom Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been Big Hollywood with Ending Walker, and this is fire.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Capcom Cup 10 here at the Avalon Hollywood. We've been having a fantastic time.
哇！食完春卷啦，之後到最強的一組。
Enough of viewing the view of Hollywood. We need to actually view some matches here because we are back with Group F, that quote-unquote death bracket. They've delivered some of the most entertaining matches throughout the past 2 days. But hey, some of the other groups have been trying to come clean. I like it.
A lot of unpredictability when it came to like the other groups. David actually talked about it during his block. He's like, man, What in the heck was that? I had no idea how to even call that. On top of just like the commentary, like results-wise, it was so ambiguous to call it. I feel like this one has just as much animosity and unpredictability to it. And considering there might be some shifts to characters, possibly considering the matchups at hand, this is the most diverse group, not in just like the talent and the regions, but also overall character selection. We have 10 possible characters to go through.
You know what? He mentions character selection. I'm gonna burst your bubble. If you didn't think there was enough DJ in that last group, we got more DJ coming your way.
而家未來風啊，
Just hypothetically
啲
speaking,
未來嘅
未
來策法，
we could be seeing a fair bit of DJ.
後 up 就可以打機。
Characters, we could see the original poster boy. Who knows? But again, you did mention something off camera about the most surprising thing about this.
然後仲有
Actually, look at the table right now. So Vicious, please
係啊，可能
drop for the people that don't know.
整啲飛啲咩出
Let's
嚟？
start off from the bottom, shall we? Angry Bird, the biggest surprise right now, one of the top contenders going into
可
it.
能你戴個眼罩，跟住之後變咗做咩？
To work with, but again,
自己跳埋入去打。
so his fate might end up being in the hands of the other players. But looking at it right now, Nero the Boxer gonna get his games as well, sitting at 0-1. Ending Walker in the same fate with a very close matchup from Mena RD. Then of course Lashar, very impressive 1-1 thus far. Mena RD and his brother Kaba reigning at the top with 2-0.
Honestly, it's been absolutely stupendous what we've seen so far. And like you said, it was unpredictable from yesterday. Before that, you didn't think it was unpredictable. But
又咪 Nakapa 兩個2， 又係呢個
Let's see if he can continue that
我覺得
fantastic momentum he's been showing
係過場動畫呢個
from day one into day two. Kappa
去錯地方咯，呢個人好似咧，你而家覺得呢個人係。
Listen, man, as we start off this block, if you aren't excited yet, this is the time to get that energy going because this is about to be a bloodbath between Kaba and Nero the Boxer. Now, we've talked about this matchup plenty, but Guile versus DJ, I actually want to pick your brain about this matchup in particular. You've seen a handful of this. You've seen a ton of DJs in the world. You actually have first-hand experience with some of the Guiles over in EU. Why don't you tell me a little bit about what's on paper?
The thing that's interesting to me about this is the projectile skirmish. That's right. Shouts to Damascus. I brought it up again. The projectile skirmish.
That's 2 days in a row now.
Hey, listen. Sonic Boom is actually dominating here, but you have to.
好啦，因為波你跳嗰個，都係話，因為一開波咧，儲好氣，因為已經好似儲咗氣啦，所以就好想用個跳，因為我想跳，因為我想儲放波，之後就俾人跳。咁啊。 嗰次時候俾人一個輕拳打落去，跟住之後用個 ENG 打個 reset， 咁啊，哎呀腳都打空，咁啊俾人換邊啊！我呢位大鑊啲要用呢部 ENG， 咁啊係啊報唔到，咁啊有機會呢個死唔去嘅，冇咁大力嘅呢個，始終stun咗之後個 scale 好勁。 呢個2都死唔去啊！我話嘅。 哦，冇嘢啦，係死嘅。DJ 真係大力，因為一個腳刀，一個擋到嗰腳刀死咗，咁一個腳刀就即係彩個 combo 死咗呢隻 game 真係好玩。咁啊一個打哭一個解頭之後就俾人打咁大傷害。 放波，放波，放波，佢就喺拉波。咁啊想行埋去打，但係又唔係好咁行咁近。打個 TC， 再放波，再放波。carry 咗對面嗰個攻擊之後，再跳錯跳入成功，打個下上做個安挑，好似唔係好安喎，我覺得。咁啊重腳又想報，想重腳呢好一啦，見到佢係咁撳。 跳入，但係俾人哇想做個 take fall， 但係俾人後打翻出嚟，放波咁啊！對面喺度推翻個波翻嚟，咁你就放波，冇事嘅。咁啊有 level 2啊，又唔好亂撳，唔好亂撳。想做個 instant overhead 失敗咗啦！哇！俾人跳中，咁啊死咗！哎呀，放呢個波就冇啦。如果佢用佢啱啱。 佢啱啱如果放完之後再 cancel level 2應該死，話想中斷但失敗咗啦。咁啊跳入，但係少咗個 fake 波就冇事。劈升到對面嗰個對面嗰個 crush cancel， 打到個下段，咁啊 level 3啦，唔好煩啦。係啦，之後咩 set play 啊？ 好，之後就上後想睇下對面解唔解得，四面冇碌到，打中啊，咁就可以下上。咁啊想 parry 對面個跳躍攻擊失敗咗，咁啊又重腳啦，想報level 3啊， 每一下重腳都係揾部 cancel 超邊打中啊！咁啊成功打單 Q 咗對手1-0。睇下對面有冇調整先，因為唔可以輸嘅，就係打呢個人。東段成功用貨波打到對面個拳頭打空。哎咁啊反波拳之後令到對面，之後打到對面，咁之後點啊？咁啊再壓制打到個 Shimmy， 咁啊下上冇錯啦，然後打個數打多次個 Shimmy， 咁啊死咗啦應該，俾晒所有資源，咁啊入咗呢個 Max Fun 啦，冇諗過原來係 Boxer 係即係呢個 group 最強嘅人，到頭，咁啊對面一 watch 過嚟就呢個升打翻出去，打到個 V Punish 放波。放波，如果用下重拳打到落嚟，再放波。好，咁啊成功繼續鬆零喺一個某嘅位置，唔好俾對面咁容易埋身。咁啊差唔多 Q 啦。一個打 Q 啦！哇！呢個用立中腳夾硬對咗對到啊！避免有對面嘅攻擊。好，哎呀，爭啲跳到入去，好可惜啊！咁啊，打個下段，但係對面冇行後又唔中啦。放波，咁啊夾硬跳埋去。
Yeah, his best approach has been jump median kick the knee hop. He needs to land some huge combo here. So
哎呀，想放波跟住俾阿 Kappa 夾硬用個後輕腳衝入去。放波之前就俾人打停咗咧，之後就一步3 burn out 啦，呢未 burn out 喎，爭少少啊。咁啊個主導權去翻阿 Boxer 身上面就啲氣慢慢回好啊。咁啊加先後跳，哦亦搏翻落嚟，戇鳩啊依下真係。冇對空啊！啊，到頭行到咁啊，又搏多一下，而家望到距離，咁啊 Kappa 呢個確反嚟嘅，咁就直接1-3。咁啊呢個位就要做係 CA 添，咁啊打擊嘅狼煙要冒起了，唔好 watch 過去啊！哇照 watch， 咁啊打中，打埋個 reset， 死喎呢個，哦！咁啊原來係 Kappa 入錯地方，2-0。好大鑊啦，輸呢個人。哇 ！Kappa 手敗原來輸個 Boxer， 你之後點算？好傷啊呀！
I thought he'd take the safe approach. But when you watch how they played that matchup from start to finish, boy, was I completely wrong. I'll hold myself accountable for that one. But when you think about it as well, when we look at the highlights here, fantastic start from Kappa. Like I said,
好少呢個地方，好少軍佬啫喎，得2個軍佬。得都佢同埋。
What was Kappa good at yesterday coming into today, right? He was flash kicking, dry rush approaches. But do you know what he didn't do? He didn't flash kick and wake up, which Nero probably done at that last interaction. He said, I'm going to gamble that you're not going to flash kick here, even though it's the most obvious choice to make. You can see it here. I need to work on DJ's combos, because sometimes even I think they're not going to kill and they do, so.
To be fair, that was a lot of life, and I think, making that gamble was totally fine. Nero, the Boxer, perfectly calculated. But I do agree, right? It's just a matter of getting into that space. You can see how often Kappa thrown out some of the booms in that first round. But as it got
DJ 殺晒所有人。
really took advantage of that, and look at that. He's really forcing Kappa to make some.
如果 DJ 殺晒所有人嘅話咧，就 DJ 出線啦。
Just understanding that Kappa's not going to go for those OD flash kicks. He's not going to commit to something that risky, right? So then that next layer of offense for Nero makes it in his advantage because of how mobile DJ is.
The thing is, what I really have to give Nero props for is his how he gained bravado in the corner. Every time he had cover trap in the corner, he felt
即係直頭梗㗎啦，呢個就。
obviously my combos extended.
我覺得呢個係傻。
So risky, but it was so well placed.
呢個係應該係話佢。
different scenarios, right? He was
因為
always
應該係話佢係
a driver, so we could
即係佢揀嚟你識佢唔上。你嘅要睇嘅弱點咪就係鳩煙平咯，你夠姜撳你先得打。
When you're honed in on one area, that means you sacrifice something else.
即係你變咗做你都幾賭啊！
It's very difficult where to allocate your brain power in Street Fighter.
又唔係即係，但係當然啦嘛。
Listen, he put the crosshair in a
但係
different
調翻轉，
That was brilliant.
對面要守你呢個鳩煙平都幾難。DJ 完全唔喐嗰張做下做下咁樣，等你撞鳩佢。 Day2 咪贏3-1，依家咪3-0咯，贏晒。
This is going to be so interesting. Now, Ending Walker, I feel like, is never really too keen on reflecting on the past. I feel like, he did have a little bit of a rough shot against Mena RD in that very last instance, a complete nail biter in a moment where he possibly could have let a level 2 rock and maybe.
西沙杯好少會搞呢啲咁嘅嘢。
Still, I think him reflecting on that to move forward for the better against someone like Angry Bird is going to be a different type of playstyle.
I think he's going to go DJ for the majority of the matches.
I wanted to ask you about that eventually.
Like he used to do.
奔夫嘅西沙杯咁大規模。
He said I'm probably going to rock DJ.
係咪搞個西 Capcom 級嘅翻版啊？
Using the DJ, look out for that one.
我即場搞彩搞豬，跟住之後打。
But with this matchup, we'll get to see if Angry Bird watches his own YouTube content. We'll get to see how he counters DJ.
That's so hard to do. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. Having to watch replays of yourself.
你分杯呢個 Capcom 級要打3日啦，都又要打3日。
We used to produce YouTube content, and then when people come back to you and say, "Hey, bro, you didn't at 17:06, you didn't do the count."
They'll always come back to you with timestamps. How come you excluded this?
放波，放波。
DJ here. And again, I think Ending Walker is one of the best players in the world.
後重腳打落去，哇！呢個又卜翻落去，再嚟，哇！蟹達之後食咗個後，然後再哇送分啊！咁啊 ，Angry Bird 其實都係等死嘅嚟嘅，真係冇記錯，好似輸2-0啊嘛而家，輸2-0其實同出局冇分別。 哇 ，Ending Walker 好順利咁樣秒佢啦。
Ending Walker walking backwards, or maybe he was trying to do it because he thought it was out of range. But yeah, there's. I'm trying to think perhaps.
哇！呢個咁樣都打到，之前後中拳再旋風腳，哇後搭。 一個 TC 咁啊，打個換邊再升，跳入，但係有用 Parry 對空俾人打，咁啊開始玩柔道啦。望波，咁啊後重腳對空，咁啊死望住對手啦。咁啊如果對手咁啊今次跳又唔係好敢對啊，因為始終聽個跳都係揾笨。 又開始玩呢個爽箍。
Because Ending Walker is super active and making you fixated on the funky slicer, hey, why not go airborne, switch things up? Because you're committed to the sway at that point.
哎呀，忽得多啊！對面直情一個下中嘅車埋。咁啊 ，Mitty 波頭呢個呢種聽個輕嘅又係警察嚟嘅。你只要負得夠多咧，佢個輕嘅就掂到你，真係夠遠，唔會因為佢離關係掂你唔到。 啊嘛，咁我打掣人啊，人對面鳩啊，應該都冇冇錯。咁啊又跳，始終 DJ 個對空渣啦，係嘛？你唔好咁用後，你唔好咁用後重腳對啲即係打擊判定勁嘅攻擊，破反咯！哎呀，連解2次，咁啊死咗啦！
And it's 5 frames. Ken actually has some decent punishes against DJ here because of his sweep, -6, medium sobat, -6. So if you poorly space him, level 2 super can catch him, stand light kick 5 frames.
Ending Walker 係咪諗緊用龍咧
？Ending Walker really has to adjust.
雖然我應該都係對結果係冇乜分別。
You've seen that in a couple of groups thus far. Sometimes the pressure really gets to certain players, and when you see themselves in burnout, the frame data does change, and you're thinking to yourself, I normally muscle memory wise.
好，我解答，唔轉角啊！
And the thing is, you are playing DJ, so sometimes hitting and hoping is not a bad choice, to be honest. Because if you hit, it leads to like 40%.
想用下中繼續撩，哇今次冇，哇呢個想打到裏邊嗰個原地跳啊，有啲難我覺得。咁啊做個 take fall， 做個再做個下段，想衝埋去，但係俾個波截停咗啊！咁啊 ENG 揀嚟啦。 對面 jab 到，咁啊打低停咗，對面再用一個頭攻擊叫做壓制。哎呀冇下上，呢個有儲到氣啊！呢個都係有，佢唔係好夠薑。如果你再等多等有機會，可能佢覺得即係等多等都儲唔切，跟住就都係唔好啦。咁啊呢個都係打氣，咁啊始終得翻半格好吸引啦，但係最後都係做唔到佢想要嘅效果。跟住咧就下上，今次對到啦。咁啊打到個下段谷起手嘅攻擊，之後再 watch jump 成功攞埋咗啲血，攞多一燈先。睇一格。Carry。咁啊對面市都唔肯喐，咁啊唯有自己行動啦。咁啊食咗個下中腳之後再旋風腳推埋佢，踢中啊換邊啊應該，咦唔換邊喎向前行。呢間張權隊呢個3啊，如果冇估錯，係啊。And he's going to put Angry Bird in the danger zone. This is a situation that he's not comfortable with, Angry Bird. But hey, he needs to make a CO decision right now. 咁啊，完咗呢個動畫，救到啊！咁啊，好有野性嘅 level 3，禮尚往來。但係我 carry 得切你個 我 win 得切你個 impact， 咁啊俾曬所有資源之後再追翻槍權 KO， 咁啊落翻一鋪。 一燈對一鋪對一鋪，咁啊呢個雖然對 Angry Bird 嚟講又唔係，即係我 Angry Bird 一嚟都係等投降，但係 Angry Walker 好需要勝利，因為佢出線就係你再唔可以佢輸多波就同 Angry Bird 同一個狀態，即係等死。咁啊成功打到個下上打到佢對面個原地跳，再打，再個落單，再前打，繼續壓制。 咁啊，係咁踢下佢，後咁啊縮後完之後再旋風腳，再用後搭翻入咗去板邊，成功打到個 watch 打到個輕拳之後再搏招，打到落單，升到對面個 watch 啊 Angry Bird， 再一個前搭未死喎，但係呢位唔好唔得啊！ 始終人嘅本能就係會 impact 紅色嘅嘢，佢呢個位放棄唔到佢嘅本能。咁啊一個前搭將對手帶去板邊，一 watch 嘅時候俾對面升翻走啊！咁啊重拳打中，再俾人旋風腿推入板邊 ，carry 到對面嗰個 film trap， 然後就一個換邊嘅 combo。 哦，咁啊 burn out 再加板邊見啦，真係。combo 唔緊要，咁啊呢個壓制仲係弱智，咁又唔同講法咯喎。咁啊要夾硬嚟啦，如果唔係俾人一個下中腳死啊。parry 到，咁啊兩個 rush 再 level 唔使 level 3添，唔使 level 1添啊，你只要間雙拳了結，呢個 parry 都係值100萬。好啦，大家都係 game point 啦。 對空有計，咁啊用輕拳打停咗隊友之後咧，就唔諗住攞單對手，但係失敗咗啊！咁啊再用呢個波腳，就風信嚟㗎，冇錯，6邊嘅呢招起手，所以係可以確反到好多嘢㗎，例如波腳啦、下中腳啦之類都確反。哎呀，你近啊！咁啊始終應該確反嚟啊！佢係咪好入呢個game 試有個 buffer 好細，咁啊 parry 搭咗對面個 parry 解答啊！唉，你解答就〜 人生最大嘅遺憾就係解答，咦竟然唔殺，不殺之權，咁啊呢個係 burn out 咗，都幾大鑊，咁啊 burn out 咗，點算？再3次重腳，係咪陽彎啊？咁啊好似鳩 parry， 睇下有冇計，咁咪有冇辦法？但係就嚟死，喂！係咪想前level 3？喂呢個都唔差，咁啊 shift 死位下，咁啊 Angry Bird。 贏翻鋪，咁啊同 Andy Walker 一齊等死啦。真係等死。
Ending Walker unfortunately gets another loss. They're 2-1s.
一萬兩面，而家有 Andy 就 2-1， 跟住 Andy Walker 就 2-0 啊，好似唔係呢啲有冇贏過
？When he played men, he said, "I played well, just a few hiccups here and there." I guarantee if I speak to him after this, he's going to say the exact same thing. Maybe certain the situation spent the drive gauge he did. But
原來係咁。
That was a great.
你先係真正嘅最強 DJ。
I gotta watch that VOD over again. There was so many different like intricate decisions that were made in such a microsecond of a time. Like there was so many things to really consider after like what Ken can do in the corner specifically.
簡單打 DJ 好想跳啊 ！DJ 尤其 DJ 冇儲力嘅情況下，特別想跳。你好想打爆佢個後重腳㗎，其實。我打得爆，你都覺得。
I feel that Ending Walker was a bit more panicky
即係你會
in the corner than Angry Bird was.
即係加上咧，有啲人係即係就嚟介乎喺儲氣儲到儲唔到之間咧，你又覺得你就會好想，即係佢會踎低嘅，真係，即係再儲多一陣，跟住儲下俾你，即係你未起身之前俾啲嘢打爆。
And I like that they built on that, by the way. The kind of punish, kind of drive in back stuff, the scenarios they were building on that as well. But it was just unfortunate again. And that just goes to show how Ending Walker can really compete with some of the best in the world, whether you're an EVO champion, just one of the strongest players in the world regardless.
No doubt. At the end of the day, though, again,
人嘅本能真係會咁落去。
So sorry, another thing I've got to mention as well is DIing OD moves is actually pretty good.
It's fine when you see that the opponent has little life.
Yeah,
They can't absorb it. You gotta do it.
For most OD moves in the game, you can actually recover in time from a drive impact because they're going to be reacting exactly that. There's a full 26 frame startup, but in a situation like that, it played out perfectly.
Yeah. It's a whole different story. Once you're burnt out, you have to make sure you can pay attention how much life you actually have left, whether or not you're able to.
呢個過場咁耐嘅。
Then perhaps so, but that's also a really bad thing about DJ is that he does not have an invincible super behind him to get past something like that.
True. Like it's just amazing how many like complex and intricate scenarios in Street Fighter 6 that we're actually still learning about, and the guys are changing the nether each and every week. Me and Rich talk about it a lot.
Easy.
You literally saw it there with that DI against the OD.
又喺度，你喺度謀獵個爭奪，我又唔打籃球嘅。
To come down the line if the meta keeps developing like this.
I mean, you gotta see after like the different changes into season 2, but going into the next matchup, Lashar versus Mena RD. A lot of people have been talking about this group for a reason, but a lot of people have also been saying Lashar might be.
呢場都好睇。
He's sitting at 1-1, which is a pretty.
春麗都係屈機嘅，你春麗屈機。
The Bull. Mena RD, two-time champion, sitting at 2-0 by the way, in a very very.
咁啊，如果阿加斯官，如果加斯官係可以贏到嘅話，就可以追平名啦 RD 嗰個冠軍數。加斯官都有機會，有機會 check。
Maybe there's something else that's going on here psychologically. Maybe he might be ready.
我唔敢出呢啲唔敢出樣嘅人，用個 V 地可唔可以溝女？係咁噶啦。即係有少少似，都係呢啲 meta game 咧。其實調翻轉，其實唔係。其實係即係考一個人可唔可以喺駕馭到你隻角色多過，即係每一年都駕馭一隻強角多過咁啱抽中你嗰隻角係 S 角。我覺得 Capcom 唔知喎，其實老實講，我覺得 Capcom 係亂嚟嘅，啲評論。Capcom 唔係好知自己發生咩事，整個班友都係人，整個班友都係鳩嚟。我成日覺得 Capcom 係即係有時有啲嘢強化，有啲嘢強化都唔係強，有啲嘢強化弱化都唔係好識。即係亂講，即係亂嚟。原來下中原咁勁喎！你話輸嗰個星原來咁渣。一開波已經屈咗啦，咁啊打春麗，咁啊食咗個指令頭，咗個捧頭，咁啊再發電 parry 咗8段之後咧就減嘅，之後就俾人 parry 啦，咁啊攞個落單啦，我第一次見過 combo， 咁啊埋牆壓擠，下中腳，再打個踩踩蹦蹦，咁啊第4下唔中，咁啊攞個加 fin。 咁啊推埋場啦 ，impact parry 到個 impact 之後就至少都係安全啦。咁啊拉翻後少少啦，如果對手因為而家拉翻後少少，哇得唔得呢個？跟得 hit 得喎，哇呢個點煙嘅 level 1，咁啊加人撳下，咁啊下中拳全遊戲最強嘅下中拳之一，哇用個電嚟接 rush， 咁勁嘅咩個電可以？原來得嘅。拍落去，呢個可以用 O.D. 百力嘅確反嚟，如果冇錯。跳到咁啊痛啊，推埋場，再百力，再天星腳，咁啊再做一個安跳，唔做安跳喎，做個輕拳壓制，打到 counter hit 之後再搏招。上 mid 嘅中段，但係對手仲升，爭啲 cut 到對面嗰個拍地啊！哇！呢個確反啊，呢個大㗎呢個。因為嗰啲特殊嘅飛人咧，嗰啲特殊jungle可以搏招 ，parry 到對面個唔殺 ，mid 夠重拳打得中，但係冇做到呢個 combo， 跳翻出嚟，咁啊解答就等於死亡。好似對望先，咁啊下中嘅打中之後開 level 2啦。咁啊一堆，因為定公仔啦，最緊要埋牆加定公仔，但係阿 Lancer 夾硬，哇呢個確反啊，大確添啊 ，level 3，咁啊睇動畫啦可以，咁啊削到對方大量嘅希同埋呢個傷害同埋呢個血量，咁啊埋牆會嗱臨打到對面，只有對面添，我諗住對面會 impact 打暈佢，係唔需要嘅，直接打死佢。咁就轉 loot 啦，因為搶2就基本上第一次轉角機會。因為明得 RD 雖然佢而家2-0啦，但係難得佢嘅好隊友跌咗鋪，如果佢都跌埋落去咧，就變翻個優勢又冇咗。雖然佢可以輸，但係當然依家未係可以輸完，依家未到可以輸嗰個時間。等好似即係之前阿菲林咁樣咧，即係 lift 勁 lift 嘅時候先至慢慢輸到嘅。依家係好關，依家都係好關鍵。即係如果依家贏多鋪咧，咁佢就好穩陣嘅啦。贏埋呢就，但卡巴就可以放水添，仲可以自己有放你上去一齊，我哋一齊放隊友一齊上去爭奪呢個100萬。如果依家輸打卡巴就要同佢死喎。咁啊 watch 過去再縮，哇咁啊波中，咁啊食水到腳啦。Mitty 咁啊想發電但係失敗咗，之後洗咁啊俾人打個 combo 踩頭，咁啊起上 parry 咁就俾人打，哦擋埋個星，咁啊死咗啦，一 pick KO 添仲，好似冇打下機，咁就翻來一開波已經撞咗佢啦，唔揦你。咁啊，雙方對望咗一陣，一個前搭落單對手，再放波俾對面鏟爆，一個前搭再攞一個 lock 單，咁啊開 level 2啊，咁啊攞加 fin， 再加 fin， 咁啊夾硬想拆到對面 burn out 先，唔好理，即係個 level 2攞嚟打到對面 burn out， 唔攞傷害算啦。哦，有反應 level 2，拋晒頭啊！明啦 ，RD 啱啱嗰下，咁啊百力嘅水鳥腳推住反邊，咁啊就嚟stun啦，嚟呢個位，但係 burn out 就係完。咁啊如果向前衝嘅話，其實可以即係至少可以攻到對面個 burn out 完結咯。因為啱啱拉後咧就俾人點一下就仆街啦，基本上 parry 咗。咁啊即刻用行雲流水嘅話咧，就可以令到咁向前衝冇 item 失去。咁如果對面升嘅話就會，哦痛啊！呢個好大力啊呢個。咁啊爭少少，咁啊唔 parry， 輕拳點中 level 2，但係未死嘅。 雖然都同死差唔多啦，係做個 reset 咁啊一個下上，但係調翻轉係變咗你窒你自己，因為你自己唔知自己喺前定後。咁啊放波，跟住再放波，再慢慢將對手推埋牆，成功解答。咁啊喺度亂撳啦，哇！想夾硬截停對面個 Rainpro。呢個截到嘅話咧，個 Rainpro就會即係變咗 jungle 咁啊，又可以博招，間開 level 2啦。今次就又係呢個畫面嘅，今次 parry 咯 ，parry 就可以回翻啲氣啦，咁你可以就好浪費。喂 ，parry 到，我食咗個中腳，咁啊3腳，咁啊就再壓制嘅時候俾對手升 parry 到對面個確反。確唔到啊！唔知係咪撳慢咗，定係聽落個立聽拳慢？中咗中段，1、2、3、4，呢好2又有踩到，但係冇計啊，死咗啦！可以握手 KO 咁啊 ，Lancer 贏翻鋪，大家都勁。呢下波頭可能太緊張啦，呢下又係啦波頭，呢下波頭仲係因為即係因為佢喺度播緊10樣嘢先會中，平時我都好少中呢下，老實講。不過我會擋咯，我而家就嚟見到呢下我要睇住 pair 啦，我已經，因為都幾慢嘅我覺得。係啊，大家都好勁。而家好似個個都輸一鋪咯，最少。加排名拉啲輸一鋪。咁啊點啊？而家 reset 翻變咗就打和咯。之後就即係大概即係冇開頭咁，因為有啲嘢開波以為出線嘅，即係出局嗰啲人咧又有機會出線。ENG Bird 啊 ，ENG Bird 啊嗰啲就有機會出線，一輸2鋪。即使係嗰個 Boxer 都有機會出線，一贏一輸。中心停燈冇錯 ，Kappa 最大鑊，佢輸嗰個就係應該係成個高住2打嗰個，因為佢輸嗰個咧就接下來嘅每一場硬仗佢都要贏。
It was so impressive. That exact sequence right here is like, you know what? I'm willing to take all of it. I dare you to drive impact me. I'll get all my drive gauge back anyway. I'm not going to fear too much damage in the corner.
But this is the thing as well, and I see a lot of high-level players do this. They'll accept being put into burnout 100%. If they have an invincible super that can deal with the DI, and then what they'll do, again, utilize the special cancelable normals, and they'll get you to think, yeah, okay, he's not going to be ready to deal with my DI here, and they'll cancel into that button. You think, gotcha. Right at the last second, canceling out level 2 here. And then again, there were so many things Lashar did that probably threw Mena off slightly.
一場應該係好耐啊！咩時候我都覺得呢個咧過場咧唔知得特登唔係拖我咁嘅。咁啊到阿 Boxer 對 NP Bird 咯喎 ，Boxer 2連勝我支持，咁睇都係佢贏啦。
Look how it whiffs just around the character.
I don't blame him for doing that because, again, like hypothetically speaking, if we were just to go back and do that in training mode, you could have probably tried to dash up the way. He probably
你都係想講 DJ 屈機啫。
There's so many things you could have done, but I think anybody would have tried, especially with the mind game they're playing from that parry situation from the safe jump.
雖然我都覺得 DJ 屈機嘅 ，ECQ 有㗎。有㗎，佢淨係輸咗 Crimson 啫嘛，好似咁佢贏晒咪得啦之後咪。贏 DC 贏 CQ 都贏啊，跟住贏埋啊邊個咁啊？仲有邊個咧？贏啊 Lucky 都跟住贏埋啊！東奇好似打咗啦。第三個得。
Again, a very, very important W for both of these players here. However, I can't tell you how often I've ever seen both of these two play against each other, if ever. Outside of like the training regimen that they have.
其實佢有機會去守明添，佢贏得好都有守明㗎。
You know the boxer man, I'm ever so impressed.
不過得好都唔係一個
咁
易贏嘅人，咁易贏嘅人。
Another DJ, different style, which means they're going to have a different philosophy on the drive gauge. The optimization's all the same. That's what we got to worry about as spectators. Sure, Angry Bird has other ideas.
係喎 ，Angry Bird 對 boss， 同價對空。咁啊，啱啱佢打ENG Walker 都贏少少，我唔知佢即係2連戰會點。咁啊，食咗個哇錯星變放波。呢隻 game 其實咧，我覺得波星個 command 太似啦啩。即係佢冇啲可以，即係即使職業選手都好，成日都令到嗰個輸入指令係波變星變波，成日都。應該升個指令要嚴格少少，係或者波個指令要嚴格少少，唔可以咁容易出到。即係而家咁啊，食咗個下重拳再嚟啦！原來係 Bossa 嘅未來 ，Nero 對 Bossa。原來你先係呢組嘅最強人物。刺客，什麼 Ending Walker 名啦 ，RD 真係殺出。不如玩街霸5啦，你哋，同埋食個波腳，我後後。對空失敗咗啊！咁啊 Perry 但係失敗咗，咁啊冇嘢做。做個加 feel。哎呀，做個跳入，但係打唔到。哎呀，冇反應，打個 impact。咁啊，特風呢個迅雷腳，你想救唔到，啊冇計。DJ 個升又原地跳都升到嘅，都應該好過 level 1，好過 level 2，贏嘅 option 多啲。不過個升又可以換邊咯，咁啊，我 level 2可以換邊，可能佢想換邊，所以出 level 2。鳩到又換邊。哎呀！俾人大跳到個間值啊！咁啊加添，我唔得會搶掣，咁啊係咁原地跳見到佢，覺得即係 DJ 會用波腳去打，咁啊呢學生啊。好，咁啊，依家係俾人跳入啊，冇啦，練下先啦你。換角唔通 Bossa 未出喎？即係 Ed 都幾似 Bossa 嘅，覺得佢。Ed 即係個名叫 Ed 就係其實佢寫 Bossa， 佢寫 Bossa 係。佢寫住 Bossa 我都信，太似嘅。好啦，阿波已經做咗個下上，加 fit。第一腳再用波腳壓制。Heavy 咁就成功就 rush 過去做咗個傷害啦，做安跳，想做個 fake 嘅踢，但係對面擋得切，下上對到空，之後再一個前搭推埋牆，咁就再升龍拳打落去，波頭咁啊，始終有啲慢呢招嚟嘅，有對手真係可能對手幾呆先會中。即係就 Pity， back dash 咗，但係個 Pity 頭嘅關係咧就擋得切。個波back 兜完啦，冇對空啊，始終都係因為似係 DJ。打到對面嗰個硬直，但係冇撳落去，可以 level 2嚟㗎嘛。因為 Pity 嘅鏟打中，但係對手 A Q 開始要鳩啦，如果唔係呢個血量。會揀嚟，靚啊！對面一喐就升啊，或者你跳啊，或者飛腳，跳到個中腳硬直，咁啊旋風腳推埋牆啦。後備一個搭，但係冇撳掣，咁啊後重腳，因為冇撳掣關係，後重腳打空咗做下都腳學反啦。一個前搭將對手推埋牆，嗱有 BT 嘅重拳想 parry， 但係都係俾人打爆，即係起上最後一個 full loop 成功羅拍一燈 match point 啦 ，A 級 咁啊 ，parry 之後再 rush 咧就打到個 lock， 打到個扣反 lock 單，又起個畫面啊！想用後槽腳對空，咁就食到打空嘅情況下又俾人打，起上 parry 又俾阿官居打中。我發現佢估咩都啱喎，跳攻擊跳唔攻擊又估啱，跟住搭又估中啱，跟住揀嚟啦。咁啊，咁個輕橋想截，但係截唔到。哦，又喺畫面，第3次，邊個話事不過3次都成功用呢個跳下中腳打中。慘啊！咁啊，呢個 Bossa 最大嘅貢獻就係將卡巴拉落嚟，因為佢已經完成任務啦。咁啊 ，Angry Bird 122啊，其實雖然我唔可以話一定輸，一定賴嘢，但係即係都係好唔樂觀。3-2，仲要睇得失球。咁啊，呢個幾好嘅，依家係贏啊嘛。贏2-0啊嘛，因為嗰個得失球攞幾多其實都。
Again, the matchup knowledge Angry Bird has in the matchup. I like how he mixed. There was a fine balance between going aggressive. He landed a lot of successful jump-ins, and then he mixed it up later. Yeah, there you go. It was very hard. Yeah, it was very hard for Nero to.
Bossa 契仔，但係佢出啲招都唔夠，即係契仔啫，唔代表啲招要咁似啊嘛。即係啲招完就要咁，即係上一個版本又唔好似我諗又唔類似。
There were times where he done no action and he was able to catch a tap parry somehow. Boom, just like that. He was able to really snuff out Nero the Boxer's neutral and defensive habits. Really over time there, it looked like he didn't have to do too much. He kept it very, very simple, despite how subtle.
即係有少少似 Rose 同埋 Manat 咁樣咯，啲招其實又唔好似，即係係 fan 但係又唔係好似。咁啊，應該仲有一場喎，冇記錯。Kaba 對 Andy Walker 應該都好睇嘅，應該都係 DJ 嘅 ，DJ 打軍佬。
Almost like a one-trick pony when it comes to offensive gameplay, because again, drive rush into sway, Angry Bird wasn't biting, and then when it came to his defensive scenario, defensive tactics, he was still stuck in that one-track mindset where it's just like, okay, I've got to resort to this, because he actually has pretty good jackknife anti-airs, but I just think it was the angles that Angry Bird was jumping at as the set came closer to his victory that was insane to deal with. But ladies and gentlemen, that was our penultimate match. Now here's our final match of day 2 here for Group F.
Oh my god.
咁啊 ，Andy Walker 就等死㗎啦。Kaba 就輸嗰啲嘢。Andy Walker 就變咗啱啱啊嗰個 Bossa 嗰個位置，我哋即係搞屎棍。
Kaba literally done that at the start of our block, right? You know, Kaba having to find that spacing against the boxer. I wonder, you know, ending Walker, he's had the opportunity to kind of watch that pretty much progress. I'm kind of looking for the spacing here. I want to see how active Kaba's going to be. Being in that middle space, going the meat shot would have a better chance, a lot more success of connecting against a whiffed boom. But again, Kaba, I feel like when it comes to watching him play at both like the weekly scene or even like a higher stage, he could be so aggressive. He's so down to play in that mid-range game to up close.
It will be a thing to look out for indeed. I really want to see Ending Walker try to be a little bit more disrespectful. I know you got to be cognizant and respectful what your opponent does and the optimization that they're going to give if you make that mistake. But Kaba is going for the gusto. He's grabbing the ball by the horns and he's taking his opportunity as well, and he understands the risk that's entailed with this kind of playstyle as well. I'm very interested in what happens with these
DJ 對軍佬
because we see Kaba caught people with roundhouse into Sonic Hurricane.
He was 100% on that, by the way. He was like, what, 5 for 5 yesterday?
咁啊，飛到對面個波之後咧，如果對面 watch 過嚟咧，就你又夠時間去確反嘅，截停佢嘅。啊，如果你擋咗個波就冇可能㗎。好，咁啊，重拳再放波，到頭攞個 lock 單，讓 watch 喺壓制嘅時候呢度手升，成功用輕橋截停咗對面啊！之後再縮後再嚟多次，再縮後嚟多次，因為哎呀，做咩唔過招啊？咁啊 ，Kana hit 嚟喎，冇起錯。再用下中腳成功 lock 單到對手，打到咗啦。 跳入，跟住但係俾人後重腳對空，之後再一個前達將對手落單。得閒縮下後，睇下仲有冇啲咩好嘢先。對手飛咗上天咧就有計啦。特別軍佬咧，好中意即係好中意升隊友啲嘢，因為軍佬個升係壓上啊嘛，唔係錯咧就更加容易反應一啲好快。但係調翻轉就係你縮上時縮後咧，就好容易對手就會飛上天。一個腳刀，再放波。咁啊後輕腳，咁就跳下輕腳，咁就呢個就算係一個 active 勁耐嘅啫。打到個 whiff， 咁就但係計錯數啊，用 level 1號啲，唔知係咪儲唔切氣咧？有機會儲唔到個後。咁啊呢個位就隨時俾 Ending Walker 一下打死。特別係你冇反應 level 3，特別冇反應 impact 嘅話，好似畫面咁。咁啊求其一個 level 3，再 level 3就 KO 啦。咁就呢個就係呢個就係卡白流氣俾科隆嘅後果。相信卡白都唔係一個識。
At the same time, again, I think it happened to him yesterday as well. There's situations where, again, as spectators, that third eye, we're thinking, surely you're charging and ready to react to the DI. But again, there's so many different things you've got to think about simultaneously. It's very hard. And we thought he was going to cancel to level 3, but he didn't. He stopped the combo.
再嚟多一次，有波放 OD 波，睇下點先。咁啊後咁啊對面都冇解答就唔攞得。喂，呢個就哎呀呢個實力就算幾氣好大嘅呢個。咁啊三位輕強督手對手之後咧，再喺擺邊啫，咁啊夾硬對空，咁啊吹咗啦，可以踢腳，再打佢，再打，咁啊 counter hit 就搏晒啦，可以，再用machine gun成功 KO 對手。踢波，再用個前中腳鬧回啊，放波。跳入，但係俾人下重拳對空，再用刀頭，但係都係想屈嘅時候就俾人一個刀打翻出去啦。咁啊，因為 counter hit 可以搏喺立體嘅，再食個腳刀，再食 perfect 黃金。咁啊成功用個跑前避波啊，但係都冇乜用啊，因為你冇一排升攻擊。前打對面落單。兩個下足嘅，都始終誒關律。ENG 下足嘅就係咁屈機。咁就 keep 住個鬆靈位放波，咁啊對面，咁啊鬥放波咧就，食咗 OD 波，哎呀 burn out 自己呢個位大失誤啊呢個位。咁啊，唔係喎 burn out 俾 counter， 咁啊做個安跳啦，唔做安跳，前打一下死嘅呢個位，夠唔夠到？夠唔？喂，夠啊！依家被波啊原來。唔得啦，今次卡巴咁樣避到個波，呢個縮後嗰下未有避波判定㗎，但係啱啱係咯，即刻向前咁樣可以。好，咁啊食咗個波㗎。一個腳打佢後重腳打到對手跳起，咁啊食咗個跳輕腳，再用個呢個應該係想可能後前輕腳，下上輕腳之後做個前跳嘅 option。咁啊撳個中拳睇下對面會唔會無啦飛咗個 level 3，咁啊都死啦應該。卡巴2-0殺出一齊同 Ending Walker 一齊落去反升下。
So we're definitely going to watch the archives back and watch that one. But Ending Walker gets his victory, and that means that
Ending Walker 首勝位嘅應該係。
Man, our fantasy brackets are in danger. I think.
This is why they're fantasy brackets.
If I'm not mistaken, I'm glad there's something on the line for us. That's a shame. I feel like that's no, but honestly, like all jokes aside.
咁啊，今日打晒啦，呢個 F 組。咁啊，之後到日仔嗰組啦。係我係呢組打實嘅啫，今日未打晒，今日仲有2組，都2個鐘啦嚟啦。
again, when you're going up against players using the same character, you got to be prioritizing more of their playstyle than the character itself, because there's a ceiling cap when it comes to that.
Yeah, no doubt. You talk about the player style. Ending Walker, I feel like it was just so ambiguous in the approach, and even in that moment too. Kabak had 2 bars to his name prior to that drive impact ringing out. It was a matter of whether or not he was maintaining the charge. I'd imagine he was down back the whole time, but still, Ending Walker being able to sneak that in, significant mental damage, especially going into this next round as well, or next game. Even after the 4th, it's like, what do you do? He immediately just walks back in preparation for anything that you do on wake up. He's been really keen on pressing
應該就陣間睇埋個分組就
I think the really interesting thing for me as well is I don't think
又係又唔知放10分鐘 break， 唔知放幾分鐘 break， 跟住之後又要講一堆嗰啲
That's how confident he was that he get into the corner, build the bar necessary to get the big conversions into the damage. Look, he even dropped a combo into level 3 just to stun Cabba when we were expecting him to react otherwise. But yeah. You got to be very careful with your Sonic Boom placements and then drive rushing afterwards, because guys will be looking for that check. And I've been talking about this for a little while. Some people said DJ's crouching medium punch isn't that good. I think it's actually a pretty slept on button. I think it's highly respectable. It should be highly revered anyway, only because 4 active frames, 6 or 7 frames startup, and you can actually check things very last minute with the hitbox-hurtbox ratio it has. So, and you saw it utilized there to get the kill for Ending Walker. But again,
this kid's insane, man.
I wish Group F just continued running, to be honest.
Yeah, can we just like do this just one more time and just
係啦，大家見到個幾平均啊，今次2-1-2-1-2-1-2-2，所以3-2絕對有得贏㗎。呢一組，即係只要聽日贏到就出線㗎啦，超級緊湊。
Lashar and Cabba are there, and again the
我睇下邊個咁好彩成為再贏家呢一組。
Mena has the same result, but it's +0. So this is pivotal. Tomorrow is a game-changing day, if I ever do say so myself.
I can't even imagine as you
爭 Lancer 對 Angry Bird Ending Walker， Kappa 對 Mena
RD。 Anything can turn topsy-turvy. Heck,
又 Ending Walker 都冇3場，跟住 Bossa 對 Mena RD，Bossa 對 Ending Walker。
And Angry Bird, truthfully so, throughout the longevity of Street Fighter 6 thus far.
Man, I'm really looking forward to tomorrow, just looking at this table, and I've got to look at this schedule for the match schedule here, because again, you don't want to miss this on Capcom Fighters tomorrow, because this group right here, it has to be determined by day 3. There's no expected results, because obviously some people, their fate has been signed, the contract's been signed, they're out of here. But these guys, nah, they've really got to do it. Pay attention to tomorrow.
The best part is we don't have to call that action as it goes. We get to be the full-on spectators for Group F. I'm big chillin'. Now we get to eat our popcorn as we see every single one of those matches. I'm going to rip his arm off, I feel like, because I almost did that earlier.
Honestly,
I almost pushed him off the box.
All I'll say is thank you so much for allowing me to commentate.
But
day 3, I'll let the pressure, I'll alleviate the pressure for myself and give it to somebody else. But hey, listen, we've had a great time up here. But then we got to give a big shout outs to our headset sponsor, Steel Series. They've been providing all the headsets for both the Last Chance Qualifier and Capcom Cup 10. And in moments, it's the easiest way to record and share your gameplay with friends. Remember, so many pro players have won more prize money using Steel Series gear than any other brand. And this week, they're going to help a player become a millionaire. Shout outs to Steel Series Arctis Nova Pro.
I wonder how many Nova Pros you could actually buy with $1 million. I'll do that calculation after the break. In the meantime, we'll get ready for the next group. You don't want to miss it as we continue on here at Capcom Cup 10. We'll see you right after this.
대왕 雖然好蛇蛇地㗎啦。
Another mission awaits. Do you plan to fight at all?
All right, I'm ready. Your footwork's sloppy. This the mine? Behold! Got you in my sights. Smart choice. Bring it. Time to shine bright, and if you try to stop me, then you're gonna pay the price. All them late nights finally paid nights. Awake in my dreams, but you could call me the greatest of all time.
Yeah, I'm focused. You know how bad I want this. I'm giving it my all, and before this moment is golden, I control it. All eyes on me, I see I'm watching. Once I'm locked in, ain't no way that I'm stopping. Clocked in, it's time to put in work. Go berserk. I'm in my zone until I'm first. Believe me, when I say nobody can see me, this a product of hustle. I just make it look easy. Non-stop, you ready or not? When it's all said and done, I'ma be on the top. 3, 2, 1. I'm ahead of the game. Y'all remember my name. Non-stop, you ready or not? When it's all said and done, I'ma be on the top. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, I belong in the #1 spot.
I always keep the business nothing personal. When you always see nothing, I just really respect you.
嚟啦呢度。
Welcome back to Capcom Cup 10. So far, these results have been all over the place. I mean, oh my goodness, has Group F delivered? And speaking of Group F, I am joined with none other than the fighting pride of Peru, Nero the Boxer. Nero, how are you feeling?
揾阿 Nero 訪問喎。
Capcom Cup.
The first day I feel really nervous. Now I get confidence today, so I want to keep with this.
依然揾佢依一組嘅最低分嗰個。
Nero, you already qualified for Capcom Cup back in 2021, I want to say. And of course, unfortunately, at that time, there was a lot of stuff going on in the world, so it had to be canceled. This time, you go and qualify again. Take us back to that. How did that feel, and how does it feel to finally be able to accomplish what I would imagine is a lifelong dream?
It feels amazing, you know. For me, this dream. I mean, now I'm here. This is the reality.
可能聽日佢仲喺度咧。
Just not for me. I mean, for my country, my team, Matkins, and everybody who are support me in my country.
Nero, of course, everybody back home in Peru is watching, and of course they're proud. I'll tell you what, man, a lot of people would have thought that you would have been too scared of these bright lights. They would have thought that you going up against Mina Ordi, two-time Capcom Cup champion, that you would have had no chance whatsoever, but you going up there, you believed in yourself, you seem to be so confident. Take us through that Mina Ordi match.
I have a partner in Peru that maybe you know, Picoro. He's played Blanca, and also I have a lot of friends who play Luke. just not in my country, also in Chile, Argentina. So I really prepare for that match.
世界
I want to do my best. Like I say on
撈玩
Twitter,
家係最多。
maybe nobody know me, but I will do my best. I can kill everybody. So be careful about that.
Talk that talk, Daryl the Boxer. Okay, last thing I gotta ask you. Do you have any message? Can I dare see you talking like that on Twitter? I love it, and you're backing it up right now. Do you have any message for everybody watching back home in Peru?
Just to all the people in my country, my teams, my family, my girlfriend, thank you so much for supporting me. I will keep like this, and tomorrow I will do my best, and I hope I can pass the group, and make the top 16.
This right here is what Capcom Cup is all about. Capcom Cup 10 shaping up to be potentially a classic so far. And let's get into more of these action-packed matches. We're going to send it over to Marine and Seijin.
Wholesome interview, right?
好，到
I watched Nero play in my very first CPT
聽完個訪問之後到呢度啦。
Just like, man, he's out here playing because it was especially during COVID restriction times where it was really hard to kind of get around. But it's so awesome to see Nero the Boxer here at Capcom Cup. But anyway, I am here with Mr. Seijin.
What's
How
up,
are you
gamers?
doing?
Hope everybody's. I gamered before you could gamers. That's the way this Capcom Cup works. It's a bunch of gamers playing matches. And not only that, we had Group F, which was really, really awesome. I'm excited for that. I'm gonna be. What's funny is we were talking earlier about how some of the groups are a little solved on day 2 sometimes. Group F does not look like that. After that's over, so I'm excited. I'm going to be on that tomorrow. It should be a juicy one.
Yes.
And I told Nero the Boxer if he made it out of Group F, I would buy him a baguette because Luffy was making fun of him. Luffy was like, whoever Nero the Boxer is, like, good luck. And I was like, I'll buy you a baguette if you make it out of your group.
Did you see the GIF he posted? He was like,
yeah, just like like, what do you want from me, man?
right here.
So we're going to take a look at our standings for this group. Hopefully you've been enjoying all the action so far. Group G, which I think a lot of people, I love the safe image where he posted like, but this group is stacked too. There's a lot of really awesome players in this group. In particular, I'm really excited because it's a lot of players that when I watch them in their regions, and so to see them here get a chance against each other is really, really fun. Particularly if you're from the North American scene, a lot of you are probably familiar with Safe, right? Who's at the top of that. And then if you watch any of the awesome matches in South America, I mean, Juninho is very commonly known, right? Same thing with Rainpro if you watch Asia scene. ROF for that, I mean, the image alone, I feel like it speaks a billion words. His post up there when he's stacked up on the image up there, which is really cool. And then, of course, Uma as well, who's really, really fun to watch. Awesome jury player. One of the few jury players in this bracket.
Sure, definitely. So we are going to go into our next match here. So we do have Rainpro and Safe. So
Rainpro.
Where Rainpro resides, he is in the UK side.
Right.
So
Yeah.
lore-wise,
over to the
UK, I believe, for studies. But it was funny because Hot Dog mentioned, like, hey, you got to watch out for this man. You got to watch out. And I mean, he's here. You guys let him here at Rainpro at Capcom Cup. And then, of course, going against Safe, I've seen him play, and he's a very studious kind of a player because he actually sits down, learns the matchup, and actually knows how to play characters here and there.
Yeah, and that CA is not California. That's
and
it's the same thing you mentioned. Rainpro, Hong Kong, also from
前中嘅，咁啊拉佢哋先。唔算話，咁啊食咗個波，但係冇屈到，咁啊屈佢嘅時候升到啦。第一個 take fall，咁啊輕拳執停咗對面個阿仔，咁啊減 film， 但係都係 parry， 跟住之後就對面冇咁滯啊，升咁啊確反嘅呢個。咁啊要拉翻遠少少距離，諗辦法，即係唔好定自己離開對面啲會分嬲啦。哎呀，爭啲 cut 到對面個重腳㗎啦，失敗咗。咁啊對面有咗飛嘅重腳，打中中斷。咁啊雖然 burn out 咗，但係仍然都係喺一個哇做咩佢？咁啊呢個位 Sonic Bomb 遊戲一跳就升嘅呢個位。睇我聽。
Because Guile's just gonna keep throwing booms at you until you are into dust. That was actually really good because he had that life lead. He's just gonna sit there until.
咁啊直咗個下中腳之後，再就下中拳 TC， 再射個波，再放波，中段，咁啊再續射波。哎呀，嗰個後避咗對面嗰個，呢個可以再食到個升，係啦。後避咗對面嗰個重腳，再確反。中啊！呢個死，有機會死喎呢個。如果你搏啲可以 cancel 嘅，之後再屈。我死咗咯，咁啊，求其撳個掣，再食呢個 level 2，再殺。
please help.
Call an ambulance, but not for me.
That was a beating. That was not good. If you're safe and you're looking at that, I think your adjustment.
中腳再 rush 之後再打個 TC， 再前鋒腳一開波唔夠5秒喺板邊啦，起上搶制啊！想 parry 打個，哎呀，今次俾人打翻入去啦。咁啊，一個升打翻入去，咁啊重拳去打個壓制。想起上 parry， 但係個中段擺得唔好啊，就反而俾人打到 parry 打唔到個，咁啊死咗啦應該都，因為 parry 收招嘅時候俾人打中，跟住之後俾人即係仲要爆埋個 burnout 出嚟，死咗。喂，咁啊呢個軍佬出波收波快咧，所以佢起上一開波出波，對手好難即係跳到。Saw you again。parry 到個下中拳，然後再前鋒腳推翻入去，輕拳再推翻出嚟。Rainpro 好中意板邊，哦呢個發達。level 3咧唔出啊，遊戲會死喎隻 game， 唔需要啊。咁啊前跳打到對面嗰個跳入嘅硬直，跟住之後就一個 combo 打死啦。咁啊兩面到3格，哎呦好在唔係幾好彩啦，又突然之間就level 3啊應該係啦。咁就睇下動畫先。OK， 哇好靚啊依下。哦好靚啊依下，咁啊對面唔靚，唔係你靚。咁原地跳，但係好在對面冇升啫。如果好啲升有機會，因為 Ken 個升好遠。哦，咁啊即係呢個跳呢個立中腳可以踢到對面踢到對面中埋個波。咁啊又第3次，咁啊 level 3唔入動畫，但係都大力㗎。哦，唔緊要，咁啊大家都 burn 嘅情況下，軍佬絕對有利嘅。啲靚星啊 ，2-0， 靚啊！O D 前鋒佢應該可以搏升嘅，但係要 O 人 O D 升。靚啊！係一個一喐又升落去，應該攞埋嗰隻瀟灑地走路，會唔會怎麼握手？不要我說。
At all because I knew for a fact that Rainpro probably would have reacted with flash kick, right? Like he's holding back most of the time. He would be able to punish that and get his turn back. So yeah, in so many situations too, putting safe in burnout because again, I know that it is a nightmare being in burnout against JP.
你想 T-shirt 屌啦，屌窒啊嘛。
Yeah, it's particularly brutal. Those two characters really managed to very well, right? For their opponent, if you spend gauge against either character, very unlikely you're going to build it back. They kind of just sort of naturally snowball from there.
呢個我都係見嗰啲即係簡嚟講，呢個即係呢個比賽人人都叻 combo， 我都覺得如果人都叻 combo 應該係都幾窒。
Really just super clean, solid gameplay. Didn't make a lot of mistakes, not a lot of room for errors, stuff like this.
就係啲咁嘅人。
I did think we were going to see some meter dump here to get the kill, but not spending it turned out to be a-okay, and he had the level 3 for the next round anyway.
Oh yeah, this is my favorite part here. Yep, so he's going for that roundhouse. Yep, drive rush, get in that combo. See, and yeah, you were right. He was a little bit too high, but in this certain situation right here, he is going to do Dragon Lash. He does a flash kick instead, especially when you're in burnout. Yeah. I've seen a lot of people where they see the Dragon Lash coming and they're blocking. You can actually stand up and then parry, and that's a guaranteed perfect parry.
Right, but the other thing too is like when you're in a situation like that,
you know that his options
are limited. You're building burnout. You're like, all right, I'm just going to sit here,
down back, see
what he has to do.
今日兩場咧最多，呢個就係打一場，佢仲要打埋阿 Yuma， 不打卡加。阿加米就即係佢對上次打機係4-5個月前，而家嘅佢同當時嘅佢都幾唔同，兩面都贏，都贏啦！如果唔係就又好尷尬。咁啊 Yuma 對加尼，一係就加尼贏佢，搏佢最大限度咯。
In this matchup, and I think particularly this matchup is, you know, it can be tough for a lot of Dawson players, especially not like super high level Dawson players to slow this matchup down. It's very difficult. You have to stop this character from just not steamrolling you 24/7.
Ah, 100%.
Yeah, and again, you know, Jerry, like her drive rush is actually really good because she has so many different kinds of options that she can just mix you up.
好有波，哇！你咁打機，你乜都贏到喎！你撳個求其撳個掣都 perfect parry。咁就呢個就唔使諗噶啦，呢個就一定係空對空成功。咁啊壓制嘅時候，咁啊 parry 咗，佢解大團之後再整個中段。咁啊又嚟一次一個反，印度都好中意反嘅，始終佢嗰個始終佢係一個嚟講就唔係好想擋，即係唔係好想埋身嘅時候冇得選擇，咁就反就係一個好大嘅選擇。閃唔閃？唔閃就又 parry 成功，咁啊又嚟一次個 rush， 打到對面就嚟 burn out 啦，對面搶翻掣搶走你啊，插腳。咁就如果你印度佬想對空咧，就屬於話咁啊無限放波，咁啊間 chip 死佢啦應該係咧，都唔係 chip 啊呢個，即係對面都放棄防守。插腳，再食個跳重腳，咁啊個 flip， 再整個搭，咁啊食個噴火，再噴火。咪開始拉遠距離，等喐埋都係等 parry 嘅就相信，都咩好做？爭啲，呢個 counter hit 啊正，咁啊放地波，再放地波，哎呀爭啲，咁啊食到個 yoga flip 之後再食個東高火，但係 parry 嘅時候咧就對打唔到個 punish counter， 打到個 parry。放火，再喐，再重腳，再放火，但係有啲個火喺個頭上邊。啊！你咁樣啦 combo， 咁就 burn out 咗啦，咁就唔得啦。得喎，哇！咁遠嘅咩招 ？Julie S 個 Tiffany 冇嘅嘢，咁啊會唔會起上 level 3？到起上 level 2咧？未死啊！哎呀！但係講得先唔係打佢。啊，都幾大鑊！呢位食呢個 level 3。啊，到啊對面諗一諗，咁樣食個 level 3真係都幾傷。So you don't want to just do it right away, but yeah, it was a scrambly little weird end game situation that we saw there. 因為波 watch 佢，即係比較中權打停咗啦，就係放波。今次 watch 到啦，咁就嗱臨推埋牆。咁啊輕拳接 drop 到對面個瞬間轉移，呢個確反嘅機會，啲近。再喐加 flip。哇！你打到啲咩啊？
There we go. Yep, that perfect parry. That's what Garnet wants.
得唔得啊 ？Hello， 哇！做咩推翻去中間啦？推去板邊，可能應該放個，應該再閃翻去前面得唔得咧？哎呀，咁啊打到個嗰個波頭波中咗，咁啊後邊啲嘢都中啦就。Harry 跟住拉翻好少少，點劈落去，其實及個 Harry 就爆點劈㗎啦，因為個火兩跌，咁啊確反。 咁啊，見到呢隻印度佬唔係好知確佢好反咧，就都話可以鳩反波腳，揦你。啊！你 cut 到你個阿中拳，放火爭啲，哦大鑊啦，唔拎火3嘅。咁啊，衝過去搭，咁啊，即使解答都好咧，都唔會食到個上面嗰把火啊。咁啊，再咗加飛，咁啊換咗邊啦，再。 parry 打中，但係第二下唔中咧，所以個 parry 就變咗做一個藍色，唔係陸衝啦。再放波，哇！有心靈感應成功，呢個其實加好多氣嘅呢個，因為 parry 好似個 parry 冇用氣咁樣。衝啊！呢個level 3唔出喎，大家留氣，夠識唔識破啊？係唔識破嘅，呢個佢要 delay。 佢 delay impact 見到佢 delay impact 咗啦，但係佢唔夠，但係 delay 個 timing 錯咗。OK， 咁樣就佢嗰個 yoga film 打唔中咧，所以後邊嗰個攻擊都即係後邊嘅攻擊都瀨嘢。 你冇練下先。
The obvious choice that usually would be good is bad against a top level player, right? So it's really like strong understanding of the awareness and the situation that you're in. I guess a weak player.
不過你見其實啱啱啊，可能啱啱啊嗰個印度佬其實都 delay 肥個 level， 佢 delay 肥咗個 level 而出，所以 delay 鬥 delay 就變咗個3秒好難做。啊！拉住佢嚟，嗰邊有埋啊！誒，佢俾個火喎，正。咁啊，燈火爭少少，咁啊解得，咁啊夾硬撞爆隊，重拳打中一下，再放火，再放火，再放火，咁就唔敢埋去啊！始終埋去嘅話，哇！呢個痛啊！呢個，哇！我第一次見到 combo， 同西印嗰個 combo 嘅熟練度係完全係天與地。P 成功啊！咁啊又喺個畫面啦。咁但係呢個位就應該會 impact 㗎啦，如果唔係追唔到你。咁啊全力補 impact 啦，而家。喂咁啊，打反翻嚟。喂，哇印度佬跳攻擊夠快果然。咁啊見到啊加尼 turn out 咗，咁就要更加咁啊等 impact 啦。喂你唔係俾佢出翻嚟啊！哇呢個真係曳到爆炸！呢一燈攞硬又塞翻俾佢。放火！哎呀，俾人大跳入，後避咗個打咗個 shimmy 之後就對面就眼邊地獄啦，又變咗做全遊戲最好玩嘅遊戲，全遊戲最好玩嘅環節，柔道屈死咗對手。好啦，咁啊翻到 game 翻到彎啦。如果阿加尼贏呢，對阿日仔非常有利。哎呀，3個輕拳打唔中，死對空唔對空啊！咁啊俾人又全遊戲最玩遊戲，風水 N 展間開啦，一個前搭夠啊，得唔得咁先？呢個先係我哋，哎呀！但係呢個好咗，進步咗，至少唔會俾人打。啱啱個就係個 impact 打唔中咧，入唔到個動畫，所以咧就俾個 level 2打中。咁啊！俾人埋打中啦，波頭食咗個波頭啊，死咗啦！咁啊起身啦可以，握手，還高嘛，死！最後一燈，憑住尾燈勝利，日仔都係要專心打贏 U 埋，如果唔係咧就出線無望。
No, for sure. Because like I've seen so many adjustments, especially like after that first match against Uma. He's like, oh man, like what am I missing? What am I doing wrong? You know, I feel like he stopped throwing out limbs because he saw Uma do perfect parry over and over and getting that drive rush and the great potential of just kind of carrying him into the corner, right?
有動畫嗰啲 level 咧就勁啲啦，喂 shit 個 level 1都係一動畫。咁就唔使，咁就冇多無敵時間就即係代表安全。
Capitalize on your mistakes and literally try to end you.
Yeah, I mean her mobility, particularly off drive rush, means that her punishes are always going to be very consistent for stuff like that. So when he parried a limb, it was just over, and that was really good awareness on the range on the level 3. I'm surprised it went that far, to be honest with you. And then yeah, the chip, that scenario was so scary. Dawson had chip there in a lot of different ways. Like level 2 was really scary, but Uma just committed to the offense and it worked out.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that whiff punish off the sweep, that's gotta feel super good for Garnet, especially like trying to teleport there. Look at that! I love the whiff punish and also getting that perfect parry from Uma because like we've seen so many times Uma did perfect parry. Man, right there? Oh my gosh, chef's kiss, dude. Chef's kiss.
Just totally aware too. I love the standing combo, right? Obviously you get to do the blast, gives you better Oki. Really nice for Sim, so good awareness from Garnet as well. But this is a really like back and forth, touch and go kind of match. It was fun to watch. These two obviously very experienced on their characters, and this is the kind of, you know, back and forth you expect at a tournament like this, right? And this too, I like this drive impact idea, slightly mistimed, so eats it. We saw later on there was an attempt at it too. I think the idea is you get the punish counter and then you get the juggle after and it'll miss, but
oh sure.
I mean on that stage, yeah, trying an advanced punish like that, it's very easy to flub it up. So
yeah, I wonder if you could just probably do like grab instead, maybe just to kind of like I know it's boring, I know you want to optimize damage, but maybe grab might be safer. But talking about grabs, talking about those mix-ups, see that's what I mentioned before where Jury, she like grabs you in the corner, she dashes in, grabs you again, dashes in, grabs you again, even dash and then do, you know, like roundhouse or something to punish you out of there. So Uma is going to win against Garnet.
Yeah, very well played. Really fun match to watch for sure in this group. There's a lot of scrappy kind of matchups that I think we'll see today in particular, so I'm excited to watch that. And Uma is just very, when we look at the standings later, we'll see how it's going for everybody, but very scrappy, scary match. I imagine for him, you know, coming up against Dalsum, he's probably feeling pretty good, but that was a close one.
Definitely, for sure. But we have some more matches coming your way, guys. So, who do we have here, Seja?
Yeah, we have the first time we've seen him today, actually. Janino Ross, obviously, up against ROF. Both of the first matches for them today. And we'll see Uma and Safe and Rainpro and Garnet after that. So a couple of other matches.
呢個 LF 對佢。
Playing right now. This is their only match of the day, I think, for both of them, actually. So
yeah, it's starting to look like that. Yeah, because so far, we've seen Rainpro versus Safe in that previous match.
要啊，睇埋就做㗎啦。
Junino, Ross, and Roth.
有個零鐘。
This is actually be really good because his match yesterday against Garnet was literally nail biting, splitting my hairs because it could have gone either way, but Roth was able to clutch it out yesterday.
Such a funny matchup too between those two characters.
He's hilarious, yeah.
Cool to watch. Obviously a very interesting matchup, and this is a matchup that everybody's seen all the time, I'm sure. Very common, these two characters, Luke and JP, two of the strongest characters in the game, and it's a matchup that really it depends on how you create openings and how you shut them down depending on which character you are, right? And so for these two, you know, always interesting to see what the approach is going to be like for these characters. Players. And, I'm also interested too because, you know, I think it's really on the JP players not to flub it up, right? Like, that character is very easy to do the wrong thing on accident and die, even though the character is very strong, especially on a stage like this. It's really easy to do the wrong portal or the wrong combo or miss some juggle or just mess something up and die for it, where I think the margin of error for characters like Luke or Ken or something like that are a little less in tournament environments.
Yeah, and again, like I always capitalize on the experience as well. Like obviously, just being on the big stage feels so good, but also nerve-wracking as well because you have the mental stack in the game. You also have the mental stack outside of the game. That's why I always compare, you know, like Street Fighter or any kinds of competitive games to like, psychology because you really gotta think outside the box sometimes when you're playing. It's like, why am I doing like this certain combo? Is my opponent going to do DP? Are they going to do this or do that? So that's why it's so important to know like how these players play. That's why like you have that tournament experience, you have the character experience, but how do you know how this
JP 都好睇，
and I mean you drop simple things all the time. We see the best players drop their punishes or combos or offense. They run literally every day of their lives, and then they just have errors up on that stage, right? For lots of different reasons, it's very easy to mess things up. So, you know, it comes down to all that. Dude, the violent head shaking. The head bobbing. I am not that. I don't know about everybody else.
JP
hit one if you are like I'm gonna keep the whole.
對手都唔差。
Two if you change it up. I'm like
打贏日仔嘅男人呢個係。黑手指，再揸地，俾人打翻轉頭。放波，放波。三位輕拳，哎呀！但係佢唔搏招，三位輕拳點解唔搏咧？好難 confirm 咩？哇！跳中腳打到對面嗰個跳擊。啊！成功個輕拳接停咗對手，再黑手指啦，其實。加地。啊！中腳再波拳咁啊 ，burn out 咗啦，始終擋咗都有着數。不過確反啦呢個，就一個好簡單嘅 finish。
Very kind of like composed style. Honestly, all he did was like walk into the corner. Right? He didn't do a lot of
重拳咁啊，再屈住佢死都唔喐啊對手，所以就都好難，即係但係唔咁係咪大家就好難去破解對方嘅防守。放波。對哭有計啊！再不頭。哎呀，有啲遠啊，所以就 parry 唔到個重反波拳，但係至少屈咗咁就唔會食到啲山頭。好拳波打中，好拳再嚟 ，Bitty 嘅 impact。咩放三啊？咩放三我做個安跳算咯，之後再前搭。咁一個後搭將對手升翻埋板邊啦，會咩放三啊？我想開呢放三，但係對手死都唔俾你入。哦，咁樣就呢個攻擊就打暈，打死咗啦。下中拳打中，咁就開山。換呢放三啊，係會啊， 嗱，順便講下氣。
Back in Memphis. I hope y'all know that we are actually in California, not Memphis.
Yeah, don't come to Capcom Cup in Memphis. That's somebody's gonna take your kidneys.
一個後搭將對手搭翻入板邊，放波。哎呀，爭啲截到㗎啦，佢努力咗啦，見到佢。咁啊，再放波，上對，哇！你用重，咁啊落地即係咁 parry 就打對個想打到隻眼直就中啦。啊，好強！咁啊，成功對哭。打到對面暈㗎啦，哇！對面仲未失啦，咁啊呢個就 LF 雖然諗住三角氣，但係諗咗好耐。唔 level 3啦，係我哋 level 2啊，所有嘢都用 level 2解決。但係未死啊呢個。咁啊，我因為 build 咗咧就要拉翻遠距離，但係。佢本身係想埋都埋唔到，爭啲瀨嘢未死啊！唔得啊，有血啊！呢個煙皮有啲人。LF 咩申請自殺成功？唔轉角啦，繼續跳入一個重嘅 TC， 再整個下重拳。哎呀，唔識 combo， 翻練下先。咁啊有啲遠啦，咁啊下重拳對哭，再整個 BT 嘅波下 BT 嘅波頭。一個前搭換咗 B 之後，下重拳打哭，但係第二個下重拳打中。突空氣，跟住再俾人打翻轉頭，握手指，再一個前搭，但係對手解到得，夠煙平啦，今次成功啦，咁啊俾晒所有資源攞傷害啦，插地都唔理出。咁啊，屈下中拳有機會可以打爆對方嘅刺激嘅。中拳下中拳狂撳先，唔管用升打到原地跳。哇！呢個堅持下中拳係有計嘅，有啲似我啊，只會下中拳成功。呢個係新版本冇嘅嘢。你而家開心用，你而家趁有嘅就機會用多啲啦。咁啊 level 2啦應該。唔出，咁有信心。咁啊，用個下足腳波，之後都係成功攞到啊。咁啊，到啊 Junior 嘅 match point 啦，下中腳之後再屈上去，再搏招，懟埋上，唔搏level 3，仲有波頭搏2次。咁啊，今次想制嘅時候，呢個波拳打爆。Back to that full screen game, and I love just walking up, taking up all that space, get away from the corner. 哇！因為都好耐咁行下中拳，之後俾阿 JP 一個立中拳打爆嘅。Super 3 and regaining that drive meter back as well. I wonder, no, this is definitely going to put him in burnouts. Yeah, burnout 咗啦。This is actually really scary because JP shines. He sees you in burnout, he's rubbing his hands like, It's supper time. It's supper time. Threatening that. 哎呀，可惜。Not go for it. Loses the corner actually, which is big. As soon as that drive gauge comes back, Luke is 喺度試下中腳，下中拳對哭，咁啊入咗呢個結界，但係唔緊要，用個下中拳打爆結界準備。有冇計？哎呀，想搭，但係對手行後拉遠咗，搞搭唔到就死咗啦。就 JP 仍然都有咁上威脅。Really scary, precarious spot. Honestly, Luke, like he had the hit earlier. You know, he hit that crouching medium punch. Could have done the double drive rush, gotten the kill, but was not committed to it. 一開波就食咗個波拳。Easy peasy for Rock. 再放鬼，跟住但係俾人你Luke 嗰個跑步跑走咗，再推埋場啦，放波，放波，放波，繼續喺度推啊！咁啊，俾放波俾 OD 波打爆之後，再食個10腳搭地。咁啊，踢完你之後繼續喺度 set 嗰啲咁嘅飛人道具，一忍唔住跳去前跳，啲對手打翻落嚟啊！佢 set 呢個鋪頭，想跳，但係俾對手升翻落嚟，再放波，前跳，咁啊對手想 parry， 睇下偷唔到啲乜，但係偷咩都偷唔到， 應該死咗㗎啦呢個。咁啊，求其撳嗰啲，係撳個 rush 掣，之後再佢係撳個 impact 掣，跟住之後再搏佢嗰啲之後解決。真係慘，咁樣就俾人食一個嘢。咁啊，瞬間轉移避咗偷襲成功。重拳打空，重拳下中拳三個，咁啊拉翻遠少少距離咧，咁就用下中拳搏，用下中拳去壓制跳入，但係俾對方空對空打翻落嚟 ，OD 波跟住打爆對面嗰個，打中嗰對手之後再搏招，跳入去跳到啊，再 rush 過嚟，跟住之後後中拳 TC， 之後再 ending。又到兩面嘅雙 match point 啊！揮落去咁啊，睇下啲抽獎權真係有時抽到啲好嘢。你後三開咗先啦，費事啲嘢留翻嚟高數。波頭，哎呀，歪咗少少，咁好危險嚟啫，因為之後就俾重拳開始攤。冇反應對空啦，開始呆呆地。雖然呢個位有啲尷尬，如果對手即係我三咯，咁樣還翻咗俾佢。如果唔 cancel， 如果唔出第二下個攻擊。TC 打中，咁啊嚟㗎啦！哎呀，想 OD 波打落去，但係 burn out 咗，絕對唔係好事喎。哇，上 trip 啦，最多加想跳過嚟，跟住成功對空 RF， 成功擊到對手，仲要喺度 pop off 先，嚟嗰度 list 冇㗎，有都係啲嗰個平衡改動，即係依家實戰時嗰個係真係測試。唔代表正式會咁出。Cool to see it. I think that's both of their only match for the day. I think both of them are only playing each other. So their only prep work for the day was, hey, I prep for you, you prep for me, and that's it. Which is one of the cool things about this group format. Some days you play a couple of games, some days you're only playing one. So
yeah, and it's always nice too because, like you said, you know, like getting that experience and just trying to kind of like build up to the final day here, or like Group 3. Obviously, we have finals, but like today, Group 2 or Day 2 actually is so important because it's like whether I'm going to win or I'm going home or something. But with this game here, Ross played it so well, right? Like he was able to find ways. 肉腸今日咪贏一煲咪3-0咯。Drive rush and threw those fireballs into portals. It was so smart of him to do, but Rob was able to find ways in.
Yeah, you know, no matter what the group situation is like, right? Sometimes your matches will matter even if you're out. So a good example is Valmaster, right? Probably not making out of his group with the record he has, but beating Gachikun earlier today was a big deal for that group. So, you know, every match will matter whether you are somebody who is going to be like qualifying or not. So these kinds of losses here and wins are both very important for the groups and how they end up.
Yeah, no, definitely. And it's also huge too because you are just playing on the biggest stage in the Street Fighter competitive history.
有幾多個場仔？
It's always fun to see everyone, especially like I mentioned before, you know, just having like COVID restrictions.
依家睇另一個香港選手有冇機會出線，關鍵一戰。
Yeah, I mean, offline competition is what we all want, right? Like, it's awesome that the online play is so good that you can play so many people, but it's really nice to meet up with everybody in person, play some games, hit some buttons. It's always a really nice time. If you can hear the buttons being hit by someone next to you, you know, or across the room, it's a nice feeling for sure. So we're gonna have our next match. We're moving right along. This is our third match in the group for today. Hopefully you've been enjoying it all.
CFF 對加尼。
Both of them play earlier. Fourth match, excuse me, that we're having in this group. We saw both of them play earlier. Both coming up here again.
加尼好似未贏過一般。
Lost their first match today, right? So this is their chance to kind of clutch it up, feel a little bit better about where the group is. Match that is really interesting to me in particular here because high-level Dalsum is always a fun character to watch, right? So
yeah, it is really fun because I know that we've talked about how we don't really see a whole lot of Dalsum. Obviously, like Mr. Crimson, and then there's Garnet, and also multiple Dalsum players that you see, but we don't really see that matchup as often. You know, having the popular character vote of like JP or Ken, Jury, Guile. Obviously, like they're strong, but Dalsum can be strong in his own aspect. That's why like seeing different kinds of playstyles too. You know, Mr. Crimson playing a very rushdown Dawson, but Garnett, literally a wild card because I see him, you know, like throwing out different kinds of fireballs and stopping Uma. You know, like he did that light fireball against Uma, right? It was a very short fireball, and he was able to kind of mix it up without being predictable at all.
Yeah, and I think it's a character that even if you have some prep against, he is so particular. Like all the Dawson players will have their own setups or ideas and how they want to play them. And, you know, the difference between, like, fighting a top 100 Dawson player and, like, a top 5 or top 10 is so huge. I think, like, much bigger than many of the other character gaps where if you're playing with, like, the 100th best Ken player in the world and, like, a top 10 Ken player in the world, right? Maybe the ideas that they're representing are more similar, but they're just sharpened.
有人 check 掣㗎。
You know, kind of point at the top where
你講翻我當年打洛克人嘅故事。
It's truly a specialist character.
有埋啲鋪，突然間逼嗰陣時冇嘢做吹下。check 掣係冇用嘅，有你唔識嘅。咁啊，重腳咁佢咁下段可以打到，因為近就俾人確反啦。進嚟㗎。咁啊，插腳，但係插空氣之後再 watch 過去。食個波咁啊，但係迅雷腳，始終只要你冇升角色咧，迅雷腳都係面對迅雷腳都係一個係打明穩笨嘅招式，欺拳咁啊，慢慢篤鏟落去，咁啊想閃但係閃唔到，咁啊起上 parry 咁啊俾人一個突停咗，打中再嗰架添一個閃背。立中拳打落去，對空失敗咗啦，咁啊一個插腳。哇！起上閃到你後邊，跟住之後再篤，呢啲係 Ray 先會見到嘅對戰。咁啊，俾兩個即刻 Nest 飛中兩個加 frame， 跟住之後再攞個壓制，成咗招你手。喐得快，喐得快。唔係對手玩有音樂 game， 想 cut 對面嗰個長手嗰個伸出嚟講，係 cut 到啦。然後就升龍拳，一個前搭，一個前搭，跳，再前搭，一拳有一中，咁啊 level 3啊應該，係咪應該死嘅咯應該？ Really solid corner pressure here from Save. Clean things up. Game on the board.
Oh man.
All off that one with Lim.
Yes. Just going in for the jab and then jab cancel into the drive rush and going in for that big full combo with Super 3. That is definitely a guaranteed kill. But here we go. Just going back to character select. Just take a breather. You know, breathe, drink that water, hang out. I always say that like a lot of my friends who do watches that aren't into Street Fighter, they're like, why are they going back to characters? Like, are they just like picking the same characters or different characters? I was like, you know, they use it as a mental reset too, because Street Fighter 6, the mental stack is high.
好，今日哇，一開波已經俾佢 parry 啦，都幾慘喎！我撳到中拳咗啦。呢個係咪 BT 嘅順嚟㗎？哦，咁啊打中一下，但係 parry 又嚟啦，狂撳啊！有咩喐就撳落去先。 我唔咁啊又順嚟㗎，咁啊到我 parry， 我 parry 又唔中，哦咁啊依家後打啦，哦咁樣換邊啊 ，OK 有啲諗法，又中㗎，咁啊就鳩 parry 啦，見到對住啲鳩 parry 真係好幾慘。咁啊篤中對手之後就 level 1開咗先啦，咁我喐個 fire， 咁啊喐個 feel 又早出咗，所以就嗰個打唔對手，咁個 parry 就可以用個大嘅突破。 同佢打落去先，咁啊都攻火，再 combo， 我係爭啲 cut 到啊！咁啊始終重腳係向上，打爆咗對個交時冇對空，咁啊做個 hit fall， 對手搞打跌翻出嚟，咁佢到 K 入板邊啦。哇！呢個就係跳幾大喎，咁一個 Dragon Next， 跟住之後再一個3結尾。 追翻晒唔少嘅血啦，然後就 watch 過去，哎呀唔 watch 喎，竟然啊今次 watch 晒，想做個積風，對手後避咗之後就冇嘅回合啦。BT 嘅鏟，我即刻 parry， 但係點知對面嘅選擇係解答，變咗打對手，成功破解咗個 parry 啦。跳到，咁啊一開波點解有個好嘅 star 啊？一開波冇咧咁多血。 埋個壓制，但係必須打翻轉後，呢個應該去 jungle 嘅。咁啊後打將對手大把必， 因為係嗰個下咗佢，咁啊對手因為當時話下咗佢試入咩咧？好一試中，又香 parry 成功，咁就到呢個第唔知幾多次啦，真係勁啊！咁啊 level 2係嗰一用頭攻擊，咁樣打個落單，打個中下段2針，喂閃到啊！就到刀禪可以搏招啦，咁啊打中啊，食咗個下中腳，然後就食埋嗰個 Ken 嘅 combo， 咁啊成功擊倒對手。係啊，啤啤啤，基本上你要搭多啲先得嘅，而家佢鳩啤嘅話，你 watch 過去搭佢直接。即係 FF 好似未同，好似你爭邊個未打？係 Stay Free。我數下先。嗱 ，Rainpro 打咗 CFF 啦，打咗加尼啦，打咗佢啦，單 OF 未打咯。OF Yuma 贏就爭2個爭1個，龍係唔會喺直 game 出現嘅。龍出現都係嚟搞笑。打咗啦咩？未打啊！打咗啦咩？冇理由㗎 ，Day3 冇理由唔出場㗎。你打一隻 Loot， 打一隻 Ken， 打刀士。哦，講緊 Rainpro 啊，唔係講緊佢。咁咪我打咁呢隻 game 人未打咩？好緊係嘛 ？Rainpro。咁卡加米，唔係尾場係佢啫。即係睇下乜 Day3仲有咩，即係仲有咩好影響呢個出線嘅比賽。咁啊，卡加米同埋佢啫嘛。咁啊，冠軍呢個係首名戰啦，贏咗個首名㗎啦。He's probably my favorite Dawson so far. Like next to Mr. Crimson, yeah, super fun, very mix up heavy, but unfortunately 輸咗就有機會出局添。Rainpro 揸住個耳仔。
We'll see him some more, right? Yeah.
Which will be fun to watch for sure. And it's just that unfortunate. Like he tried the sweep and the juggle in the corner. The sweep didn't work, and then it was like a weird scramble. Ken crouching medium kick hit before Dawson's. It's the way it goes sometimes. You know, it's the nature of the beast. As we set up our last match for the group today, which should be a good one, of course. Uma
輸咗出局，
Rainpro, and both of
唔一
them
定
winning their first
喎。
matches of the day.
因為唯一贏佢嗰個人啊，唯一贏佢嗰個人都輸咗俾 CFF， 所以嗰個比數其實即係大家都係輸2鋪咯。好啦，真係生命作賭注啦，贏就出線，贏就首名㗎啦，除非佢輸 ROF 啦。
Guile, and then of course Uma playing Jury. I think the only times I've seen Rainpro is just like Guile, because like if anyone knows who Rainpro plays other than Guile, let me know, because again, he is so strong. Like he can literally play the whole roster.
This is the primary character I see him playing most of the time. And this matchup, I mean, it makes sense to play it in this matchup in particular because I know a lot of Jury players think this is one of if not the worst matchup.
最緊要嘅比賽，
有
波梗係放波啦，你唔放波喎，睇清楚。哎呀，一開波有個好差嘅開局，個刀打空。之後，但係對手都唔係俾到好大傷害啫。咁啊放波 ，watch 嘅時候再升，重拳打中，上 parry 食埋個，咁啊再升唔緊要。咁啊 Rainpro 用咗消耗咗大量嘅血量啊，但係呢個位鬆靈好勁，哎呀打到個輕拳，但係對手甩 combo， 咁啊 Rainpro 着翻水出嚟，食踩落咗個 front kick 度，但係仍然都係好，哇呢個唔同啊，呢個講法就。可以倒到好多血喺度，因為嗰個 ban out 咗 Sonic Boom 一定要擋，佢唔跳得。咁啊前重拳，因為 Sonic Boom 嚟，哎呀俾人跳到個 Sonic Boom， 咁就都幾好彩，跳咗2-3次嘅 Sonic Boom， 咁就一個波放波，咁就用個帶嚟剎停掣，咁就諗住避個升，但係避唔到個 Sonic Boom， 咁我食咗 TC， 傳説中 TC 可以睇住佢出嗰個，睇住個 TC 做中段去 ENG 傳説。放波，再食個前中腳，咁啊 rush 過去，再睇下點，再用 rush 將對手搭翻去後邊，咁啊換咗邊先，對空對唔到啊，咁啊下中腳，食一腳，再 rush， 再放波，繼續放波。對手係要倒對面幾時跳嘅咧？其實呢個位，對面應該係對面倒跳。 跟住日仔就要希望賭唔中，咁就基本上一幕 game 啦，見到。哎呀，cut 到！OK， 好靚嘅一個攞晒所有資源去做一個 ending， 咁啊一個好緊要啦，兩拳嘅第一個，因為大家都 level 3，邊個入到第一拳就一半嘅啦，入第二拳就死嘅啦，基本上一半再加一個，哦咁啊達到個 parry， 死都唔中啊，打中兩秒，喂就 parry， 咁就唔升。你見到個跳入唔，後跳俾人升啊！咁啊，雖然但係 U 埋嗰個就嚟 burn out 啦，咁啊絕對唔係好健康，死頂爛頂，死都唔可以救。加 fit， 但係佢 parry 成功啊！咁就 burn out 啦。咁啊入咗個 burn out 先，咁啊食埋個波，再食到個對空，但係食咗個下中腳啊！好大鑊啊！呢個。咁啊，呢個好差，即係好大鑊嘅狀態，都係加 fit 咁啊！但係對手完咗個 burn out 啦，咁啊到完咗 burn out 就真係好多氣，好多氣嘅話就即係代表，哎呀 cut 到，爭啲啊！踩波車 ，OK， 忍一下，嗱，因為除非神，哎呀個重腳打空，然後俾人 rush 打中咗，咁啊好可惜，咁啊唔緊要，搶二嘅 game。哎呀，好啊！俾人大跳成功，放波，放定個 Sonic 逼，再放，咁啊逐下慢慢上，疏 U 嘅打到一下，你要打到個 Shimmy， 再用波壓制，加 fit 咪呢個，因為後輕腳係一條好袋啊，咁啊只要唔係密着嘅就加 fit， 搏落去，好快速咁樣攞到第一燈。咁啊行前下中拳，咁啊對面用個立中腳去做立回啦，再到重嗰兩大立回，放波，再放波，咁啊行後即刻升落去啊！唔理你，對空有計。今次冇計 ，OK，come on， 開力可以，因為好想令到對手 burn out，come on 就最好嘅令到對手 burn out 方法。咁啊，呢個即使擋咗都好多扣多拳嘅，唔好話即係有時會中。咁啊，始終 burn out 咗啦。咁啊，會唔會突然之間射個？後跳攻擊，哇！先好想試咪，因為覺得對手會長按呢個 parry 再升。咁啊 ，Yuma 冇乜血啦，因為我食埋個波，成功用呢個 Sonic Bomb 嘅鬆靈嘅方法去搞到對手隻力血。好啦，生死戰搶一。咁啊，對手都撳個暫停掣，打斷對方節奏啊，即使唔會轉角都好。
Those look comfy. They need to officially make that because I will legit wear that like working from home, you know, just working from home, just in your PJs, being lazy.
最精彩嘅一刻。
Oh, imagine if you got a PJ like that for your cats, though.
你唔好放波啊！一開波放波好危險啊！呢條友係真係會開一跳嘅。咁啊，起上用立中拳壓起上，成功壓到，再用呢個搭又中。哦 ，let combo！ 哎呀，但係有個地波，嗰個冇，唔係即係總好過。即係總好個，跳翻出嚟先 ，OK。咁又放波，但係再食呢個，哇！以前用中拳，但係冇諗過會對手中啊，冇 cancel 到第三個。咁啊長按呢個 parry， 咁啊切完中拳靚啊，對刀對空，哇！呢個位想打 Shimmy 打中，但係呢個位有啲遠啊，搏唔到拳腳。波頭頂得住，哇！呢個中又可以搏招，我覺得咋？打中又可唔可以搏啊？哇！死咗啦呢個 level 1 KO 中距離冇得食個 Sonic Bomb， 中咗之後再用 rush 攻擊搏招，冇加咁多啊！好啦 match point 啊 ，Sonic Bomb 喪鳩果然。放波，咁 rush 嘅時候俾對手升，下中腳打到對手，咁啊就係呢套壓制，咁啊再一個前搭，呢個位就弱智啊呢個位。啊！呢一鋪俾人炒腳，好啦，真係 last game last round 啊！ 咁一口波屈過去啦，唔理。哎呀，呢個睇住對手，睇住對手打空都打唔翻。啊，防波，跳，咁啊對到空。OK， impact 單啊，個 impact 啊，冇錯。咁啊應該後打，哇射晒佢喎，想攞傷害多啲。咁啊換邊，咁啊好想打對手 burn out。OK， 呢個痛啊佢。喺呢個位就真係反映遊戲。哎呀冇啊，打到對手 burn out， 升。咁啊呢個位永遠都係我家。咁啊有地波就因為你呢個踩頭屈機嘅。咁就唔想，哦食咗波頭。呢個3先，但係其實 Uma 殺到嘅呢個血量，我覺得。但係都幾傷，有 level 2啊，英培應該一拳就 level 2，睇下入咗先。哦，俾人撞到 ！Come on！ 講到，哎呀唔得啦，呢個位喐唔到啊，因為一定要死啦呢個位。啊 Uma 2-1，進成功打到對手啦，唉。咁啊睇下之後就睇後邊啊啲人點啦。咁啊出眼線㗎啦，依家佢。
His face on the big screen looks way happier than in person. In person, he looks like he's gonna throw up, which I know that feeling.
真係慘。如果啱啱唔係鳩星用鳩 level 1咧，會唔會再大力啲？
A wild end to that match for sure, but yeah, that was sick. I mean, honestly, that kind of delivered. That's kind of the match I expected between these two.
No, yeah, it was super hyped too because, as you mentioned before, this was a tough match.
真係慘，但係仲有得出線嘅，即係1-2。大力啲啦要，呢爭少少啫嘛嗰個位。
A pro at anti-airs, he definitely clutched it out in like more of kind of like the earlier rounds. Finding how should I put it, like the tendencies that Uma had in these matches.
一睇個血量先，我都唔係好睇得出㗎，睇到個血量爭遠。睇下個血，即係個 level 1嗰個，鳩 level 1鳩到你，呢個真係同呢個戇鳩嚟㗎，咁樣熟一下之後死咗，超大力呢個。
Really smart there from Rainpro for sure. And Uma, despite that, really fighting back. And yeah, this, free DI back.
Goodness, yeah. I would have thought that maybe he might have like kind of.
呢個其實後，知咧後頭嘅唔好，有得慳。
Maybe kind of like get some more pressure, but again, we have to think that if you're that
呢個位，呢個位俾人 burn out 咗，真係有啲人。呢個即係唔係應該點講咧？即係你爭少少 burn， 即係你令到手 burn out， 但係呢個位 level 1贏㗎啦，呢個 level 1。 升係反而就呢個 level 呢個嘢升就爭少少。
But one of the fun things about this game is we look at that scenario where he was on defense and then, or he had the counter drive impact. And like he chose like I'm just gonna throw all the booms and try to strip her drive gauge. The fun thing is you pause it there and you think, is it better to try to drive gauge? Is it better to back throw and then try to throw the booms after? Is it better to, it's
唔係冇得放個細波之後再跳嗰啲。
我話 stage like Capcom Cup, but even looking at that decision there, you can argue maybe that it's better to try to strip the drive.
唔係啊，咁慘咩？我覺得佢啱啱打 Uma 打到尾燈喎，其實佢。 唔係跌好多嘅啫，要 U 埋大殺四方咯，即係殺到啲人40、40、40咁啊！即係盡量唔好俾對手攞分。睇下都幾多啊，但係係咯，但係當然要啊 CFF 要唔好咁勁啦。CFF 有2鋪可以揸住。 CF 唔係我試咗 CF 3-2，即係又係 Uma 啦，即係。咁我睇阿 Rainpro 爭 ROF，CFF 都係爭 ROF， 同埋 Uma 唔好放水咯，Uma 要大炒，啲大炒，咁啊先有得贏。 好睇走線。佢輸嗰隻 loot 真係幾致命。
They're just like so locked in. Like I'm locked in, gamer.
Yeah, exactly. You got to be locked in, man. It's Capcom Cup, and Uma, I have to say, looking locked in so far. Very likely to make it out of this group, especially in winners, depending on how the matches go tomorrow.
冇話呢 delay 冇話肯定錯嘅，依家你睇嘅梗係錯嘅。你當你 delay 打到 counter hit 嗰陣時，你又唔會話錯㗎啦。
And at the very least, be in that top 16 in some capacity on Sunday. So I'm excited to watch that. Should be a good one for sure.
好啦，希望
What could you possibly be getting hungry for?
Egg rolls! Anyway, Pagoda is supplying the egg rolls here at Capcom Cup 10, and they're actually really good. I love them. I thought it'd be really weird and funky to have like buffalo chicken in the egg rolls, but it actually works super well.
I feel like you really can't go wrong with an egg roll.
春卷唔得幾個人食嘅，春卷只係得啲上流人士食得嘅，冇人識嗰啲唔好食嘅。啲爽都冇得食。Daigo 咪喺嗰個 Daigo 咪 LCQ 死咗咯，俾噴殺咗。噴小寶啊，好似。
It was actually funny because I was talking to one of the security guards down there. They're like, I probably ate
冇錯，
egg rolls down there.
贏啲會輸咧。
I'm pretty sure that I would probably do the same, but man, those egg rolls are too good, right?
Yeah, they're fantastic. Hopefully you've been enjoying all the matches so far. Get yourself a snack. Get
好啦，
yourself a drink.
咁啊 Pop Mix 嗰個估啦，喺度搞笑。Channel， 唉 ，Channel 你又唔可以話 Channel 都幾勁嘅咧，又未都係未去到嗰啲屌你老母角嗰啲啫，真係嬲到爆炸。即係 Channel 仲係有啲道理可以講下。又唔係冇人用咩？我覺得咪多過 Kimberly 咯，我覺得。老實講，冇人用咩？台灣都有四大神獸啦。都冇幾個，有都係台灣嗰幾個，都係認真。OK， 嗰4個冇㗎啦，阿內莫可啊，跟住阿邊個啊？跟住仲有之前唔知咩Mosa， 唔知咩 Moda， 四大神獸。啫係幾靚嘅，不過 同啲超像可龍嗰啲一樣，都係成千蚊個先買㗎，我買唔起啊！啲有錢人玩意都係留翻俾啲有錢人玩，真窮淨係買街霸都要買呢個 standard 版，買唔到呢個 deluxe 版。你見到佢得閒，見到嗰啲唯有食。Mr. Crimson 食呢個薯條咯。
Crimson, what's going on with you, bro?
Great. Happy to be here.
Yeah, it's always good to see you. But before we get into these questions, I do want to make sure we try out some of these good pagoda egg rolls. Let's go ahead and put a little bit of sauce on it. Which one are you gonna go with?
I saw that there is a Dalsim one, so I have to try it.
It's only right. I'll go with the Zangief.
食完之後咪可以噴做咖啡。
I suppose that this one is pretty spicy.
Yeah, since it's Dawson, you'd imagine, huh?
Yeah, I can imagine.
This is fire 得到爆炸。你啲公仔仲要見到有啲係嗰啲係自己噴油嘅，你見到嗰啲即係比較石膏你要自己噴嗰啲仲要全買翻嚟仲要噴油整咧，嗰度有一筆數。
Out of CPT, France, Spain, Portugal. That is one of the hardest regions in the world. What was your journey to qualifying?
I just kept practicing, enjoying, creating content. I think it's important when you are a pro player to build a community and stuff. And yeah, I'm really glad to see that France, there is many players who were really good and helped me to get to that level.
Capcom Cup X, Mr. Crimson. Of course, you're qualifying for the first cup for this title. What are you thinking as far as your group, your confidence level? How have you prepped for Capcom Cup, the whole nine?
Yeah, so my group is really particular in terms of matchup. So I have theoretically 2 Kami, 2 GP, and 1 DJ, which is pretty tough for Dalsim in terms of matchups.
Mr. Crimson, all the best talking to you, brother. Good luck in Capcom Cup.
都係最準嗰個啦。你哋冇人買得你買，即係啱嚟講，應該係話唔係話，即係應該係話，如果
Ma chérie, nice, pretty nice.
如果你貼得最準咪你咯。老實講，有啲依家都幾難下，我覺得。我都冇分到邊啲人打邊啲人，我哋覺得大家都估唔中。
And welcome back to Capcom Cup 10 as we end out the day of group stage play of Day 2.
我覺得佢估10次都唔會中。
On the mic and to my right, it is Ultra David, my G. How you feeling? We got a little sauce on that.
I am excited to be here wrapping up day number 2. Just as yesterday, we've seen a lot of great action.
Jeff Him 都中。
Surprise on that front, and we still have a pool coming up that's going to be a
blast有冇贏過咧
in part because it is super up in the air what's going to happen in this pool. Before the week started, we polled each other, who do you think is going to take this one? Everybody had the same 2 names who we asked. Problem X and Dual Cap.
係出 Chef Style 係咩？
After
睇下先，
1,
係喎1-1喎，
could still be, certainly.
差唔多啦。
Also, Kusanagi looking great.
差唔多見到 Jack Him 㗎啦。
Getting a W up there. Jabi M getting a W up there. Ren has only played once, so the loss isn't that big of a deal. And as a result, it really could be anything coming out of this pool. We just do not know. This is the most up in the air pool.
And it's one of the things we said that a lot all damn day. We saw F, we saw our group with D.
Sure.
We want to see again who will walk out at least with a little bit more positivity. But it's gonna be kind of hard considering what is coming up. Dual Kevin versus Kusanagi. We talked about Kusanagi taking that victory yesterday. He only had 1 game.
Kusanagi 對 Dual Kevin 呢個又係爭首名嘅。Pop Mix 同 Pop Mix 3咯，3個人。
Sorry, brother, to pull that up.
Yeah,
but
no.
You gotta come back with greatness.
As you mentioned, he had a chance to win versus Problem. I think it was going to be 2-0, in fact, if he had done that.
Yes.
And it just dropped. So, it's a huge bummer, for sure. Problem ended up making the comeback and winning, including with a perfect in the final round of that set.
Really make a statement.
So Problem played it super great on the return there. And, that is an unfortunate situation for Dual Kevin. That said, I will say, taking a game can be really important, and as close of a pool as this, game differential can still be super important.
Yes.
So I don't think it's a complete loss, and in any case, he played great throughout the first 2/3 of that
放波先，再放波，對空靚啊！咁啊，呢個 level 等級嘅話就應該點跳都升到嘅。只要你除非你咁啱放波或者咁啱撳咗重掣擋，即係擋唔到，一係擋，一係啱嚟講，一係中招，一係升到。佢應該冇擋跳攻擊呢個選擇。屌 Kevin 就唔係，Kevin 滑雪就有機會，嗰個 DP 力渣少少。輕拳，再 OD 飛，再放波，再升，咁啊基本操作。咁啊 take 個 fall， 疏 U 鏡緊咗啦，呢個就，咁啊死咗啦應該。呢個可以用3個後重腳，仲有㗎個後重拳，仲可以整咗個反波輕，跟住之後再戳波再升㗎，你就知。再 rush， 但係呢個唔可以改嘅。喂，吊升睇下，只有升同埋呢個中招，冇第3個選擇。咁啊，最呢個遊戲減3即係同加3冇分別嘅，我覺得你撳唔撳？再中段，咁啊唔係 Mitty 啦，咁啊搏唔下斷，但係中腳又中，再 TC 再升，一拳超人，哦，咁啊便宜咗你啦呢個位 ，Barry 再起上升。有咩見到佢起上？啱啱冇吸水教訓，再升，又發現係升可以解決所有問題。放波，放波，咁對面又都放波，咁啊鬥喺度鬥道服啦，唔跳啦基本上。Heavy， 但係俾對面打，再打，又到遊戲。Mitty 嘅 impact 但係俾對手 parry 後跳得唔得？唔得啊！原來係又係 OS 嚟嘅，卡瓦奴踢，卡瓦奴就 level 1，佢做 level 3。咁啊後打即係打翻埋場先，再放波落棍死，哎呀夠 impact 煙中，咁啊到 Ken 嘅回合啦 ，level 3嗰度啊，冇錯。落單，咁啊係咪就個 Simi 死都唔喐，咁就丟 Kevin 就一個20輪上的 combo 啦，做個 Oki 一定要做 Oki 啦，如果唔係咁啊會搏坐 level 1啦，摁啦開始喺度，因為始終你都冇嘢，喂 ban out 咗，咁就可以磨多幾下再間 chip 死佢喎，哦有機會 chip 死啦，哦 chip 死啦，咁啊唔使啦，但係 chip 死啦呢個應該。冇錯。
Oh yeah.
I played him and I hate it because once he gets the lead, if it's a smidge of health, it's hard to run it back in your favor. And with Luke, the way that this character can play and enable that kind of play style, it's even harder to deal with. I think even more so in 6 and 5, to be honest.
Sure.
應該都唔會轉角㗎啦。
Yeah, Dual Kevin is just always aware. He knows what your potential options are. He knows what the solutions are. He's got it all in mind. Kusanagi, again, I like how he played for the most part as well. Went right down to the wire, so I don't think that there's need for big changes. He's got his playstyle, of course. It's gotten him the Capcom Cup. It's gotten him the 1-0 in the pools. And again, because games
跳入，升到，到服力啦呢啲咪只有擋到，只有中招同埋升，冇擋呢個選擇。如果一個人俾人擋到呢個跳攻擊嘅話咧，即係證明佢個升龍拳唔合格。靚啊，但係冇中落去，因為 P 成功，咁啊俾晒所有資源應該就死嘅啦 ，level 1係要加埋 level 1。叭，大力。放波先。再放波，咁啊立中腳打個立回，立中腳立回就基本上雖然冇回報，但係基本上都冇乜風險，好難回分條數個立中腳。Mitty 再呢個畫面好面善咧，對空冇錯，啊好完美做晒所有嘢真係，其實佢唔使玩 rush 啦。靚啊，乜都有，咁啊打到 burn out 先，呢個資源應該殺唔死，因為咁啊磨多一陣就 level 2，咁就埋場就唔使啦。我哋基本上呢一鋪係完全係 free 嘅，雙 P 添。
That's the kind of play that it looked like he was doing versus Rob before it kind of fell apart. It's the kind of play that we saw versus Jobby as well.
好勁啊！呢個就係。 第二就係 Tail Calvin， 我覺得佢係首名出線咯，佢唔可以輸俾 Home City 佬嘅。
Anything really. And if it wasn't that, it was like, I'll check you with the normal character also has. Like baiting out the reversal option of Kusanagi even earlier, even though we did see an OEDP after that, kind of put Kusanagi on
非洲打比，我覺得嗰個二式 EN 係真係有啲過分。我覺得我哋即係真係我哋粵賽都高水準過佢。
I feel like everybody should copy that now. A lot of level 3s are going to work just like that.
Yeah.
Not that, I don't know, it's probably not the first person I've done that.
But you don't get back thrown, right? You don't get back thrown up in the corner.
No,
so like that's,
no, totally.
The layers right there.
That's a really good idea.
Dangerous. Oh, and the perfect parry play. And again, attack on drive gauge. Kill the drive, you kill the character. You see that continuously throughout this game. And this character, and also Dual Kevin, is one of the best at doing so.
So
Kevin
great start.
2-0.
For game 2, I'm sorry, for day 2, for Dual Kevin, great start. Hard to get better than that, in fact, as a start. Now we get to see whether Jabi and Ren can do the same. Yes, Jabi versus Ren, correct. Yeah, the two players who we have here from South Africa, just thanks to the random chance of the draw. Unlikely that this was going to happen. Very unlikely this was going to happen. But it did. And in the random draws of the pools, here they are. One having won CPT South Africa, one having won World Warrior South Africa. And who knows how many times they've played each other in the past, right? As you know, this has been going on for ages. Tons of matches, tons of experience. We're on Yomi layer 1,000 between these two.
That's the benefit of this. It's kind of sad to see training partners have to take each other out. It is what it is when it comes to competition.
Yeah.
But in the reverse, you get to see a deeper influence of the match beyond just the character to character. You see the player to player. And as Jabi said, this dude is my training partner. This is one person I practice with in terms of getting ready for a new matchup. And he is at such a high level.
我覺得 Egg 嗰個 level 2同我 Shit 嗰個比真係天與地。所以我覺得 Set P 有幾勁。
He's 198 pounds. I've now learned. Tasty Steve was asking us from the stage how much Luke weighs.
I weigh more than him.
198 pounds.
No shot. No shot. Capcom.
可以跳得過同跳唔過嘅分別。有嘢。
It's just the forearms.
喂，咁就到我下段想打，但係行後避咗之後就 combo 啦。下上成功打到對面個原地挑，放波咁啊照搶下中腳，搶100次就得㗎啦。咁啊兩個前追啦，咁但係啲人唔用反波重拳就係因為嗰個 Oki 真係太渣。下段打中，踢上天，再下上，冇錯。輕拳打中啊！咁啊，做咩啊 ？fan 底啊，真係咁就俾人打翻轉頭啦。咁就推翻上去啦。因為 burn 嬲咗啲尷尬，因為 burn 嬲咗真係都唔係有啲尷尬都幾尷尬。咁就俾人一套 combo 追翻晒，一個叻 combo。哇！你咁樣 fan 底啊，禮尚往來，非洲果然係友誼之邦。咁樣 fan 翻轉頭。咁啊 ，watch 過去追殺先啦。一個前頭，對空引咗個禮個就踢腳。咁啊，埋牆繼續喺度用啲拳腳喺度即係 span。佢嗰陣時嗰個人都唔知會唔會中。反正中咗，反正擋都冇事。咁啊，睇佢狂撳。哦，最穩笨嘅 Whip Santa 可以爆炸之後再 watch 過去再搏招。JP 未嘅呢啲。原地挑咁啊，睇下對面會唔會突然間飛啲嘢出嚟？係冇嘅。好靚，咁啊打個 TC， 再推埋牆，唔搏呢個3啊，我有得打中，哦又大鑊。嘣嘣嘣！你上天，放波，再放波。哇！成功截到對面啦！咁啊，推埋牆，3個輕拳，咁啊打個安跳啦應該。嘿嘿嘿，就跳輕腳。 鳩煙平又邊度？我好面視咗畫面，會唔會出現翻啱啱嗰個畫面啊？咁啊 level 3先。咁啊，但對面其實起上鳩唔鳩嘅，其實都係諗鳩就贏，唔鳩就鳩到就贏，鳩唔到就算。睇下鳩嘢，睇下鳩唔鳩到。咁啊，想 chip 死佢啊！咁啊 ，OK， 望住你跳啊，升多費時錯。因為如果佢 JP 唔跳嘅話咧，就會食呢個，就會食呢個OD 波，跟住之後 chip 死。咁啊後重拳唔喐，放波。parry 咗先，跟住之後再一個前打，再 parry， 再 parry。咁啊拉翻遠佢呢個，喂爭啲打中，哎呀！但係 Jackie 嗰個重箍一嘢踢到隻腳趾。咁啊踢落去，對空冇錯啦呢位，基本上如果踎低儲一次氣又冇一條6 frame 起動嘅對空鏡，仲要係無視咗勁遠加埋無視嘅前後。咁啊 fix 下波睇下對面會唔會無啦肥個 level 1或者突然間做啲唔知咩嘢先。咁啊唔 level 2，咁啊可以 level 2啦唔係，如果呢個打中，如果你錯咗呢個呢個 level 1都死喎。如果下輕拳，好即係個 scale 應該係7，應該6成左右，應該夠實。哇 delay 咗啊！但係喂呀咁都送唔到下上，好曳喎呢個。parry 咗，但係太中啊，咁就冇咁簡單啦。呢個就一下運送去板邊，咁呢個爽箍基本上都係無限出，打中，對空成功有計啦。咁啊望住對手喺level 3啊，要level 2都得嘅。咁啊好少數嘅必殺技咧係可以，即係都幾全人嘅動畫。都補到幾多嘅，即係嗰個 brand 值。又喺個畫面，博招後搭回 set， 嘿，咁又換邊，鳩唔到，咁啊下鋪見啦，拜拜。唯一。呢個有啲近喎，可能升確反到。嘭！嘿嘿，安跳，今次唔搭，對面都冇 parry。冇對空啦，咁啊試起身嚟喎。冰冰，咁啊吹咗，但係唔係跟住山頭嗰一搏。哇！照撞唔揦你啊！因為都撳咗掣啦，冇理由唔撞嘅。咁啊 rush 嗰下就俾人踢中 cut 咗 rush， 撳錯掣，再用一個 rush， 再用一個前搭去做傷害，咁啊最收冇得咁多前重嘅，咁啊到我放波啦，到一個 lock down， 又做個 shimmy， 咁啊應該死咗啦，要晒所有資源，我先跟都唔使出，要殺咗。下重拳打中，俾對手對空跟住打個 combo， 再反波重拳打單，然後上先，但失敗咗啦，咁啊放波，咁啊繼續喺度撩對手，對空有計，再喺度 fix 下先，喂，但係太近啦，太遠啦，所以我做唔到嗰個打。放波咁啊，再發光呢個3啦，開咗先，因為都資源都短缺，埋去一個打頭2砸中就應該都差唔多啦。雖然未必即刻死，即係頭一定唔死啦。咁啊間 burn 對手啦，死都唔喐，因為咁啊同死都冇分別噶啦，應該推埋上，起唔起上鳩唔鳩？喂做咩唔 cancel 呢個3？ 係咪想殺到先 cancel？ 但係 chip 死咗咯，依家可以。即係如果你呢個位衝埋去啦，仲諗 ？OK， 殺咗啦。咁就唔使啊，升跟住再拍落嚟咪死咯。咁啊，你真係好緊張嘅。OK， 咁啊一發光就 rush 啦，一發光就嚟。咁啊 level 1有啲艾瑪加閃電係唔會出現距離唔夠呢個問題嘅。嘿嘿嘿。喂，咁啊想避對面嘅對空佢唔係升角色，其實都應該都避，即係假嚟講就我諗 DJ 應該係呢時你出到升到嘅。咪睇下圖2集，俾人打翻轉頭。中攻擊嘅 impact 係達唔到嘅，要重攻擊。不過佢都係手偷雞嘅。即係偏。一時唔俾機會對方，你想啦，交俾你啦。呢個打比就死咗完咗啦。之後到 Probably South African Style。We are focusing more on the South African scene. We're seeing more tournaments in that region. There are more eyes on it. These two are a big part.
Exactly. Always keep your eyes locked on these scenes that maybe don't get as much as others. Yeah. You see right here with the play that JaBiM has showcased with the DJ. Jailing pressure is really good with the back heavy kick and the anti-airs continuously. In a range with the stand heavy kick, I've seen more from him than many other DJ players at a range where it harasses Luke, where he can't just mash his favorable buttons that he'd like to, forcing Ren to have to try to get in. And then when he tries to get in with like OD Fireball for like a knockdown, it's a perfect parry to disallow that. And JaBiM also burning himself out when he knows it's like one touch, one hit to get that kill. He's willing to take that quote-unquote risk because he knows that Luke can bring it back, but he knows it's more in his favor. And I do like that, putting the pressure on them to make them panic a little bit like they on the Titanic. And JaBiM takes that win, bro. I love this. I look like we get to see these different scenes up here on the big stage, see their skill that is just as equal as anybody else in the world.
You love to see it as we're taking a look back, making our way through on this. It certainly was close. Down to the final game, final round. Basically last interaction almost as well.
上面啊，唔好重播晒成個比賽啦！成日都覺得呢個 replay 太長，雖然我諗佢都係想拖到下個選手過嚟 set up 啲嘢。
Who knows? Not in that one. Even though it's a lot of life lead here, it looks like a big life victory for JaBiM. Again, if that had been maybe a different button into DI, or if that hadn't been a throw there, who knows? Who knows? In any case, JaBiM takes it, so he's now 2-1. Ren is now 0-2.
太長啦，我覺得嘢真係。每一個 KO 都播嘅話，如果你有9燈嘅話，就係9個 KO。
Versus Travis Styles, talking to Problem X, he's like, man, I'm really confident. He's like, did you see what I did to Moke? You see what I did to MOV?
Okay.
It's like, I did see it. It was pretty devious of you. Problem X ready for the Chun-Li match. But then again, Travis Styles has been kind of off the grid. Talking to Aussie boys, they're like, yeah, this dude's been doing modeling. I'm like, I think he's been doing more than that. He's been mashing in the background, not letting his tech be leaked to the world.
Yeah, I mean, clearly a good player. No doubt about that. Travis Styles is 1-1 coming into today. He took a 2-0 over Ren. He took a 1-2 under JaBi, I should say. But again, even taking a game can be super important in a group that looks as close as this.
Right.
Can be the difference. You know, if we have two players who are tied in match results.
仲有3場。
The first tiebreaker is games differential.
我都盡量頂住啦，而家爭啲閉目入神咗。
Right now, Problem X alive by one interaction.
幾個鐘，好似啊！我記得好似中東個比賽收40幾個鐘，呢個比賽8個鐘，我覺得可以接受。12個鐘係EVO嗰啲比賽咯，所以EVO我唔會，我鋪我唔睇嘅啫。
What do you do with the luck?
That's it. Yeah. That's gonna mean that he is. I mean, Problem X. Years upon years, of match experience, years upon years of being a champion, an EVO champion, as well as LCQ champion too. I mean, look at the path that he went through. We talked about Moke, we talked about MOV, defeating Punk in the grand finals as well. One of the most dominant players, if not the most dominant player, Street Fighter 6.
This is his 6th Capcom Cup. His 6th, yes.
開波就撞佢，所以我最中意開波用嗰啲氣，因為啲氣真係擺喺度，如果唔用。咁啊，呢個我覺得打車狼係唔可以打嘅，因為車狼解答嘅方法就係後跳撞鳩你，仲要按，所以真係擺 BT 實際啲。咁啊，又係呢個畫面，呢個其實乒乓波都要以下打一腳尖，跟住之後再用 OD 反波腳再。哎呀！呢個位不但打唔到佢 burn out， 仲要俾人打到 burn out， 都幾大鑊。咁啊，我死咗啦應該。喂啊！你真係喂唔緊要，對面都俾多次機會你 combo。因為澳樓會出現啲。咁啊，求其撳唔知個迷之撞。可能對手見到你後跳想，當佢見到你後跳咧，就會想你就會想向前追，咁啊食個撞，咁啊撞下睇下有冇咩好收穫。咁啊間跳出嚟，但係都係俾 back 搶到掣。放電，再一個前打，但係俾人解答之後咧，喂呢個叫確反咯，但係出嚟都冇乜信心，始終擋咗就死嘅啦呢個。咁level 3啦，level 2，哦可以嘅，但係如果會唔會唔係level 1啊？唔搏，做個安跳，咁啊拉長個時間。level 1啦，但係對手個嚟鳩啊level 3，跟住之後就應該都死咗㗎啦呢個，因為近乎冇 scale。
Try it out with the X ball, why not? Problem with his own round.
Spins the bar to get the W. Both lacking in meter, but we'll see if they can build it up to that level 2.
一開波指認頭，我啱啱最中意啦。一波發光你就要分佢到底係撞定係指認頭，覺得都幾難分。咁啊，同閃有冇分別㗎啦？依家應該公仔 Perry 換咗佢，應該呢個一起上原地跳。哎呀，冇睇車沙教室。跳到㗎，屌你老味真係，我踢佢同我講。
Alright, Travis. So on the other side of the screen, maybe just waiting for drive bar to come back. Yes. But eventually, if they keep this style up.
好，咁啊喺度鬥彈壓回啊喺度，呢個差唔多。哇！你真係好在嗱春麗個波又話收招慢咗咧，跳到就係下一個版本就跳到㗎啦。咁啊，應該彈成係啊，冇計。咁啊，春麗個踩頭係彈成，因為打到個 whip punish 之後再睇睇蹦蹦安跳，咁啊打車龍其實唔好使安跳嘅，好似9 frame 升定10 frame 升超慢，打中咁就 level 3啦有，level 3繼續壓制，打到啊！1、2、3、4 level 3冇錯，咁啊睇下 Bix 想睇 Bix 死。一計嚟先
So many Chun-Li players along his path confident in terms of who he was fighting if they were playing Chun-Li. Zonstar gets hit with the OD immediately though. Bombmax Sun is way more impressive. Here's the OD DP right back to Travis Style.
I think I had the same take.
一個前打，跟住搞打，佢變唔到啊，仲係拍落去。哦反咯，咁啊直接水到腳。哇！直接行過去，彈前 rush 過去零距離。都唔係攞嚟跑啊，攞嚟攞加，攞嚟攞多啲加，有你時間。升啊，靚！前跳追後跳，咁啊危險嘅動作，又係會俾青狼撞。哇！幾好反應喎！突然之間欣賞澳洲人嘅力量實力，澳洲人幾勁喎！哇！呢個又亂嚟嘅呢個。OK， 夾硬拼拳腳拼中。咁啊 ，Travis Style 咩方啦？咁啊喺度磨 ，MVP 成功，咁啊攞個 lock 單換埋邊，一格再交換邊，打中，冇反應 impact， 快列腳，邊升腳，升唔升嘅第一個位，打中再嚟，升唔升？你上 parry， 升唔升？ 再放波打中，咁啊 level 2啊要開，一定㗎啦呢個就。咁 level 2咧就一定行後 level 2，之後就開始撞。呢個 parry， 喂你特登估佢 parry 你就唔好冇反應啦，你唔係你向下飛做咩？咁啊打到對面 burnout 啦，咁啊呢個位 OK 啊，哎呀但係 impact 打好情況冇打翻轉頭，咁啊撈勁遠，個 burnout 仲未結束，靚夠，唔知係睇住定係唔知係咪睇住啦。咁啊個波就喺度咧，仲頂得住啊！咁啊仲有機會放多個 level 1。睇下，burnout 完結，食咗，再 parry 之後再俾 Tough Style 一個前達殺咗 Tough Style 殺咗咯，真係有計。LCQ 啲人唔會廢嘅喎，LCQ 啲人係講緊蒙奇、乾茶、低個、托基多、氹。
Comfortable with the fireballs, the resets continuously. When he had the lead,
你春麗勁好錯。
the weight was off his shoulders. Like, okay, I can survive this. Surviving level 2 from Baka Ball, or the level 2 Baka Ball,
yeah, that's right.
Empowered by Lightning Beast, was imperative. We're gonna see that a little bit later on, but right now, Prob didn't have the worst start. I did like things like this. Blanca Ball.
好啦 ，Hello Max 應該都殺輸啦，應該係阿 Kelvin， 真係 Kelvin。Kelvin 輸都幾唔好彩嘅 ，Kelvin 都係 Lucky 輸，殺咗跟住之後，認為係2-0殺咗，跟住之後嗰個波腳出唔到，跟住之後俾下咁咪追翻晒。咁啊應該係 Kelvin 同阿邊個啊？同阿嗰個可能 Travis 有機會出線都唔奇，1-1啊嘛佢，戰績都唔差。
Commitment from Problem X. We saw more slides, for example. We saw him jumping in a little bit more. He was definitely giving a different look.
即係謙贏佢啫。
Sorry, and Travis, that's part of his response to right.
佢要守明，因為佢唔係要全勝。即係如果佢即係因為 Problem X， 因為 Jack Him， 如果 Jack Him 贏埋 Problem X 咧，我啊調翻轉諗啦。
And there was a punish right there. Travis Styles over Problem X after what had occurred yesterday. Again, and after what I saw at the LCQ and what y'all saw at the LCQ too, I thought it'd be different. But Travis Styles.
哦，即係已經玩晒啦。
So we have 3 players who are 2-1 right now.
即係真係 test。我都係覺得佢會整個嗰啲叫咩？即係嗰啲。beta 版咁樣，好似 add 之前 add 咁樣咧，抌上去試一試。睇下咩？睇下大家試下，睇下嗰個，試下嗰個，試下個 patch 個感覺。
There are some pools that are
mostly solidified.
Raul, you know you have an idea.
Yeah, you have an idea.
There are some players who now, after the group stage is over for day 2, who are effectively qualified or who can't make it. Right. Do you see some of that? It's possible that we don't see that today at the end of this day for this group. We'll see.
Kusanagi, Johnny M, Ken versus DJ. Back up on the sticks. I want to see what he's going to do against like the fireball pressure of Kusanagi. So like establish the pokes. Usually this match can get close up, like fireballs and pokes.
Okay.
Or he'll just hit the so bottom against the drive rush. Johnny M with the reactions.
放波。有，我有嚿嘢。咁啊踢落去 ，Jack Him， 如果 Jack Him 贏到佢咧，就 Jack Him 晉級啦。真係俾 Poppy 講中，但係我唔信 Jack Him， 我信Kusanagi。我係信呢個 Tough Style 其實係。Jack Him 係好彩先贏啫。咁啊踢一腳落彈咗，重拳對空。依家啲 DJ 已經癲到任何一個仔都可以對到空，咁啊可以 burn out 佢啊，因為呢號一無無敵，我應該死嘅啦，如果俾殺所有資源。唔使啊，係咪嫌錢多啊？
Is that what he says? I just say the first part. There's somebody else who's on the mic earlier who was saying it was something totally different.
I just stopped where
即係冇節儉嘅美德。一波前跳，咁啊對面冇放波就唔好食。咁啊下重拳接到對面嘅 rush 之後就埋牆，之後就做一個安跳啦。好，咁啊解打，打到對面個下中拳嗰個顏值，再踢翻埋牆。呢個係因為要，要換邊嘅喎。但係啱啱如果節儉，啱啱太節，因為如果節儉嘅話，依家 level 2可以打到 burnout 同埋埋牆。哇做咩啊？開心得滯！ 咁啊冇資源啦，所以就只係咁搏。Heavy 再放波，跳到，哎呀，打到 Simi， 哇食有1個1啦，唔需要啊，直情有個星解決一鋪。
Saw a little bit of his offense here. We saw some of that neutral game. We saw Jobby. He's a confident player, Jobby. Sometimes that confidence is great and it really works to his advantage. Sometimes he puts himself in burnout.
咁啊，鳩煙平睇下有冇啲奇蹟出現。始終 DJ 啲奇蹟好易出現嘅啦，放個波，跟住正波中拳都會有。咁啊 ，bail 咗啦。哎呀，但係踢中唔緊要，咁啊死擋爛擋。咁啊，慢慢推埋板邊咧，咁就應該 impact 就嚟㗎啦，好似而家咁。咁啊，想磨多少少血，但係貪心，夠攞 impact。咁啊打，哇！佢比氣，好危險喎！呢個係動作，因為會 burn out 喎。咁啊，呢個放波，咁啊成功，哇！呢個咩嚟㗎？下上啊！哎呀，一個睇下啲食落個頭頂度，踢 hit 望個燈先。踢腳，再屈縮翻後，確保安全。踢腳，重拳打落去，再佢 counter hit 之後再搏招，咁啊兩個下上腳之後再一個後搭，將佢搭翻出去，呢個應該係解大嚟。咁啊打個 TC 迅雷腳前挑，哎呦咁樣打個 Mitty 波頭，咁啊係無限 reset。係啊，impact 佢啦，唉，既然你都玩到咁癲啦，咁唔爭再做啲更加癲嘅嘢啦。咁啊爭啲 whip 咗條手去個下重腳。哦，叻學三啦！你迅雷腳做咩嚟㗎？唔係應該死！哇你係我睇動畫喎，真係。
The battling out, I'm still thinking of the battling out from the previous game when he was caught in the corner and could have just been buttoned into DI, but he red grabbed instead. That kind of, you gotta scramble sometimes.
好啦，咁啊，最後一鋪。
$1 million, the first Capcom Cup sitting in front of you for Street Fighter 6. You're bound to get a little shaky.
You might think, but you know the way that they've played, not that they've been right about everything, but I don't get the sense.
一開波放波，太陽拳啦，咁啊一開波呢個係一個好安全嘅攻擊，中咗就無論中唔中都好，你都係攞到好大嘅優勢。跳埋跳唔到啊！呢個波係黐線嘅，咁啊跳翻出嚟，跟住之後換邊，跟住之後再一個前打，想做一個 Mitty 嘅中拳，但係俾人下上對確罰，俾人升翻出嚟，前打爭啲，哦大跳成功。唔知比氣會唔會成呢？有兩個 rush 喎，兩個 rush 有機會可以攞埋 level 1。哇！你咁樣撞車，冇計。咁啊，古山拉吉 H 關啦。哇！你又俾你攞到，一開波咁個下輕腳啫，點解會死啊？咁啊做安跳，打多個 Simi， 隻手仔忍唔住啦。後咁啊有氣，哦手仔忍唔住，喂你咁神奇嘅確反嘅，啊忍唔住啦。嗱我覺得最偏咁窄應該錯唔到呢個3，啊錯到喎，見到指力喎我咁。咁啊開心慶祝完啦，之後就可以。死啦！拜拜。level 3又睇動畫啦，跟住就基本上都同強加係冇分別嘅。DJ 全一 DJ。唔得啊！全一 DJ 呢個 DJ 唔夠全日。我睇係咪得我一個唔係Jack Him嘅粉絲？我入咗一個敵人嘅心敵軍大本營，Jack Him大本營。
There were some moments where we saw Jobby maybe go to burnout too often, but that's easier said than done from some meter management. He thought it was over.
打完個星之後會後跳嘅。
There were moments where it did happen, where it's like.
雖然有啲角色係打完個星之後，好似可以原地跳，我反應。Hammy 都得嘅。哇，都幾大。
Very close at times. Yeah, this is a nice conversion, right?
Yeah. Write that down.
He was like just at the very end of the crouching jab. very close situation. And here we go, the final one. With Kusanagi finding the jump in and the super. And he now is 2-1 in the pool. Like I said before, 2 out of the pool are 2 and continue to be. Dual Kevin 2-1, 2-1, Kusanagi 2-1, Travis Styles 2-1, Jabi is now 2-2. It continues to be
嗰度非洲飲恒河水咁樣㗎。
It's tough as the player to be in the situation, of course. As the viewer, it's a lot easier, and you get to just sit back and enjoy it, and it is fascinating to watch.
我飲可樂啦，唔飲水。好啊，咁啊，今日最後一場啦。Ren 對 Dual Kevin， 我相信4燈真係 Dual Kevin 4燈直落，哇37歲啦 Ren， 打落似17歲喎。如果100萬美金全部買水咧，可唔可以浸咗成個非洲佢？夠唔夠？
1 and 2 with Dual Kevin at 2 and 2.
我永遠嘅16歲。
Players at 2 and 1 still very liable to lose their play tomorrow. It could still be completely up in the air. And the way this
100萬美金買水好多㗎啦喎，大佬。啲細路，一人一啖浸死成個州。
Let's get it's going to be Rashid versus Luke. Wow, this one is a mirror match. He wants to run the Rashid, the Windy City himself.
Yeah, after he got second at Frosty Faustings, I talked with him a little bit, and he said that he was really happy he played Rashid there in part as well. He was really happy that he had his Rashid in like high-level play before Cup, so that he could really get that experience and consider them main rather than one being the main and the backup. He said he was feeling confident enough to
上升呢個係 Luke 嘅悲，呢個係 Rashid 嘅悲慘事項。個重腳踢爆嗰個星。咁啊，傳説話下個版本個星變咗正常啊，但係都係 Capcom 嘅謊言。會唔會 Dual Kevin 殺晒啲勁人之後，淨係輸，定係輸啲扭技？例如 Land 同埋 Ball Mix。咁啊，搶到掣，咁就做 Lockdown Mitty 呢個中段唔係 Mitty 嚟嘅，咁啊再打。再屈中佢，咁啊俾人一個後打。哦，咁又換到邊咯喎，但係咁啊應該我最近咧換邊，你挑咁就避一避，即係簡嚟講就睇下佢唔揀唔揀得。冰冰，喂呀，唔係好咁升啦，咁啊間開啦，冇計。咁啊個風冇埋添，但係搞令到對面 burnout 都唔錯。但係 burnout 之後做到幾多嘢？呢個可以確防嘅喎，減好多嘅啫。咁啊 Henry 執到，佢放波衝埋去啦！你遠離吧，越距離馬邊越遠越好。咁啊踢中，哦咁啊兩個 Henry 仲唔放 level 3，同你煲醋啫。其實佢已經放棄咗 E1 啦，跟住全力打第3彎。Heavy， 咁啊行翻後少少先，踢風，靚 cut 啊，得個前搭 level 2啊，唔開喎，唔開，但係想用中腳撩到，哎呀好想開啊佢，啱啱如果你反到就開到噶啦，都係唔放 level 3，都係唔放 level 3，呢個人真係佢係咪讓緊彎？佢諗住挑戰呢個新成就，唔用超必殺技去打到對手。咁啊 level 3確反，我唔出喎。咁啊真係，死咗啦！呢個佢飛2次，唉真係我打啦不如，我哋碌勁啲，咁啊做唔到嗰個 Mitty， 咁啊呢個就推翻出去啦，要煙劈佢啦咁扭。咁啊錯啲嘢，因為照 level 3嗰啲人照中喎，你錯唔切，咁冇啦呢個位置升到，即係你嗰個反波拳，如果出邊錯得切嘅喎，逼唔到喎。咁啊兩下都拳，再對幕，咁就對面 cancel rush， 咁啊就踢風，對又係好超慘啊！見到都覺得又俾人踩爆嗰啲嘢啦，唉真係2次啊！有咩慘得個星俾人撞爆就係撞爆2次，煙劈啊識唔識㗎？啲小學生都識啦呢啲， 應該就係 Capcom 級 qualifier 選手嘅實力水平。好咁啊，中腳咁啊，中腳打中之後就可以搏呢個，再打個前打，咁啊攞個加 film， 哎呀差啲 cut 到，咁啊 loot 又開始放招啦，咁啊攞個加 film， 冇錯。求其 Q， 求其撳下掣，咁啊睇動作，有啲可以啊，不過佢板邊好遠啊，所以就唔係好用嚟都冇乜意思。佢想用啊，錯得 OD 應該想用，打中咁啊可以錯啦，出得啦，出得，開餐。但係對面一升就完㗎啦，有機會補升。OK， 反應唔先。OK， 咁啊用個達成功攞咗一滴血，咁啊丟 Kevin 又攞一燈。OK， 射咗個風，但係個 rush 就追唔到嗰個 jungle， 咁啊做個 take fall， 輕拳打中，咁就做個 OD 技去換邊，呢個反波拳再做個上中下三擲。咁就間放翻走，但係呢個即刻用嗰個中段，呢個應該唔係加嘅，再 level 1見名，終於索到 level 1啦佢，咁啊進步咗啊 KO。今日打完啦 ，Hit Song 好似睇先 ，UB 5點打嘅，5點零啦，5點打完，咁啊冇計。好啦，聽日都係5點打 Hit Song， 如果想睇又5點鐘見。Hit Song 就年10幾億。好啦，再見。應該完啦，係咪睇多次先？係咯 ，end 嘅 game 睇，快啲，拜拜。